Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 202 Worshipping Mrs. In desperation, he moved out of the Yongxia sect, and Miao Huacheng just hoped that Yongkai would be afraid. But the other party obviously didn't put Yongxiazong in his eyes, and he came to him in an instant, slapped his chest with a seemingly flat palm, and retreated lightly. His eyes were cold and ruthless. The heart seemed to be grasped by a hot big hand, and it contracted violently for a while, and then swelled fiercely. With a wow, Miao Huacheng vomited blood and his skin became red, as if he had been scalded by boiling water. Although not dead, he was severely injured. Old Demon took advantage of his surprise and attacked with pain, and the Soul Breaker rushed into Miao Huacheng's body, giving him a fatal blow. Who was this man? Why went to Miao's house to start a killing spree? Before Miao Huacheng died, he was still thinking about where he had provoked this young man, but he was still to no avail. I have to say that Miao Huacheng was a little dead after being killed in such a confused manner. In the sky above Haicheng, the huge energy of heaven and earth gathered crazily beside Yongkai, breaking through a big realm, and accepting the all of the energy of heaven and earth. Yongkai opened his body, quickly left the Miao family, and soon appeared by the sea. This night, the wind whistled, the waves burst, and countless warriors in Haicheng looked at the seaside in horror. They knew that it was a vision of heaven and earth caused by a person who had just broken through, but this huge and terrifying vision made them even I didn't dare to get close, I could only watch from a distance, with admiration and envy on my face. This man must be a master. It is very likely that the breakthrough from the true Yuan realm to the immortal ascension realm would have made such a big movement. The overall strength of the warriors in Haicheng is not high, so naturally they dare not touch the tiger whiskers of the masters of the immortal ascension boundary. But no one could have imagined that such a vision was nothing more than the baptism of a 15-year-old boy who broke through from the Qi realm to the separation and reunion realm. If you let them know, I'm afraid they will drop their jaws. The frenzied movement continued for most of the night before it gradually stopped. After the violent storm, someone vaguely saw a group of flames flying out from the sea and heading to the depths of the sea. Through the firelight, a pair of things that looked like wings could be vaguely seen. But even if someone saw it, they couldn't believe their eyes, they just thought it was dazzling and hallucinations. Dawn, Yongxia Island. Yongkai came to the right peninsula, stood on the mountain that was separated from the Zhang family's wife, and looked up. The entire cloudy sky is now bleak. Even on the right peninsula, you can almost smell the bloody smell in the air. There are corpses all over the ground as far as you can see, and there are traces of the war in pools of dark red. The blood that hasn't dried up, the houses collapsed, and the walls are in ruins. Birds in the sky swept across the earth and groaned. Yongxia's whole family was slaughtered. In front of Yongkai, there is a withered bone, and the body of the withered bone is wearing a tattered blue and white dress, which is exactly the one the Zhang family's wife wore that day. Withered bones sit quietly on this mountain peak, like an immortal reef. Yongkai could almost clearly see that after he parted with the Zhang family's wife that day, she had been sitting here without moving, but just turned her eyes towards the direction of the Haicheng Miao family. The breeze blew, blowing Mrs. Yang's hair, her eyes were dark, like the sky covered by dark clouds, there was no light and no hope. She watched like that, not closing her eyes until the end of her life. Until last night, she saw the destruction of the Miao family, and saw that Miao Huacheng died at the hands of Yongkai. Heaven is good for reincarnation, who does heaven bypass? The grudge is over, the wicked will always be punished. Yongkai took out a pot of wine and worshipped in front of Madame. He stretched out his hand and wanted to bury her bones, but his hand touched the dead bones, and she suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground, turned into a puddle of powder. There was a gust of wind in the flat ground, and the wind blew this pile of powder, and it flew over the Yongxia right peninsula and fell on the sea without a trace. Yongkai's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face was a little sad and a little desolate. On that day, he really wanted to take the Zhang family's wife away. However, Wanwan wished that her heart was dead and alive and would only be tortured and miserable for the rest of her life. Following her deceased husband and leaving her deceased daughter is her best destination. Yang Kai complied with her wishes, but now that he thinks back, he doesn't know if his actions that day were correct. Feeling the desolation in Yang Kai's heart, old demon held back for a long time before opening his mouth to comfort him. Young master, you are not this lady, so how do you know that death is not a relief for her? Yang Kai didn't say anything, and after a long time, he turned around, unfolded the wings of Yang Yan, and flew towards the sea. Perhaps, it was a relief for her, but for herself, there was a trace of regret. In the next 2 days, Yang Kai took out a lot of exotic flowers and plants collected from Hidden Island, exchanged Yang attributes with people in Haicheng, and refined them into Yang liquid and stored them in his dantian. 2 nights later, Yang Kai carried 2 large packages and flew north all the way. Not long after Yang Kai left Haicheng, the major overseas islands and major forces all received news that shocked and excited them. Taiyaman, what? Ji Yundao has recovered the transfiguration-breaking moon art. Is the news true? Shira sect, what? Ji Yundao has recovered the transfiguration-breaking moon art. Is there any news about the Asura sword, the treasure of my sect? Luahua sect, has the metamorphosis-breaking moon art been retrieved? What about Qinrui Shuihaitang? This is the foundation of my teaching, lost together with the Washeng-breaking moon art. Kai Lianzong, go to Gaian Island and inquire about the whereabouts of my sect master's token. Yunlong Island, more than a dozen major powers, after hearing that Ji Yundao's supreme cultivation method was recovered, suddenly couldn't calm down. Everyone's things were lost together. It doesn't make sense that you found ancient Yundao, but ours is nothing. There was no news, and the wind was surging for a while, and the masters on the major islands were dispatched together. Ancient Cloud Island was overcrowded in one day, and the visitors were all the masters of overseas powers, and the elders of Ancient Wind and Ancient Cloud Island were exhausted from socializing. After detailing the recovery of Washeng Puiwei Gong, the dozen or so forces hurried to Yangxia sect. Poor Yangxia is just a third-rate force, and Ida's just because a copy of the transfiguration-breaking moon art has been wiped out, but then the dozen or so forces actually plowed Yangxia Island again and again, trying to find their own sect for 300 years, previously lost things. But those things have already been taken away by Yang Kai, where can they find them? If you can't find it, you will naturally get angry. If you get angry, you will shoot people. If there is no one to fight, you will attack the island. In less than 3 days, the entire Yangxia Island disappeared from the sight of the world and was completely shattered. Yang Kai naturally didn't know that Yangxia had suffered such bad luck after he left. At this moment, he was already approaching the High Heaven Pavilion. He has accumulated a lot of Yang liquid in Haicheng, allowing him to fly back to the sect very quickly. After a night of deliberate search, Yang Kai landed at a distance of only 50 miles from the High Heaven Pavilion, unfolded his footwork and continued to move forward. An hour later, looking at the High Heaven Pavilion, who had been away for nearly half a year, Yang Kai smiled slightly, and his sullen mood finally improved because of the Zhang family's widow. He has no sense of belonging to the sect, but he knows that here, there is a woman who can accompany him all his life waiting for him. Carrying 2 big bags on his back, he sneaked into the sect, and just set foot, Yang Kai frowned. Young master, old demon whispered quietly, it doesn't matter. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, he just noticed that a lot of Taoist consciousness swept past him. Before it was changed, Yang Kai couldn't have felt this. After all, people who could use his spiritual sense to probe himself would at least have reached the immortal ascension boundary, which was several big realms higher than himself. But since receiving the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's senses have been extremely sharp, and he has already noticed it when these divine senses cover it. The unfamiliar consciousness is definitely not the elders of the High Heaven Pavilion. Fortunately, these divine senses were only investigations, and there was no malicious intent. After they were swept away, they no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. But this discovery shocked him. Why did the High Heaven Pavilion suddenly have so many masters? There were some guesses in my heart, and I couldn't help sighing. It seemed that the current sect was not peaceful. Almost at the moment when Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Pavilion, Su Yan, who was in retreat, suddenly opened his eyes in a small attic. Are you back? Su Yan murmured softly, pursing her red lips. A blush appeared on her face involuntarily, and there seemed to be a voice calling her to get closer to that person. In the past, this kind of call made Su Yan a little flustered and could no longer meditate. What a nemesis! During the days he was away, Although he was sometimes difficult to endure, the operation of the Bingxin art can also calm down his mood, and with this test and resistance, his mood is also rapidly improving. But when he knew that he came back, his Bingxin art seemed to be completely useless, and he couldn't even do it with peace of mind. After thinking for a while, Su Yan didn't insist any longer, but stood up, pushed open the door, wrapped in chills and dust, her body turned into a long, white and flawless shadow, and quickly approached the sleepy dragon stream. Beside the sleepy dragon stream, Yang Kai glanced back, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Old demon, go play by yourself. Yang Kai threw the old demon and the soul breaker all away. Well, cough. Old demon was speechless for a while, thinking that this old man is not a 3-year-old child. Why did the young master send me like this? But the demonic aura under the trapped dragon stream was very attractive to the old demon. He didn't hesitate and rushed down. Standing by the sleepy dragon stream and waiting for a while, a white figure quickly approached. The figure paused, and stopped at a distance of about 3 feet from Yang Kai. The 4 eyes are facing each other, all of them are full of love. Yang Kai's eyes were full of thoughts, and Su Yan's water-cut eyes were full of tenderness. They looked at each other quietly and looked at each other's changes in the past few months. He is a lot stronger and stronger, but there is a trace of vicissitudes and sadness in his eyes that cannot be hidden. This kind of weather-beaten vicissitudes should not appear in people of this age, but it makes him a little more mature, steady. Seeing this faint vicissitudes of life, Su Yan's heart ached faintly. She knows that Yang Kai has encountered a lot of things in the past few months. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A Practice. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for a recommendation ticket and a monthly ticket. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 203 Returning to Lingxiao. She is like a fairy pearl in jade dew, and her temperament is becoming more and more refined, dust-free, flawless, and anyone who is in front of her will be humble and self-conscious. Bing Qing Yu Jia, the face is alluring and stunning, the skin is like snow, can be broken by blowing bombs. Like a fairy who has descended directly into the world, there is a sense of holiness and inviolable nobility everywhere. Although he once owned her, and even acted arrogantly on her, this time, Yang Kai still had a vague sense of unreality. Su Yan's nobility and icy cleanliness obviously had no effect on Yang Kai. The desire to suppress resistance for a long time surged in his heart. Yang Kai took 2 steps forward, hugged Su Yan's waist unceremoniously, and bowed his head to kiss. Su Yan frantically stretched out her hand to block it, and said in a voice like a mosquito, "Go down." As soon as the words fell, Yang Kai jumped and fell towards the trapped dragon stream, extremely decisive. Falling hundreds of feet, the wings of Yang Yan behind him spread out, and flew into the cave that he had created. Su Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with brilliance, and she looked at the wings behind Yang Kai in surprise. Entering the cave, put away his wings, and threw the 2 big bags in his hands to the ground. Yang Kai picked up Su Yan by the waist. With a meaningful smile on his mouth, he walked towards the stone bed step by step. Su Yan's heart is like a small deer, bumping and bumping. Although she has experienced that kind of thing twice, she still feels a little embarrassed in retrospect, and she couldn't help burying her head in Yang Kai's arms. Inside. He came to the stone bed and put her down slowly. Su Yan boldly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai, her face flushed. During the kiss, his breathing became heavier and heavier. One body was as hot as fire, and the other was as cold as ice, all of them yearning for each other infinitely. The soft sound came. Yang Kai suppressed the crazy desire, gently unbuttoned Su Yan, and the delicate body like a porcelain slowly appeared. His clothes were flying and his hair was messy. Yang Kai rolled over and pressed him. The dry wood was raging, the rain turned cloudy, Su Yan was gasping for breath, and her body was weak like mud. On the contrary, Yang Kai became more and more brave, like a knight charging with a spear, with endless physical strength and full of spirit, madly rushing. It was Su Yan running the Bingxin art, but she couldn't hold back her shyness. Her skin was glowing with red light, her hair was messy, and she was dripping with sweat. Is this okay? Su Yan clenched her teeth, resisted the shyness in her heart, obeyed Yang Kai's wishes, and was put on the stone bed in a pose that made her feel a little ashamed. Very good. Yang Kai nodded vigorously, his index finger moved. On the night of returning to the High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai and Su Yan had been messing around all night. Recalling the carved murals he saw in Haicheng Qianjinbu Zuilo, Yang Kai put these into action and practiced exploration. Su Yan had no idea that there could be so many tricks in the affairs of men and women, so many changes. It was like a magical martial art. The changes were endless, and each change made people find a different feeling and pleasure. It's just that these changes are too shy, and Su Yan is a little bit overwhelmed. After tossing and changing countless tricks, Yang Kai found that one of his favorite poses was the one he inadvertently discovered in the inheritance cave. Turn Su Yan's back to Zigen. Because in the cloud and rain, the lifelike ice phoenix pattern on Su Yan's back was also constantly flowing, flying over her pink and white skin. Looking at this ice phoenix pattern, looking at the back that is as smooth as fine silk and the waist that is gripped by yin-yang, Yang Kai always has an inexplicable excitement and impulse. He knew that since Su Yan had this ice phoenix pattern, there must also be a fire dragon pattern behind him, which was derived from the inheritance root in the inheritance cave. After the cloud and rain, the two of them began to double cultivation. The body is tightly combined, and the Heihuan Gong is used for a full day. Whether it is Yang Kai or Su Yan, I feel that my strength has improved a little, but the improvement is not much. The biggest benefit is the vitality in the body, become more pure. Acacia Gong melts and refines the vitality of the two. As the number of double cultivation increases, the vitality in the body will only become more and more condensed. After the double cultivation, Yang Kai couldn't hold back the temptation and smashed Su Yan again. Gently dressed for Yang Kai, Su Yan's beautiful eyes contained a touch of spring love and satisfaction. She was a little scared. Yang Kai is now like a tireless fighting machine, that fierce rush like tide, time and time again it made her sore and weak. She was afraid that if she didn't put on Yang Kai's clothes, she would not be able to escape his claws. After getting dressed, the two lay on the stone bed hugging each other. There is no need to describe their own thoughts and feelings, each other can feel the thoughts in each other's heart. By the way, your speculation has come true. Su Yan lay in Yang Kai's arms and said suddenly. What speculation? Yang Kai played with a strand of her hair, enjoying the peace after the storm. A few months ago, didn't you say that the appearance of inheritance Dongtian might be very involved? Is there an outsider here? Yang Kai's expression condensed. Well, the 8 great families in the central capital did not send people over, but after the aristocratic families and sects heard that there was an inheritance cave here, many experts came here, and now they are wooing those disciples who have entered inheritance cave Chin among the 3 sects. Whether it is High Heaven Pavilion, Bloody Battle Gang or Wind and Rain Tower, many disciples have been recruited during this period. Who is the person from High Heaven Pavilion? Yang Kai asked, with a hint of relief in his heart. No wonder when he returned to the sect that night, he felt a lot of spiritual consciousness swept over. It turned out to be the masters of those noble families and major forces. The Dong family of Xuanzhou, the Bai family of Yunzhou, the 3 major forces of Zui Valley and Chenzhou, and people from many other forces are also secretly lurking in Wumei town. Dong family? Yang Kai moved. What conditions did they offer you? Yang Kai asked. Su Yan, as the first master of the 3 young disciples, has the biggest suspicion that he has obtained the inheritance in the inheritance cave. The 3 major forces must want to recruit Su Yan. The price offered is naturally not too low. Help me advance to the immortal ascension boundary within 2 years. All the medicinal pills and secret treasures in their family will be given and asked for, and their status is equal to that of the elders in the family. What a big hand. Yang Kai smiled lightly. What about the request? Marry over. If so, I won't agree. Su Yan bowed to Yang Kai badly. Although they suspect that I have obtained the inheritance, there is no conclusive evidence. So it is not too much, but I have been living in the High Heaven Pavilion these days. Quote. Are all the sons of these 3 forces here? Yang Kai sneered. To chase after the beauty, the young son naturally had to come forward and win the favor, but these people obviously made a wrong calculation, not to mention Su Yan is already himself. People have an inseparable relationship with themselves. Even without these involvements, it is impossible for Su Yan to agree with her personality. Bing Shinju, all things are not lingering in the heart, how can these things be able to move? Su Yan nodded slightly, reaching out and stroking Yang Kai's cheek. You don't have to worry, I'm only yours. I'm not worried. Yang Kai grinned. If they can impress you, they can directly use their means. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai frowned and said, but it's still very uncomfortable. Damn, dare to beat the idea of this woman. Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled, and she couldn't help but feel some sweetness in her heart. Even if she has no desires, she can't help but feel a burst of happiness when she sees Yang Kai being jealous. After dawn, Su Yan left. Yang Kai began to take care of the things he had acquired during this period of time, glanced at his cave, and couldn't help secretly surprised. He found that his cave was now a big change. When I left, it was just a cold and dark cave, but now, this cave seems to be a new home, with not only tables and chairs, but also many pots of flowers, and many paintings and calligraphy hanging on the walls, everywhere, embellishment. Even on the stone bed, there was a warm and comfortable quilt, which he hadn't noticed since he had been messing around with Su Yan for so long. These should be the result of Shan Ningxiang and Su Yan's transformation together. Remodeled pretty well. Walking to the entrance of the cave, the yin and yang demon Ginseng, a heaven and earth spirit, was downcast and listless. When Yang Kai came back that night, this spiritual creature of heaven and earth said hello to him, but he didn't get any response, and he couldn't help but feel depressed until now. The yin-yang demon Ginseng was also taken care of very well. The yang energy was strong here, so Su Yan only needed to come down every few days to give it some real energy. Yang Kai laughed, squatted down and fed it 2 drops of yang liquid, and the yin-yang demon Ginseng immediately became happy. Sitting cross-legged beside yin-yang demon Ginseng, his mind moved, and the black book without words appeared in his hand. These days, every time he is promoted, whether it is a small realm or a large realm, Yang Kai will check the wordless black book, expecting to spy a little mystery from it. But every time he came to take advantage of it, and returned in disappointment. After more than a few times, Yang Kai was no longer as enthusiastic as he had been at the beginning. The help that He Shu has given him is enough, even if he can't get anything from He Shu in the future, Yang Kai is confident that he can grow up. Thinking about it this way, my mood has improved a lot. It is better to ask for others than to ask for yourself. No matter how good the black book is, if you don't work hard, it will be in vain. This time, it was just a habitual investigation. Yang Kai didn't expect to get anything from it, so he turned to the 5th page and poured vitality into the black book. Different from the previous stone sinking into the sea, this time there was a reaction on the black book. Yang Kai couldn't help but look up, his eyes widened and he looked at the black book, while his vitality continued to pour in. Layers of ripples spread outward, and then streaks of golden light appeared from the black book, but unlike before, these golden lights did not emerge from the black book, but were connected together, densely packed, like a complex array. Not long after, a line of large characters appeared. Medicine King Valley, 10,000 Medicine Pond. After a while, this line of large characters disappeared, and the golden light on the black book gradually disappeared. Yang Kai frowned slightly. This time, it was very different from before. He Shu didn't give him anything, but gave him the name of a place. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AC Section Practice. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to A Unknown Currency Starter Ascent to vote for a ticket and a monthly ticket. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 204 The Grievance of the Little Sister. Medicine King Valley. Yang Kai naturally knows. This is a very special force. The valley is full of alchemists who are proficient in alchemy. The people in the Valley of Medicine Kings are not necessarily strong. The overall combat effectiveness can even be said to be inferior to the first-class forces. Slightly stronger than the second-rate forces. But it is such a force, the inheritance is much longer than any other family. It is said that it has been passed down for thousands of years. For such a long time, many superpowers have also been wiped out in the long river of history, but the Valley of the Medicine King is still immortal. Its status is detached, and even the 8 great families of the central capital dare not underestimate the existence of Medicine King Valley. Because every year, many warriors carry materials and go to Yaowang Valley to ask those alchemy masters to help alchemy. Medicine King Valley is inextricably linked with any power. In other words, whoever dares to be detrimental to Medicine King Valley will be the enemy of the entire world. There are rumors that there was a great sect master who went to the Valley of the King of Medicine to ask the masters in the valley to make alchemy, but he was rejected for some reason. This time, the big basket was stabbed, and Yao Wengu called out, and this big faction was wiped out overnight. The rumors are not necessarily true, but they are groundless, which shows how terrifying the influence of Medicine King Valley is. And Wanyaotan is a forbidden place in the Medicine King Valley. It is rumored that miracles often occur there. Many people who are proficient in alchemy have gained the alchemy insight from the founder of the Medicine King Valley Kai sect. The wordless black book presents such a line of words, which makes Yang Kai a little confused. Could it be that he wants to go to the Myriad Medicine Pond in Medicine King Valley to find something? Although there is such speculation, Yang Kai will definitely not go now. Once he knew nothing about alchemy, he would only be kicked out if he went there. Second, he must first improve his own strength. Then think of a good force and law to infiltrate the Medicine King Valley safely and wait for the opportunity. After receiving the wordless black book, Yang Kai took a hand, and as soon as he sucked it, a package on the ground was sucked over. This package of things was all lost by those overseas forces 300 years ago. Now that it has fallen into his hands, he should use it. When he was in Hidden Island before, Yang Kai wanted to refine a secret treasure for his own use, but because he was still overseas, he was afraid of touching the restrictions in these secret treasures and being perceived by their original sect. Now that it is different, I have returned to the High Heaven Pavilion, and even if the ban is touched, it is impossible to convey such a long distance. Use it carefully in the future, and don't worry about any problems at all. There are 3 secret treasures. Except for the Tai seal, which requires special mental power, the remaining sword and a blood begonia can be refined. The sword is 3 feet and 3 long, and the whole body is crimson. It seems that there is blood flowing in it. After a little perception, Yang Kai heard the screaming in the sword. Hearing this kind of voice, I am afraid that I will go crazy on the spot and fall into the evil way forever. This fierce thing is the Shira sword, the secret treasure of the Shira sect. Yang Kai looked over and over with joy, because he felt that he was quite cordial with this sword, and the vicious aura was very similar to the aura he exuded when he used his unyielding aura. It was this similarity that made him there is not much difference between the sword and the sword. This is not bad, at least it is a top-grade treasure, and it is a sword of killing, and the attack power of a sword in hand increases sharply. Putting down the Asura sword, Yang Kai picked up the bloody red crabapple. It looks like a begonia flower, but it looks very coquettish. The blossoming petals are as sharp as knives, and there is a strange and dangerous smell everywhere. After 300 years of dust, it still can't erase the murderous aura of this begonia flower. Another secret treasure that the master kills. Back then, the fallen flower sect must have killed countless enemies with this secret treasure, and then it was dyed this bright red like blood. The 2 secret treasures are very good, as if they were tailor-made for him. Yang Kai looked at this and looked at that, a bit difficult to choose. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai was ruthless and decided to ashamed both of them. Anyway, it is to consume more vitality and time. He made up his mind and was about to start, but some gravel fell rustling above his head. Yang Kai looked up and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In this cave, only 2 people knew the location, one was Su Yan, and the other was Shanning Shang. Su Yan has just left, and she will definitely not return. There is no need to guess who is coming. Sure enough, after a while, Shanning Chong flew in from above. Yang Kai was blocking the entrance of the cave, and the 2 almost collided with each other. Yang Kai roared and pulled her into a hand, letting her fall safely beside him, looking at her with a smile. Little senior sister, I'm back. Shanning Chang's eyes were filled with water, and there was an unconcealed joy and excitement after reunion after a long absence. Her face was still covered with that veil, and her forehead was still dotted with that sapphire. Dianfeng said softly, blinking his eyes, and almost did not shed tears. A few months ago, when he left, he didn't even say hello, only a letter. Now that I'm back, I don't say anything to myself, it's really too cruel. Seeing her red eyes, Yang Kai didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, for fear of accidentally making her cry. How do you know I'm back? Yang Kai diverted her attention. Su Yan told me, Shanning Chong sniffed, holding back the sourness in her heart, twisting her clothes, and said quietly, if she doesn't tell me, I don't know either. I'm about to tell you. Yang Kai felt guilty for a while. Really? Shanning Chong raised her eyes and looked up with joy in her eyes. Of course. Yang Kai nodded fiercely. The little sister is very good at coaxing, and she dismissed her disappointment and grievance in a few sentences, and the rest is only joy and happiness. You still have some conscience. Shanning Chong pouted. I also brought you a gift. Yang Kai opened his eyes and said nonsense. Even though she said this, Shanning Shang laughed clearly. Her eyes were crescent moons, full of sweetness and satisfaction. What gift? She was concerned again. Yang Kai smiled slightly, stood up and walked in front of another large package, stretched out his hand to untie it, and pointed at the large package of genius treasures, some medicinal materials. So many. Shanning Shang was taken aback. She stepped forward, and she knew the names and grades of these herbs with just one glance. Don't you need to take medicinal pills when you are cultivating? See if you need anything, and take it directly. Yang Kai was full of arrogance, and felt guilty in his heart. It's really not right to come back with a present. I don't need it. Shanning Shang, investigating the medicinal materials, she raised her head and said, I'll help you make a medicinal pill. It's too much trouble. This large package of medicinal materials has to be refined into pills, and it takes many days to refine. It's not troublesome. Sha Ningxiang chuckled, when I make medicine, I practice, and it improves faster than usual. The more high-grade medicinal materials I make, the greater the benefit to me. Junior brother, you bring back such materials for me to practice hands, it is the best gift. Didn't lie to me. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. I don't lie, Sha Ningxiang said angrily. Cough, I'm not lying. Yang Kai's face was embarrassed. If that's the case, then I'll bother little senior sister. Well, go do your own work, I'll refine my medicine pill. Sha Ningchong was obviously very happy. Yang Kai looked at her for a while and found that she was quite familiar with these herbs, so she sorted this large package of herbs into categories and quickly sorted them out. With a slight smile, Yang Kai also walked to the entrance of the cave and started busy with his own affairs. Inside the cave, Sha Ningxiang hummed softly as she used a magical method of refining medicine, refining many materials into liquid medicine, and then condensing it into a medicinal pill. Yang Kai wholeheartedly used his vitality to refine the Asura sword. As time passed, Sha Ningxiang refined more and more medicinal pills, and the large package of materials gradually decreased. When I was tired of practicing, I stopped to take a rest, looked at the back of the person sitting at the entrance of the cave, and after a while, I continued to practice alchemy with satisfaction. Every day, Sha Ningxiang had to go out. After all, Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure. If one day she disappeared and didn't return, old man Meng would definitely search for her and cause unnecessary trouble. For 4 or 5 days in a row, the Asura sword in Yang Kai's hand gradually connected to his mind. Yang Kai can feel the suffocation and tyranny of this slaughtering secret treasure more and more. It is worthy of being a secret treasure of the top grade of heaven. This one piece alone can improve Yang Kai's combat power by a level. Pulling the Asura's sword into his body, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It took so many days to refine it, and it was also a big load for Yang Kai, and the yang liquid that was left in his dantian was consumed a lot again. I have to find a way to replenish the yang fluid. Looking up and looking, Yang Kai opened his body and rushed out, and flew back after a while, holding 2 spirit grasses in his hands. This is the pure heart that was planted a few months ago, and it was bought from Lan Chudi. The 2 spirit grasses had already matured. Yang Kai took them to Sha Ningxiang, let her refine them into pills, and after taking them orally, finally condensed some yang liquid out. With sufficient yang liquid, Yang Kai continued refining Qinrui blood begonia. A few days passed, and the artifact of Luo Hua sect was finally taken into the body by Yang Kai. After obtaining 2 heaven-grade secret treasures in a row, Yang Kai's strength has increased tremendously. Although it is impossible to use the full power of these 2 secret treasures now, as long as you persevere in nourishing them with primordial temperature, one day you will be able to make them shine. Those medicinal materials had already been refined by Sha Ningxiang long ago, and there were more than a dozen bottles of various medicinal herbs. The refined medicinal pills are at the lowest level of the earth grade, and some are even of the heaven grade, and their value is immeasurable. If all these medicinal pills are eaten, Yang Kai estimates that he can at least improve 1 or 2 small realms. But the amount is too much. If you eat it all in one go, it will definitely take a long time to refine it. So Yang Kai didn't plan to take them now. It has been half a month since I returned to the sect. It is time to go out and see the situation. The 3 major forces are now staying in the High Heaven Pavilion, and the 3 young masters are all thinking of Su Yan. That's her own woman. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Gong UNMM to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 205. This kid's surname is Yang. There are now 3 factions in the High Heaven Pavilion. One is the Dong family, the second is the Bai family, and the third is the Zhuegu. Each family is not easy to provoke. These forces are second only to the 8 great families of the central capital, with strong background and countless masters. These forces may be able to scare others, but they definitely cannot scare Yang Kai. These days, Yang Kai has also inquired about a lot of information from Sha Ningxiang, and he naturally has a mind. Walking in the High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai first went to the contribution hall to say hello to Meng Wuya. At the first sight of Yang Kai, Meng Wuya's old face immediately pulled the elder, as if Yang Kai owed him several million taels of silver. Old man Meng finally knew why his precious apprentice had swept away the gloom and sullenness of the past these days. It turns out, this kid has returned. Needless to say, the precious apprentice must have met him long ago, otherwise how could it have changed so much? Hey, it's a blessing not a disaster, it's a disaster that can't be avoided. I just don't know if the precious apprentice can survive this disaster safely. Treasurer Meng, I'm back. Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Meng Wuya laughed dryly. Well, just come back, just come back. The perfunctory and casual look on his face showed no joy at all. During the speech, Meng Wuya's expression suddenly changed, and his consciousness swept across Yang Kai, shocked. You have entered the clutch. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Meng Wuya almost didn't bite his tongue. How long has it been? After all the calculations, it has only been half a year since he left the High Heaven Pavilion, half year ago. He had just been aerodynamic, and at this time he had already reached the state of clutching and rejoining. The speed of this improvement was also a little faster, which was simply incredible and beyond imagination. How did you do it? Meng Wuya stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes as if he had discovered a treasure. Practice and practice, that's all. Yang Kai grinned. Meng Wuya was speechless for a long time, thinking that if this kid keeps getting promoted at this speed, maybe he can really get out of this small world and really be worthy of his precious apprentice. Brows furrowed, Meng Wuya said again, you came back at a bad time. Many people are looking for you now. Why are you looking for me? Yang Kai raised his brows. Explore that martial skill, Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice, it's the one you used to inflict heavy damage on 6th order monsters in the Inheritance Cave. Many people are interested in this. Yang Kai chuckled. If they want it, it's okay to sell it to them at a price that makes me tempted. Star marks this trick. The power is huge, but even if it is traded with a single hammer, it is quite laborious to gather vitality, and after it is used, if the physical strength is not enough, you will only suffer losses. If those people really offered a price that would make Yang happy, everyone could naturally sit down and discuss. Anyway, you should be careful, boy, don't say that the old man didn't remind you, the people from the Bai family and zhenwu don't care much about you. Su Yan attracted most of their attention, but I see that Dong family. This kid seems to care about you very much, and he came to this old man several times to inquire about the news. I also care about him very much. Yang Kai smiled slightly, where is he now? Live where you used to live. It's strange for this kid. The people from the Bai family and zhenwu are arranged to live in comfortable places, but he has chosen your small broken house. He is determined to win for you. It's more important to avoid the limelight first. Old man Meng rolled his eyes and urged him, or you can go out and hide for another year and a half. When you come back in a year and a half, the precious apprentice may forget you. Dream boundless thought. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. They didn't come to find him, he still had to find them. What did he do to hide from them? Saying goodbye to Meng Wuya, Yang Kai walked towards his former small broken house. Yang Kai, it's Yang Kai, he actually came back at this time. Someone exclaimed after seeing Yang Kai. People from the three major forces are looking for him. Isn't he throwing himself into the net? You said, will he also be recruited by those three? It will definitely be recruited. Are there still a few people who have been recruited these days? Yang Kai has suffered a lot in the sect over the years, and he is only a trial disciple. Now that there is a good place to go, where will he stay in the sect? Inside the door. The conditions offered by the three are very attractive. Another unfamiliar white-eyed wolf. The spit sound came, mixed with endless contempt, and some envy. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent and he didn't pay attention. Although he has been identified as a trial disciple in the High Heaven Pavilion, his own abilities and all of his strengths have come from his own efforts. He has never received any support from the sect. There won't be any psychological burden, so why would you care about their rhetoric? Not long after, they came to the front of the cabin. Outside the wooden house, there were two elderly old men, one stood with their hands down, the other hunched over their backs, and put their hands in their sleeves. Yang Kai walked over, the two old men didn't even look at him, just squinted and stood outside, lazily basking in the sun. When Yang Kai was about 30 feet close to the wooden house, the two divine senses suddenly charged towards Yang Kai, without killing intent, just a warning. Yang Kai's body trembled slightly, and two divine senses rushed into the body, like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest ripple. With the help of Wen Shenlian, the mere warning can't help Yang Kai. Continue to walk forward, steady and firm. The two sleepy old men suddenly opened their eyes were like electricity, and they looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Obviously they didn't expect this young man to be so weird. Just as he was about to do it again, a light shout suddenly came from the wooden house, stop. The voice came out, and the momentum of the two senile old men stopped, and they became harmless to humans and animals again, but the two pairs of vigilant eyes never left Yang Kai. Inside the wooden house, a man in a blue robe walked out. He was about 20 years old, with sword eyebrows, xingyu, function, and handsome. He was born with a talented person. He was well-mannered and had an extraordinary temperament. It's just that his body is a little fat, which makes him look a little naive. Clear skin, much fairer than the average woman. At this moment, the man was looking towards Yang Kai, and the eyes of the two met in midair. There was a trace of contempt in the eyes of the former, and a trace of caution in the eyes of the latter. After a while, the man stepped forward and walked towards Yang Kai, his pace getting faster and faster. "Young master," one of the two old men couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this scene. "Don't interfere," the man snorted coldly. "Yes." Yang Kai is also walking towards him. After a while, the two collided, almost at the same time, their fists and palms staggered, and their bodies swayed. Dengadeng stepped back. "Huh," the blue-shirted man flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes, sneered, and shot again. Touch touch, the man and Yang Kai seemed to be holding back a burst of anger, desperately hitting each other, and there was no defense at all, they were all attacking. Yang Kai kicked the man's crotch, but was blocked by his legs. The man stretched out two fingers and poked at Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai tilted his head and hurriedly avoided. The two people's moves are strange and unpredictable, changeable, vicious, and they do everything they can. The eyelids of the two elderly people are jumping. However, what made the two of them feel extremely strange was that neither this High Heaven Pavilion disciple nor the son of their own family had used their vitality in their moves. The two of them are just working hard on their fists and feet. It looks like he has a revenge for taking his wife and killing his father. The fight was so hot that it was inseparable, and the scene was a hot and humid mess. "What are you doing, son? This is where they are fighting, it is clearly a fight between hooligans." The faces of the two old people who had lived for a while were blushing, if this scene spread out. "How will you be a man in the future?" With a muffled sound, Yang Kai hit the opponent with an eye-sealing slap. For a while, gold stars appeared in his eyes, and his body swayed. With another touch, young Master Dong was punched in the face by Yang Kai, and he felt that his front teeth were almost knocked off, and his mouth was full of blood. "Boy, you are courting death," young Master Dong shouted angrily. Yang Kai sneered. "Let's see who will die first." The two fought desperately again. During the chaotic battle, young Master Dong threw Yang Kai to the ground, stuck his legs, put his knees on his abdomen, put his hands on his arms, and asked in a cold voice, "Stinky boy. Disagree?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth, fought with a broken arm, and threw up abruptly, grabbed the opponent, and twisted one of his arms, grinning, "Are you satisfied?" The son of the Dong family hissed in pain and gasped for air, slapped one hand on the ground, raised his head and said to the two old men, "What are you looking at?" "I was beaten, son." With a mouthful of dirt, how could young Master Dong still have the elegant demeanor he had before? The two old men watching the play woke up like a dream and hurried forward. Yang Kai pouted and retreated more than 10 feet in a flash. The two old men didn't pursue them. Although the son was beaten, they could see it after watching it for a long time. The High Heaven Pavilion disciple and his son seemed to be old acquaintances, and naturally they would not kill him. It's just, how could the young master recognize people in such a small place? Young Master Dong hurriedly got up, looked at Yang Kai with fear, one hand drooped by his side, gritted his teeth and said, "The stinky boy is very capable." The same is true for Yang Kai, his left hand is dislocated, and he can't use any strength. Hearing this, he chuckled lightly, 30 years Hedong, 30 years Hexi, if you don't call someone, I beat your mother even if you don't recognize you. Young Master Dong took a deep breath and said bitterly, "I'll settle the account with you later." Greeting an old man, "Go and help him get his hands on it." "No need." Yang Kai stretched out his right hand and held up his left hand, pulling and sending it, with a click, his arm was intact. Young Master Dong was stunned, and with a cruel heart, he did as he did, but he was sweating coldly from his aching forehead, but he finally connected his arms. "Fengyan Shuangwei." Yang Kai's eyes swept lightly towards the two old men and asked casually. The expressions of the two old people changed, and they looked at Yang Kai in shock. They didn't expect their identity to be broken by this young man. "Who is he?" Young Master Dong smiled bitterly. "Don't be shocked, this kid's surname is Yang. The last name is Yang." Fengyan Shuangwei's complexion changed again, and he had already guessed Yang Kai's identity in his heart, and hurriedly clasped his fists. "I have seen young Master Yang." To be continued. Chapter 206 The Cuckoo Bird Yang Family. Yang surname. Very common, a surname, ranging from high-ranking officials, noble families, martial artists, down to the common people, street beggars. There are countless people surnamed Yang in the world. However, there is only one family named Yang in the whole world, Sedong Qinghan will specifically point it out. That is the Yang family of the 8 great families in the central capital. The Yang family, who behaved erratically and could not be rationalized, was also the top-ranked family among the 8 great families. The Dong family is considered a first-class force in this world, but there is still some gap between them and the 8 great masters of the central capital, let alone the most powerful one. If it is said that the sons of other big families will go to this place where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs, they will hide their names and become ordinary disciples. Which of those sons is not tender and tender, enjoys all the glory and wealth, and has been smooth sailing since he was born, and he has what he wants? But if it is said that this young man is from the Yang family, Shuangwei is convinced. Because the way the Yang family trains disciples is so weird, every generation of direct disciples has grown up like this. At some suitable time, all the direct disciples will be dismissed, and they will each seek opportunities to cultivate, and will be recalled after a certain time. This kind of cultivation method is very dangerous, because when these direct disciples are cultivating outside, they cannot borrow the power and resources of the family. The disciples of the Yang family who were sent away died prematurely before they had grown up. There are disadvantages and advantages. This way of training makes every disciple of the Yang family become independent and strong, washes away their dependence on the family, and works hard outside for many years, so that they know that there is only one person in the world that they can trust, and that is themselves. Therefore, the direct disciples of the Yang family rarely have the pompousness and arrogance of those sons, and they are all cold and arrogant. Moreover, with the help of this training method, the Yang family has also collected numerous martial arts and martial arts skills from numerous sects to fill the storage of their own family. To say which family in the world has the most martial arts and martial arts, it is undoubtedly the Yang family. There is a kind of bird in the world, called cuckoo. The cuckoo bird will lay its eggs in other bird nests, and let other birds hatch and nurture for it. The little birds are also extremely ferocious, falling out of the bird's nest to die alone enjoying the favor of his adoptive parents. The reputation of the cuckoo bird is not good, just like the reputation of the Yang family outside. Because of the two practices, there is not much difference. When the Yang family's direct line disciples were about to be dismissed, the major sects and forces in the world avoided Yang like a tiger. For fear of accidentally taking in a disciple of the Yang family and raising him, he would flutter and fly away. The Yang family's practice of raising children from a nest has caused a lot of trouble, but as the head of the 8 great families, the Yang family has thick legs and long arms. It is said that 100 years ago, a disciple of the Yang family entered a first-class sect called Huishanmen. The heads and elders of Huishanmen also liked it very much. Naturally, they vigorously cultivated it, and even negotiated to list it as a successor. All kinds of secrets that were not passed on were open to it without reservation. This son is really talented, and in just a few years, he has learned all kinds of martial arts and exercises of Huishanmen. However, 10 years later, this disciple, who had consumed countless resources of Huishanmen and had been placed with great expectations by the head and elders, actually left the sect one night. Until then, people from Huishanmen knew that this disciple was actually a member of the Yang family. The head of Huishanmen and the elders all vomited blood, almost never got sick. It's enough to waste 10 years teaching a white-eyed wolf, but many secrets of Huishanmen who have not been passed down have also been learned by him and become something of the Yang family. How can this make people not depressed? People from Huishanmen went to the Yang family to make trouble, but they only got some compensation. It is precisely because of this tragic incident that the sects of the world are extremely vigilant against the disciples of the Yang family. The lessons from the past, the teacher of the future. If it took more than 10 years to cultivate the Yang family and he ran away again, it would not be a repeat of the mistakes of Huishanmen, but it would be a joke for the world. But no matter how prepared they are, Yang Kai's direct disciples should go out to practice or go out. Before they were dismissed, these direct disciples were hidden in the snow, few people knew their names, and few people had seen them. Therefore, the Yang family is hard to guard against. In a sudden change of mind, Fengyan Shuangwei became more and more certain of Yang Kai's identity, because just about 4 years ago, the Yang family had indeed dismissed the contemporary direct disciples. So, this is the youngest son of the Yang family. Doesn't it mean that he is not suitable for cultivation? How has it reached the state of clutching and reunion? Although this strength is not too high, it is not too bad. However, it is not surprising that his son can know him, because the Dong family and the Yang family had a marriage in the previous generation. The son's aunt married the 4th master of the Yang family, and the son also went to Yang family when he was young several times at home. The two must have met before. Come in, let's talk. Dong Qinghen's eyes were filled with hatred for not turning iron into steel, and there was also a hint of surprise and surprise. He turned to Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The two walked into the house. The wooden house was still so simple, but there was an extra table on which drinks and vegetables were placed. Sit down, Dong Qinghen said concisely. Are you waiting for me? Yang Kai sat down with a big horse and looked at the table with some surprise. A strange look flashed in Dong Qinghen's eyes, and he nodded slightly. You have grown up a lot in a few years abroad, and the way the Yang family cultivates disciples really does have a certain way. People always have to grow up. Yang Kai lifted the jug, poured him a glass, and filled it up. Before you saw me like a mouse saw a cat, why aren't you afraid now? You actually dare to piss me off. Dong Qinghen still felt the smell of blood in his mouth, and Yang Kai's punch was heavy enough. What happened to you? How many times I was bullied by you when I was a child, and now it's time to get it back. Yang Kai sneered, and the cousin in front of him was quite dissatisfied with the fact that he had to repair himself every time he visited the Yang family, and pity himself at that time. He had never practiced martial arts at all. How old was he? How could he be his opponent? Every time I was taught a lesson, my nose was blue and my face was swollen. Thinking of these Yang Kai's teeth itching with hatred, I just felt that the attack was too light. When I was a child, Dong Qinghen's face was calm and he couldn't see any emotions. He drank the wine in one gulp, and pushed the wine glass in front of Yang Kai, signaling to refill it. The cousin poured wine for the cousin. Naturally there was nothing to say. The two drank several glasses in a row, and then they glanced at each other and both sighed. Although the relationship was not very good when he was a child, Yang Kai knew that this cousin just hated iron, because at that time he didn't want to practice martial arts at all, so he wanted to force himself with his fists. In general, Dong Qinghen left a lot of childhood shadows on Yang Kai, but it was also out of good intentions, but the way was a bit extreme. I didn't expect you to come to such a place. Dong Qinghen chuckled lightly. When I came to this place and heard your name, I really couldn't believe it. After several inquiries, I was sure it was you. My father asked me to come. Oh, could it be that uncle also trained here? Dong Qinghen was a little surprised. I don't know, he didn't say it, just let me come to this place. Yang Kai has been puzzled these days, and he still can't understand the meaning of it. How about my parents? Yang Kai raised his head and asked after being silent for a while. Dong Qinghen glanced at him. Auntie misses you so much, everyone has lost a lot of weight. Yang Kai's expression darkened. When he left the Yang family, he was just an ordinary person. His parents must be very worried if he didn't go back in the past few years. And, my aunt was locked up once by your Yang family. For half a year, my uncle was beaten with a cane for 30 times. With a smack, the wine glass in Yang Kai's hand smashed. His face was extremely sinister, and there was a fierce aura between his eyebrows. What's going on? Dong Qing smiled coldly. Because my aunt misses you, I wanted to sneak out to see how you were doing. Then I was discovered by the Immortals of your Yang family. You also know the family rules of the Yang family, and the direct disciples are outside. Experience, no one is allowed to visit in any way, and violators will be severely punished. If it wasn't for my uncle to replace him, my aunt would be the one who hit the 30 big boards. 30 big board, this is not an ordinary 30 big board. The Yang family punishment hall has a special secret treasure, which is motivated by vitality and is specially used to beat people's boards. Even a master of the real Yuan realm would have to lie in bed for a few days to eat a few plates. If these 30 big boards are hit, 4th Master Yang estimates that he will have to lie down for several months. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed down the tumbling blood, grabbed the glass in front of Dong Qinghen and drank it. Those who are immortal will pay the price sooner or later. Yang Kai's voice was cold. At that time, I was not suitable for cultivation, and I did not want to cultivate. As an ordinary person, I was driven out of the Yang family by those immortals, forcing myself to practice with those brothers. A 12-year-old boy, who was just an ordinary person, came all the way to the High Heaven Pavilion. How could he help outsiders with the suffering he encountered? I don't like your Yang family, nor your Yang family. Your Yang family is too ruthless. Dong Qinghen pouted. The Yang family's way of cultivating disciples is very special. Although it can train a person, it is precisely because of this way that the family relationship between the Yang family is very weak. In order to extend the prestige of the Yang family, they can sacrifice anyone who can be sacrificed. The disciples of the Yang family have been training abroad, and it will take 10 years before they can go back. It's less than 4 years now, and my aunt will have to wait 6 years to see you again. I wonder if she can wait. Dong Qinghen's tone was full of sadness. When you go back this time, bring a message to my parents and say that I am all right, so they can rest assured. I will. Dong Qinghen nodded slightly. That's my aunt. The heavy topic was gradually revealed, and neither of them wanted to talk more. You came to High Heaven Pavilion this time to inherit the matter of Dongtian? Yang Kai asked. Of course, why else would I go to a place where birds don't lay eggs? Dong Qinghen pursed his lips for a while, and then changed the topic, but your sect really has a few geniuses, especially the one named Su Yan. Girl, it is said that not only is her strength high, but she is also beautiful and beautiful as ice, but it is a pity that I have never been able to see her beauty. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Chuchulian. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 207 What benefits can you give? Dong Qingli, while talking, looked at Yang Kai with great meaning, as if he was observing his reaction, as if he had heard some rumors. That's your younger brother and sister. Yang Kai didn't fight him, and said it in one sentence. Dong Qinghen couldn't help but open his mouth wide and looked at Yang Kai stupidly. Obviously, I didn't expect the rumors to be true. My little cousin won the arrogant daughter of other people's sects. The Yang family, as expected, can't be underestimated. Fortunately, I didn't go with the two idiots of the Bai family and Zhenwu, or else would I be digging your corner. Dong Qinghen smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, as the son of the Dong family, he has a high status, and he is born with outstanding talents. At a young age, he is naturally suave and unrestrained. Wherever he goes, he is also merciful, attracting bees and butterflies. I don't know how many beautiful women have relationships. Have fun. But it was precisely because I had heard a few words between him and Su Yan when I was inquiring about Yang Kai before. To be cautious, I didn't go to the Bai family and Zhenwu people. I just wanted to confirm the test, but I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Dong Qinghen was also fortunate for a while. Fortunately he didn't provoke him, otherwise this cousin wouldn't fight with him now. Yang Kai naturally knew the temper and personality of such a big family son, so he bluntly admitted that this was not a show, but an attitude. Tell him clearly, that's my woman. I'm anxious about whoever hits her mind. The stinky boy is very blessed. Dong Qinghen chuckled, although the High Heaven Pavilion is a small sect, but I heard that the girl named Su Yan has reached the realm of the 4th and 5th layers of the True Yuan realm. Is also a top-notch genius, not to mention, she is very likely to obtain a powerful inheritance. Such talents, even if they go to join the 8 great families in central capital, will be looted and cultivated as treasures. Since they are younger siblings, it seems that my Dong family can't recruit them. Dong Qinghen gave another wry smile. You should have gained a lot, right? Yang Kai looked up at him and said casually. Dong Qinghen nodded slightly. There are some, but they are far from what was expected. You have also entered the inheritance cave. Tell me, what is it like inside? Yang Kai pondered for a while, and briefly said what happened in the inheritance cave, but did not reveal who got the inheritance. It was all innocuous information, but Dong Qinghen still listened to it with gusto. Hey, it's surprising that inheritance Dongtian actually appears in such a place. It's a waste of money for the disciples of the 3 factions here. Why didn't they appear on the territory of my Dong family? Dong Qinghen sighed for a long time, secretly saying that God is unfair. In the first 2 or 3 months of the appearance of Inheritance Cave, the 3 factions will keep secrets and guard them. It was not until later that the matter gradually spread, and those big forces and sects sent people to look for the person who inherited the inheritance. It is a pity that now, no one has found the inheritor, but the secret treasures and martial skills from the Inheritance Cave, each of which has acquired some. Those secret treasures were damaged so badly that they could no longer be used, but after all, they were secret treasures refined by powerful warriors countless years ago, and bringing them back is also worth studying. And the grades of those martial arts are not too low, at least they are earth level, and even heaven level martial arts. It can be said that the appearance of Inheritance Dongtian this time has made Lingxiao Pavilion, the Bloody Battle Gang and Fengyulo all fat in a short period of time. The major forces that came here are all buying from these 3 factions, and each one is making a lot of money. The only regret is that some disciples couldn't help the temptation and left their sects and surrendered to these great forces. There are also many in High Heaven Pavilion. The 5 elders can't do anything about it. After all, they are very powerful. What's wrong with poaching your disciples? Wei Zitong and Su Xuanwu could only turn a blind eye, praying that the sons and masters of these great powers would leave as soon as possible, and that the High Heaven Pavilion would be clean. The two cousins AA were talking, and the two guards outside suddenly said, Young Master Yang, people from the Bai family and Zhuegu are here. Yang Kai and Dong Qinghan looked at each other, the latter chuckled lightly, it's coming quickly, I'm afraid it's because of the martial skill in your hand. Yang Kai nodded secretly. Meng Wuya had told him before that the star marks he displayed in the inheritance cave made others very concerned, and what was the difference between the martial skills that could severely damage the sixth-order monsters with one blow? The people from the Bai family and Zhuegu came here, obviously for the sake of the star marks. What are you going to do? Dong Qinghan looked at Yang Kai calmly. Those two idiots have been harassing the younger brother and sister. Yang Kai must be full of anger now, and I'm afraid there will be a good show in the future. If Yang Kai revealed his true identity, the people from the Bai family and Zhuegu would definitely not dare to provoke them, but they would probably apologize and show a sullen look. But the problem is, Yang Kai can't be exposed. Dong Qinghan is looking forward to how this cousin will solve the problem in front of him. A slightly obese face is filled with a cheerful smile. Look at their attitude. Yang Kai looked indifferent. Good attitude, everyone sit down and talk. Star marks can shine in their own hands, but it does not mean that they can be in the hands of others, so even if they sell it, it's no big deal. What if they have a bad attitude? Dong Qinghan narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. Dong Qinghan also laughed, couldn't help but cheer up and put on a look of watching a good show. It is obviously impossible to expect the two idiots with eyes above the top of the Bai family and Zhuegu to have a good attitude. Not long after, two loud laughter came from outside, and two men of the same age as Dong Qinghan walked into the gate, one in white as snow and the other in luxurious purple. Both of them are young heroes, the one in white is Bai Yunfeng, the son of the Bai family, and the one in purple is Fan Hong, a disciple of Zhuegu. Immediately behind these two, there were two other High Heaven Pavilion disciples, one of them, Yang Kai, looked familiar, but couldn't name them, and the other was Cao Zhenguan, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. Yang Kai had dealt with Cao Zhenguan twice. Before leaving the High Heaven Pavilion last time, this person also conveyed the promotion order of the Elder Council to Yang Kai, but he was rejected by Yang Kai, which made him lose face very much. Even being punished by the elders, it can be said that he hates Yang Kai to the bones. The two High Heaven Pavilion disciples had entered Inheritance Cave, but now they are following behind Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong. He is a disciple of the Bai family and Zhuegu. Brother Dong is so elegant. You are drinking and drinking here, and you don't even call me and Brother Fan. It's too outrageous. Bai Yunfeng laughed, and cast a light glance at Yang Kai, then put away the folding fan with a proud demeanor. Fan Hong also smiled and said, Brother Dong is not confused by the beauty, which makes me and Brother Bai admire greatly. It's ridiculous that I and Brother Bai went to the small attic to search for half a month, and we have never seen a jade person. It would be better. Brother Dong is at ease drinking and having fun here. A faint sneer appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. The small attic the two of them mentioned must be Su Yan's residence. Dong Qinghan smiled, stretched out his hand, asked the two to sit down, glanced at Yang Kai lightly, and said, My father promised me a marriage the other day, so I don't dare to provoke other women. Dong Mook no two brothers are free. Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong were seated, while Cao Zhenguan and another High Heaven Pavilion disciple stood behind them. Bai Yunfeng said, Brother Dong is joking, but I heard that Brother Dong has recently recruited a female disciple in the High Heaven Pavilion. I don't know how the brother will arrange for this female disciple. Is it to hide her in a golden house, or accept it as a concubine? Dong Qinghan smiled wryly and shook his head. Brother Bai, don't be joking, I did recruit a female disciple, but it was for the family. That girl had also entered the Inheritance Cave and got a good chance. Her qualifications are not bad, only with the right resources, there will be development in the future. Bai Yunfeng laughed and didn't look into it any further. He turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai, with a trace of contempt and arrogance looking down on all living beings in his eyes, and said lightly, This must be the High Heaven Pavilion disciple named Yang Kai. I don't know Brother Dong. How's it going with him? These words were very casual, although they were in front of Yang Kai, they didn't take him seriously but asked Dong Qinghan. We're talking. Dong Qinghan nodded slightly. Before the result came out, the two of you came. Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong's eyes lit up and said, Looks like Brother Fan and I still have a chance. Fan Hong looked directly at Yang Kai Dao. I heard that you acquired a powerful martial skill in Inheritance Cave, is it true? Yang Kai smiled and said, Not bad. Fan Hong's spirit was shocked, and he said, Ming people don't speak secretly, but this young master will speak bluntly. I'm interested in the set of martial arts you have. I wonder what conditions do you need to be willing to give up your love? What benefits can you give? Yang Kai looked at him lightly. Fan Hong chuckled lightly, reached into his arms, took out a stack of silver notes, pushed it in front of Yang Kai, and said lightly, "Here is 100,000 taels of silver notes. It's all yours." When Fan Hong said this, his expression was determined, with an expression of a wisdom pearl in his hand. Obviously, the 100,000 taels of silver notes have an unparalleled appeal to the disciples of this small sect. The same is true. When the 100,000 taels of silver bills were placed on the table, both Cao Zhenguan and another High Heaven Pavilion disciple were breathing more heavily and stared at the silver bills on the table with fiery eyes. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Fan Hong's expression remained unchanged, and he took out some silver notes and pushed them in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained unmoved. Bai Yunfeng laughed and said, "Brother Fan, you are too petty." Yang Kai, right, this young master is willing to exchange 200,000 taels of silver for your martial skills. How about you? You may not be able to earn so much wealth. It's enough for you to live a few lifetimes without worrying about food and clothing, and you can have 3 wives and 4 concubines and enjoy all the glory. Bai Yunfeng's shot was much more generous than Fan Hong's, and the latter glared at him fiercely, but Bai Yunfeng didn't care at all, just looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Dong Qinghan was also laughing, but with a deep meaning. These two idiots are really creative when they want to use 200,000 taels to smash a direct disciple of the Yang family. Dong Qinghan wanted to laugh a few times, but he had to endure it, his shoulders shrugged slightly, and it was extremely hard to hold back. It's such a fun show. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Practice. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for a recommendation ticket and a monthly ticket. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 208 Beat the dog without looking at the owner. 200,000 taels is already a lot, are you still not satisfied? Bai Yunfeng frowned slightly, looking at Yang Kai with some displeasure. They have also acquired a lot of martial arts these days, but they have never offered such a high price to anyone. If he hadn't heard of the extraordinary power of martial arts, how could he be so generous? The boy is a little ignorant of flattery. Bai Yunfeng snorted coldly, he is the son of the Bai family, even if that martial skill is really worth 200,000 taels, you have to sell it to me for 100,000 taels. Dong Qinghan was a little annoyed when he saw this person, and he couldn't sit still anymore, pretending to be unfamiliar with Yang Kai, and fanning the wind to the side, he said, "Boy, Dong also raised the price, 200,000 taels, plus a bottle. How about the Zhan Yuan Dan with Dong family characteristics?" Both Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong looked at Dong Qinghan in surprise. He didn't expect that he would even be willing to take out Xuanyuan pill. This is an earth-level middle-grade elixir. Although the grade is not too high, the effect is absolutely make people like it. Taking a supplementary training pill can make people get twice the result with half the effort. That martial arts really have such great value. Yes, Dong Qinghan had talked a lot with this Yang Kai before, and he must have some understanding of the martial arts, so he was willing to give up a bottle of Xuanyuan pill. 200,000 taels, plus an ordinary high-grade secret treasure. Fan Hong immediately raised his bid. Dong Qinghan frowned and said, "Brother Fan, this is a malicious competition." Fan Hong didn't say a word, but Bai Yunfeng took it over. "Brother Dong, what are you talking about? That martial skill is extraordinary, since everyone wants it, naturally they have to use their own means, and the one with the highest price is fair." This young master bid 300,000 taels, and he also added a high-grade mortal treasure, and it was a defensive treasure. Quote. Fan Hong was stunned when he heard the words, and smiled bitterly, "Brother Bai, you are really willing." Even he didn't dare to offer this price. He didn't expect Bai Yunfeng to be so decisive. Dong Qinghan also smiled and said, "Since Brother Bai is determined to win, then Dong will not fight with you, and it will hurt peace if you continue to fight." Bai Yunfeng laughed loudly, and handed over to the two of them, humble and humble. "After this matter, I will definitely make amends for the two of them." The three of them made their own bids and talked very happily. Looking at this posture, it seemed that the attribution of the star marks had been determined, and they did not care about Yang Kai's opinions. Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, "I didn't say I wanted to sell this martial art, did I?" Bai Yunfeng's smile immediately stiffened on his face, and Fan Hong was also stunned. 300,000 taels, plus an ordinary high-grade defense secret treasure, isn't enough to offset the value of that martial skill. Boy, don't ask the lion to open his mouth, or you may lose both people and money. Bai Yunfeng looked cold and stern, the voice threatened coldly. Cao Zhenguan, who was standing behind Bai Yunfeng, also sneered. Yang Kai, don't be ashamed, the price offered by Mr. Bai is fair enough, what more do you want? Bai Yunfeng unfolded the folding fan, raised Erlang's legs, and looked at Yang Kai calmly, fanning the wind gently, his face full of disdain and contempt. Dong Qinghan continued to stir up the muddy water and deliberately said, "Oh. Do you want to join our forces?" Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong frowned and couldn't help but think of this possibility. Before the two of them spoke, it was Cao Zhenguan who said coldly, "Young Master Bai, this person has been in Lingxiao Pavilion for 3 years, but he has only cultivated to the 3rd level of the body tempering realm, is destined to have no future, and recruiting into the Bai family will only be shameful, so you should think twice." Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly shook his hand and shot out a glass of wine in front of him, throwing it directly on Cao Zhenguan's face. The faces of the people at the table changed abruptly, especially Bai Yunfeng, whose faces were even more difficult to see. "Yang Kai, you are courting death." Cao Zhenguan was furious and was about to attack, but was stopped by Bai Yunfeng. "Kid, it's up to the master to beat the dog." Bai Yunfeng looked at Yang Kai coldly, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. "If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, you can't leave here alive." "Do you want to explain?" Yang Kai's expression was indifferent and his voice was flat. "My martial skill is at the Zan level, is this explanation enough?" As soon as these words came out, everyone changed color again, and even Dong Qinghan was stunned on the spot. Zan level. Everyone had previously guessed that the martial arts mastered by Yang Kai might be of the heavenly rank, but they never expected that it was of the profound rank. Even the first-class forces such as the Dong family, the Bai family, and Zuegu have few sets of Zan level martial arts. Any set of Zan level martial arts is the secret of these great forces, and non-future family pillars must not be practiced. Is this true? Dong Qinghan's voice was trembling, and he scolded me in his heart. I knew it was a Zan level martial arts. What drama would I watch? If I exchange this martial arts with my cousin, nothing will happen. Okay, now it's alright, the two idiots Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong have also mixed in, and the matter may be difficult to end. In the inheritance cave, my strength is only the 7th floor of Kaiyuan realm, and I can severely damage a 6th order monster. I don't need to say more about the level of this martial skill, right? Yang Kai snorted. The breaths of several people became hot, and when they looked at Yang Kai again, there was no contempt and disdain from before, and all of them had their eyes glowing. The conditions just now remain the same. You can join my Bai family as a disciple. Bai Yunfeng took a deep breath and made a decision. Using the identity of a disciple to exchange a set of Zan level martial arts, the Bai family will definitely make a lot of money. As for this Yang Kai entered the treatment after the Bai family depends on his own qualifications. I can accept you as a disciple on behalf of Zuegu, and provide you with a good cultivation environment. Fan Hong also hurriedly spoke. I'm not interested in joining any of your families. Yang Kai didn't bother to talk to them anymore. If you want my martial arts, you can exchange for a set of martial arts that are also Zan level. Fan Hong frowned and looked strange. Do you want our secrets that are not shared? The same as Zan level, everyone exchanges, and it is not a loss. What? Is this transaction unfair? Yang Kai looked at him lightly. Bai Yunfeng sneered. It's impossible, the secrets that are not passed on are the secrets that are not passed on. Except for the direct disciples of the Bai family, outsiders are not allowed to practice. Then there is nothing to talk about. Yang Kai stood up and wanted to leave the table. Want to go? Bai Yunfeng's expression changed. He sneered, and reached out to block Yang Kai's way. If you don't hand over that martial skill today, you will never want to leave here. The deal could not be negotiated. Bai Yunfeng was about to snatch it hard, and he really didn't pay attention to the mere disciple of the High Heaven Pavilion. Go away. Yang Kai had already seen him unhappy, but when he saw him making a move, there was no hesitation, and he punched him fiercely. Bai Yunfeng snorted coldly and greeted him with a palm. There was a loud bang on the ground, fierce vitality burst out, and the cabin suddenly fell apart. After brushing, several figures came out from the inside. Dong Qinghan, Bai Yunfeng, Fan Hong, Yang Kai, Cao Zhenguan and another High Heaven Pavilion disciple were all disheartened. You dare to do something to me? Bai Yunfeng was furious, and his expression was hideous. Although he didn't suffer a loss in the fight just now, he didn't do anything to Yang Kai. He was just a little surprised at the strength of the other party's vitality. The realm of the layer actually blocked his own blow, which was a big surprise. Young Master Bai, your body is noble, you don't have to have the same knowledge as him, let me speak for the son. Cao Zhenguan took the initiative to ask Ying, just now he was poured by Yang Kai and lost his face, naturally want to get back to the place. Moreover, he has returned to the Bai family, and now he naturally wants to find an opportunity to express himself well. As long as Yang Kai is smashed and the anger of Bai Yunfeng is relieved, will he still benefit from him in the future? Bai Yunfeng nodded coldly. Break his hands and feet for me, and let him know the end of his disrespect to me. How dare a disciple from a small sect to be so presumptuous? Young master, don't worry, I have long wanted to teach this junior brother a lesson. Cao Zhenguan sneered, looking at Yang Kai from a distance of more than 10 meters, and said loudly, Junior brother Yang, don't say that I, a senior brother, won't give it to you. Opportunity, as long as you kneel down now, climb up to young Master Bai and kowtow a few times, maybe young Master Bai will spare you, or you will have to suffer a lot. Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically, being someone else's dog, your tone has become a lot more arrogant. Cao Zhengjung's face turned red, and he said coldly, young Master Bai has treated me with courtesy, so what if I submit to him? Even the elders in the sect didn't say anything. How can you accuse me? Do yourself a favor and expect others to look up to you. Ben Nian is in the same sect, I don't want to embarrass you too much, but you are looking for a dead end, no wonder your brother is cruel. Cao Zhenguan took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and the vitality in his body flowed, and he stopped talking nonsense. Expanding the movement method will deceive Yang Kai. But his footsteps just started to move, and before he had time to rush out, with a flower in front of him, Yang Kai, who was more than 10 meters away, came to him in an instant. Cao Zhenguan showed a stunned look on his face, and then his face changed greatly, and he hurriedly made a move. Yang Kai casually blocked and resolved his move, the flames flashed on the front of the fist, and the threefold explosion of Yan Yang exploded out. In the middle of his chest, Cao Zhenguan's complexion turned pale in an instant, his chest was sunken, his footsteps made a mistake, and he retreated to resolve Yang Kai's punch. Kankan opened the distance between Yang Kai and Yang Kai, but the fierce vitality that poured into the body exploded. With 3 muffled sounds, Cao Zhenguan opened his mouth and spat out a bloody arrow. One move was created. This change made everyone stunned on the spot. Although Cao Zhenguan's strength is not that strong, he has the realm of 5 layers of separation and reunion. But it was such a person who was actually vomited blood by Yang Kai's punch. Although he used the power of martial arts, the speed of Yang Kai's own elusiveness is really scary. Cao Zhenguan obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to be so tyrannical, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and before he recovered, Yang Kai actually rushed up again, panicked and resisted. How could he stop it? After hurriedly fighting a dozen moves, he was hit again. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking from his chest, and Cao Zhenguan was sweating coldly from his aching forehead. Yang Kai's expression is indifferent, his moves are ruthless, and his fists are not far from Cao Zhenguan's key points. After 10 breaths, Cao Zhenguan's vision became blurred, Yang Kai flew up and rolled his foot, Cao Zhenguan suddenly flew out like a rag sack, fell to the ground and never got up again. Not dead, but I don't know how many broken bones in my body, at least I have to lie down for several months to recover. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at CA2 just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first Releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 209 Fighting True Essence. After the 4 shifts are over, gently ask for a few monthly passes. The audience was shocked. Dong Qinghan stared blankly at Yang Kai, never expecting that he would not see him for 4 years. His cousin would be so cruel, and the 5th floor martial artist of the separation and reunion realm only lasted for less than 30 years in his hands. He fell to the ground in a short time, but he didn't do anything at all. In the dust of the sky, Yang Kai's body is tall and straight, his expression is indifferent, he looks down on the audience, and looks down. Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong were slightly shocked. After a while, Bai Yunfeng glanced at Cao Zhenguan, who had fallen to the ground, and snorted coldly, sure enough, he is a disciple trained by a small sect, but he is so unbearable. It seems that this young master has to do it himself. Fan Hong glanced at him in surprise, and was immediately relieved. Bai Yunfeng, as the son of the Bai family, has a high self-esteem. Although he doesn't care about Cao Zhenguan's life or death, he is also a disciple he recruited, and he is half a member of the Bai family. Now that he was maimed in front of his face, how could Bai Yunfeng easily expose it? If it is himself, Fan Hong will not give up. What's more, that Yang Kai also has a set of mysterious martial skills. It happened to use this as an excuse to pick him up, and then forced him to ask the training method of that set of martial arts. Thinking of this, Fan Hong couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He glanced coldly at the High Heaven Pavilion disciple standing behind him, wondering why Yang Kai didn't attack him just now. If he was crippled, he would have a reason to take action. Brother Bai, I'm afraid it's not good to take action on someone else's territory. Dong Qinghan was worried that Yang Kai might not be able to handle it, so he quickly stood up and said that after all, Bai Yunfeng is already a master at the first level of the real Yuan realm. There is a huge watershed between it and the separation and reunion. Bai Yunfeng said coldly, what about other people's territory? If you dare to hurt my Bai family disciple, you will have to pay the price. He was determined to make Yang Kai look good. Dong Qinghan's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. He wanted to help, but he didn't know how to intervene. After all, from the outsider's eyes, he and Yang Kai also met by chance. Once Yang Kai's identity is exposed, it will only do him no good. Although the Yang family is powerful, there are many enemies. I don't know how many people in the world hate the Yang family. In the midst of a dilemma, he saw Yang Kai secretly give him a wink, and Dong Qinghan's heart moved, but he didn't say more. Bai Yunfeng slowly walked towards Yang Kai, and while walking, he instructed, the two pavilion elders, please take a swipe to the side. Yes, two old men responded in a deep voice. Dong Qinghan is surrounded by experts in the Immortal Ascension boundary to guard Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong, how could there not be? After all, they are the leading generation in their respective forces, and before their wings are full, they naturally have to be protected by someone. I'll give you another chance at last, submit to my Bai family, hand over that set of martial arts, and I'll spare you. Bai Yunfeng raised his head slightly and stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered, his vitality swelled, and his fighting spirit was fierce. Needless to say, this attitude says it all. Very good, I will save your life, after all, you are still valuable. After Bai Yunfeng said, his figure became blurred, like the dust and smoke blown by the wind, illusory and ethereal. Yang Kai's expression is stern, and he doesn't dare to relax in the slightest. Although Bai Yunfeng looks domineering, he is the son of the Bai family after all, and his strength is higher than his own. Against this kind of person, any carelessness will be the fatal one, is likely to be knocked down by the opponent. Yang Kai is actually not willing to fight against such an enemy now. But thinking about this person lingering in front of Su Yan's attic all day long, Yang Kai felt a little tired. Every man will regard his woman as forbidden, although Bai Yunfeng has never even seen Su Yan's appearance, it still makes Yang Kai extremely unhappy. A strange dust and smoke appeared behind Yang Kai. Bai Yunfeng showed a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and fluttered his palm towards Yang Kai's back, with an incomparable strength in his palm, which was hidden. Dong Qinghan's complexion changed suddenly, and he almost didn't open his mouth to remind him. Yang Kai suddenly turned around, the palm of his hand was flushed red, and the hot true Yang Yuan Qi burst out in his palm, and the last one came to the ground to fight against Bai Yunfeng. The gang wind whistled, the energy of the heavens and the earth was chaotic, the palm wind was raging, Yang Kai's body was shocked, and he flew upside down more than 10 meters, but Bai Yunfeng was motionless, his face was light and calm. Although the two had fought against each other before, but at that time, Yang Kai used 80% of his strength, while Bai Yunfeng hurriedly parried, so they were able to fight evenly. But now Bai Yunfeng is angry, how can it compare with before? With just one blow, Yang Kai suffered a bit of a loss, fell to the ground, and quickly stood up again, looking at Bai Yunfeng with a solemn expression. You dare to fight with me on the first floor of the separation and reunion realm, and you are beyond your own power. Bai Yunfeng sneered, his body shape changed again, and he didn't know what kind of strange movement and martial skills it was. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with cold light, and he was extremely alert to the movements around him. Can you prevent it? Bai Yunfeng's voice suddenly appeared in the void, and immediately his figure appeared 3 feet in front of Yang Kai, and he still slapped him casually. Yang triple burst. Yang Kai no longer keeps his hand, it is directly the martial skill that he has learned. A cautious look flashed across Bai Yunfeng's face, and he had already sensed the ferocity of this blow. But as the son of the Bai family, he is also a master of the real Yuan realm, so how could he back down? Not only did he not retreat, but he went up to him faster. He wants to knock down Yang Kai with a tyrannical stance and overwhelming combat power, and let him know the huge gap between himself and himself. With a touch of the ground, Yang Kai stepped back again, and his vitality was showing signs of confusion. Bai Yunfeng was calm, and was about to open his mouth to ridicule, but his expression suddenly changed, he couldn't help groaning, and he waved his hand to force a scorching true Yang vitality, which was exactly what Yang Kai penetrated into his body. 3 changes. Bai Yunfeng's eyes lit up, and he didn't expect this Yongkai to actually possess such extraordinary martial skills. This martial skill is powerful, unpredictable, and definitely on the level of heaven. Just now, I was careless and almost suffered a big loss. If I didn't react quickly to force it out of the body, I would definitely suffer some minor injuries. It's a good thing, I'll take it after this young master defeats you. Bai Yunfeng grinned, his body turning into a puff of dust again. Yongkai's body was tense, and he felt the changes around him more and more. Suddenly, his eyes burst into a light, and he stretched out his hand to probe into the void. His vitality was violent, like a raging flame. The palm of the hand was pressed in the void, and it erupted violently. Bai Yunfeng hurriedly appeared, with a look of surprise and embarrassment on his face, and hurriedly retreated, avoiding Yongkai's blow. The other masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary who were watching from the side were all surprised. Although they could spy on the movements of Bai Yunfeng, they could easily find out because they had cultivated their spiritual sense. But what did this High Heaven Pavilion disciple rely on? He only has the first level of separation and reunion, and he has no spiritual consciousness at all. Has he already understood the mystery of Bai Yunfeng just by fighting a few moves? The intuition of this battle is too strong, right? What do I say, it turned out to be just relying on the power of the secret treasure. Yongkai looked at Bai Yunfeng with contempt and sneered. The other party just performed that magical movement technique repeatedly and twice, which is more swift and treacherous than the one he created. Yongkai didn't want to understand it, but now he suddenly realized that a piece of jade pendant on Bai Yunfeng's waist was flashing. That's not a footwork at all, but the secret treasure is working and confuses his eyes. Bai Yunfeng's face turned red. Speaking of his true essence realm to deal with a separation and reunion realm, it is indeed inappropriate to use the secret treasure. After being broken by Yongkai, he became even more embarrassed and snorted, "Even if there is no secret treasure, are you my opponent?" Already. With a wrong foot, it flew directly in front of Yongkai, and the speed was fast and fast. Unyielding ow. To deal with an enemy who is a big realm higher than himself, Yongkai directly used this mysterious martial skill that belonged to him without any ambiguity. His vitality suddenly became violent, full of ferocity and unparalleled arrogance. The surging power suddenly erupted from his body, and a black flame erupted from his body. At this moment, Yongkai is like a demon descending. The whole person was burning, and the air was twisted. Yongkai raised a slap, brought endless flames, and swept towards Bai Yunfeng fiercely. The enemy suddenly changed drastically, and Bai Yunfeng was taken aback. He noticed Yongkai's current surge in strength and the scorching hot vitality, and immediately realized the horror of this blow. He hurriedly used the vitality in his body to unleash his ultimate move. Tian Luo Net. Between the 10 fingers, the real essence condensed like a thread, and with the dancing of the fingers, it was instantly interwoven into a large net in front of him. This large net made of pure real essence was enough to cut gold and jade, and its sharpness was not inferior to ordinary ones. Earth-level weapons. The raging flames collided with the Tianluo net, and Bai Yunfeng's true yuan silk thread passed through the raging flames without being damaged, and went straight to Yongkai's hood. Yongkai Nian moved, more surging energy poured out from the body, and the temperature of the flames increased a lot. It was obvious to the naked eye that those threads were completely dissolved in just one breath, and immediately Yongkai slapped Bai Yunfeng on the shoulder. Yongkai and Bai Yunfeng retreated at the same time, looking at each other with fear. Small bloodstains slowly appeared on Yongkai's body, which were cut out by the Tianluo net just now. On the other hand, Bai Yunfeng was also a little embarrassed at the moment, and his shoulders were hot, as if being stamped by a branding iron. There was even a burning smell, and he desperately urged his true essence to resolve the remaining power of the opponent's attack. Hey! A group of Immortal Ascension boundary masters took a deep breath and looked at Yongkai in horror. Fighting with the real Yuan realm in the separation and reunion realm, although it has some disadvantages, but it is a good fight. What is the origin of this kid? Moreover, the increase in strength is also quite strange. Originally, he was only at the level of the first level of the separation and reconciliation realm, but suddenly he jumped to the peak of the separation and reunion realm. At the same time as his strength improved, his demeanor and temperament also changed dramatically. If he was just an ordinary teenager before, but now he is clearly showing signs of going crazy. The most important thing is that his vitality actually melted by Yunfeng's true yuan silk thread. Does this mean that the purity and concentration of yuan qi in his body is no less than that of a master at the first level of true yuan? How else could this be done? To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at CA Squared. Just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first Releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. A. Chapter 210 The Collision of the Mysterious Martial Arts. Separation and Reunion Realm, True Yuan Realm, although the difference between the two is only a first-order difference, but there is an essential difference. In the former body is the vitality, and the latter is the real essence. 10 warriors at the peak of the separation and reunion realm may not necessarily be able to beat the first level of the real Yuan realm. The transformation of vitality into true essence is a qualitative improvement in the strength of a warrior. If someone told this group of masters of the immortal ascension boundary before today that the peak of the separation and reunion boundary could be on par with the first floor of the true essence boundary, everyone would definitely laugh it off. But now this scene is really happening right under his nose, and no one can doubt it. But it should have ended there. A group of immortal ascension boundary masters had vicious eyes, and naturally saw that Yang Kai had used all his strength, but Bai Yunfeng still had reservations. There is still some gap between the two. In the field, Bai Yunfeng looked grim and sneered. Boy, you really have arrogant capital, this young master likes a handsome young man like you, and finally I will give you another chance to submit to my Bai family and recognize me as the master. All kinds of unpleasantness, this young master can let go of it. Yang Kai calmed his face and said lightly, no rise. You don't eat a toast, you don't eat a fine drink, you're wrong, you can't blame others. Bai Yunfeng also lost his patience. He is a master of the real Yuan realm. He fought so anxiously that outsiders saw the joke. He didn't want to delay it any longer. R's body swelled with real energy, and a layer of milky white light erupted from his body. He flew towards Yang Kai again, and the speed was astonishing, so that people could not see the trace. While flying, the Tianluo net shot again, and countless threads of true essence formed a large net, covering Yang Kai. There is too much gap between the realm of the two sides, and Bai Yunfeng's movement is also quite outstanding. Yang Kai's self-created footwork can't get any benefits in this battle. He understands that in this case, dodging is definitely not the best choice, only reckless fighting. One-handed into a knife, frantically squeezing the energy in his body, his vitality surged, and the palm knife faced the opponent's Tianluo net and cut it. True Yuan silk threads were broken, and they were cracked before they approached Yang Kai. Tianluo Yin. Bai Yunfeng didn't care at all, with a faint and arrogant smile on the corner of his mouth, while pushing his hands, a huge palm print covered Yang Kai's chest. The moves changed too fast, and Yang Kai was beaten in the chest by the opponent before he had time to change his moves. The body volleyed and flew out, the person was in the air, a mouthful of blood spurted out, stumbled to the ground, and his face was pale. But the onlookers still couldn't help but let out an exclamation, and looked at Yang Kai in surprise, never expecting him to be so determined. The Tianluo Yin of the Bai family is a heaven-level martial skill with a huge attack power. This young man seems to be thin, but he didn't fall down after taking this one, but he still has the power to fight again. Not shocked. Bai Yunfeng didn't do it for a while, and he didn't give Yang Kai any chance to breathe, and his figure was like the wind. Yang Kai struggled to resist, but he was hit with another Tianluo Yin and was knocked out by more than 10 feet. Unexpectedly, Bai Yunfeng also screamed and hurriedly backed away. There was a violent explosion from his chest, and a stream of red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Bai Yunfeng's face suddenly turned hideous, and he said gloomily, "Boy, you will die today." It doesn't matter what zone-level martial skill is, Bai Yunfeng has suffered a bit of a loss in front of so many people, and his heart is full of murderous intentions. He just wants to kill Yang Kai in the palm of his hand and relieve his anger. "Brother Bai, don't let anyone kill you." Dong Qinghan frowned and shouted, "After all, this is someone else's land." Hee. Bai Yunfeng gave a sneer, ignoring Dong Qinghan at all, and when he took a hand, a mass of unstable energy filled with killing aura instantly appeared in his hand. Bai Yunfeng frantically poured True Yuan into his hand, that mass of energy became more and more surging. Tianluo Gang. Dong Qinghan couldn't help but change his expression, he didn't expect that Bai Yunfeng had already practiced the Tianluo Gang of the Bai family. Compared with the previous Tianluo net, the power of the Tianluoyan was incomparable, is definitely the secret of the Bai family. Just as he was about to greet Yang Kai to be careful, he saw that there was a little bit of starlight, and a violent aura that made people feel uneasy was uploaded from Yang Kai. His right hand trembled, as if an uncontrollable force erupted from somewhere, and a blurred and splendid starry sky suddenly emerged under the blue sky and daylight. Star map. Everyone looked at Yang Kai with pleasing eyes, feeling the power of the martial arts in his hands, and they all changed color. They have long heard that Yang Kai used a mysterious martial skill to inflict heavy damage on the 6th order monsters in the Inheritance Cave. Now that they see this scene, why don't they understand that this kid is going to use it again? Young master, be careful. The two Immortal Ascension boundary martial artists of the Bai family exclaimed, fearing that Bai Yunfeng would suffer in this matchup. They hurriedly rushed to Yang Kai, wanting to solve this kid ahead of time. Unexpectedly, their bodies had just started to move, and two large hands were placed on their shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. After a brief pause, the two Immortal Ascension boundary masters immediately settled in place, and they couldn't move their entire bodies. It was as if a majestic mountain was pressed down on their shoulders, and they couldn't even move a finger. The faces of the two of them were pale, the foreheads were sweating coldly, the spirits of the two were shocked, and the liver and gallbladder were torn apart. Although these two people only have the strength of the 4th and 5th layers of the Immortal Ascension boundary, they are a generation of masters. How could there be such terrifying characters in such a small place as High Heaven Pavilion? The juniors are fighting and playing, we old guys can just watch it, why bother? A faint voice came from the side. At this moment, the two found that they could move again. Turning his head in shock, he saw an old man standing beside him with a wrinkled face, looking at them with a smile. This man, they know it. It was the shopkeeper of the High Court's Contribution Hall. Although they noticed that this shopkeeper was a little weird when they came to the High Heaven Pavilion, neither of them thought that his strength would be so strong. What do you two think? Meng Wuya still asked with a smile. What your excellency said, is justified. How dare the two masters of the Bai family refute? The other party is so majestic, he can take his own life at the click of a finger, and refuting it is death. This sensational scene fell into the eyes of the Dong family and the masters of the Immortal Ascension realm in Zihugu. The four masters also did not find out when Meng Wuya came and when he appeared next to the masters of the Bai family. Everything happened so abruptly. Although the Dong family's double guards were shocked, they did not change their expressions. They knew that their son and Yang Kai were cousins, so naturally there was nothing to be afraid of. On the contrary, the two masters of the Immortal Ascension realm from Zihugu looked at Meng Wuya vigilantly and fearfully, thinking about the names of the famous masters in the world, and they were always incompatible with Meng Wuya. Well, this battle is a bit interesting. Just when the two of Zihugu were puzzled, a strange voice suddenly came from their side. The expressions of the two changed greatly, and they turned their heads to look at each other, only to see an old man appearing beside them at some point. This old man was immortal, with a long beard, wearing a very simple gown, and stood silently among them. Another master, although he was just standing there, stroking his beard, with a kind smile on his face, watching the two junior disciples in the field gather their vitality frantically, but the two people in Zihugu could still perceive that this man the whole body was locked on himself. Once he has any changes, I am afraid that he will be ruthlessly and frantically intercepted. In the small High Heaven Pavilion, where did such terrifying characters pop up one after another? With these two masters in charge, it can be said that the strength of the High Heaven Pavilion is not inferior to the ordinary first-class forces. The two Immortal Ascension boundaries of Zihugu and the two Immortal Ascension boundaries of the Bai family looked at each other from a distance, and both could see the shock and helplessness in each other's eyes. There is a kind of sadness of holding hands and looking at tears. Brush brush. Another 5 figures fell, but the 5 elders of High Heaven Pavilion came together. The 5 people were alarmed by the fighting here, and they wanted to find out what happened, but when they saw the old man with the goatee, they all looked happy, and hurriedly bowed. I have seen the head. This person is actually the head of the Divine Dragon in High Heaven Pavilion. The 3 major forces came to the High Heaven Pavilion as a guest, and the head of the High Heaven Pavilion has never shown up. For this reason, these masters and several young masters have also slandered and said that many of the leaders of the High Heaven Pavilion are not. Now sensing the terror of the other party, one by one, how dare you complain? When the strength has reached this level, there is really no need to put too much emphasis on the sons of the 3 major forces, unless the elders of these forces come. That Fan Hong was even more refined, and hurried over to greet him. Fan Hong, the disciple of Zihugu, has seen his predecessors. The sect master smiled and nodded, but he didn't say anything, just cast his eyes on the field. After this delay, both Yang Kai's star marks and Bai Yunfeng's Tian Luo gang have all reached their peaks. The martial arts of the two are somewhat similar, both of which are extremely lethal, but it takes time to improve their aura. In just 10 breaths, the momentum has reached its peak. Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng roared, looking at Yang Kai angrily. Come on. Yang Kai was not afraid. The stars on the back of his hands were dotted, and when his body swayed, he took a starry sky to walk around. The two frightening and majestic energies quickly approached and collided. Such a collision of peak martial arts, even the masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary can see their eyelids jumping. It was as if the scorching sun had exploded, and the dazzling rays of light could not open their eyes, but under the inspection of the divine consciousness of the masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary, they could clearly feel that whether it was Yongkai or Bai Yunfeng, the vitality in the body was fierce. The ground became chaotic, the breath was even more stagnant, a violent noise came out, and the two flew out in different directions. The light dissipated, and the two people's intense gasps came. A deep pit covering an area of more than 10 feet appeared on the ground. About 30 feet apart, Yongkai and Bai Yunfeng stood up tremblingly. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at a player. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency starter sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 211 The Power of the Secret Treasure. This time the collision was actually a well-matched ending. But looking around, Yongkai's injury is obviously heavier than Bai Yunfeng. It's shocking to go around like this. A peak of the separation and reunion realm can be in full swing with a real Yuan realm on the first floor, and the frontal martial arts are not inferior. Does this mean that the martial arts in his hands are better than the secret sky of the Bai family? Is Luo Gang even better? It really is a mysterious martial skill. The two young people, both covered in blood, looked at each other from a distance. Bai Yunfeng's eyes were filled with madness and disbelief, but he never expected Yongkai to stand up. I said, you will die today, and even if the Heavenly King and Lao Su come, he will not be able to save you. Bai Yunfeng roared horribly. Although he and Yongkai had no grudges in the past and no grudges in recent days, today's battle has repeatedly exceeded his predictions. As the son of the Bai family, Bai Yunfeng is not willing to accept this fact. There are so many people watching the battle. If you can't take Yongkai, wouldn't you be slapping yourself in the face when you said it before? In the roar, Bai Yunfeng made a move, and a scroll-like thing appeared in his hand. The scroll was unfolded, and there were countless patterns of rare monsters on it. The Bai family's prefecture-level mid-grade secret treasure, a picture of 100 beasts. Dong Qinghen's expression changed, and he opened his mouth to exclaim. It seems to be inadvertently shouting, but it is actually awakening Yongkai. Bai Yunfeng sneered again and again, and kept pouring real essence into his secret treasure. With the infusion of real essence, the patterns of the monsters in the picture of the beasts moved faintly, and then a line of glorious light rushed out of the picture, rushed into the midair and transformed into various monster beasts, and rushed towards Yongkai fiercely. In order to put Yongkai to death, Bai Yunfeng has done everything he can. This secret treasure is his greatest support in his last attack. He didn't believe that a little-known disciple of High Heaven Pavilion could still survive amidst the galloping beasts. There were more and more brilliance rushing into the air, and all kinds of strange monsters turned into entities, like galloping horses, enough to crush all the enemies blocking the front. Yongkai roared, his eyes overflowing with murderous intent, and a crimson long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Shira sword, the secret treasure of the sect of the first-class overseas power Shiraman. With the Asura sword in hand, Yongkai's already violent vitality became more and more violent at this moment, reaching an appalling level. Everyone's eyes were trembling and staring at the crimson long sword. They can all feel the strong murderous intent from this sword. Looking at this long sword, they seem to see a blood-colored world, where blood flows into rivers, corpses pile up into mountains, and a chilling bloody aura permeates the air. The two masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary in Zui Valley and the Shuangwei Fengyan quickly retreated to protect their son, for fear that they would be affected by this terrifying murderous intention. Meng Wuya changed slightly and the head of the High Heaven Pavilion was the same. The two of them never thought that Yongkai would be able to come up with such a killing weapon, which was completely beyond their expectations. The beasts rushed towards him, and Yongkai swept his sword. Destroying the dry and pulling the rot, the sword light passed by, and the screams of the monsters completely dissipated in the air. Yongkai stepped forward and rushed forward, with a bloodthirsty and crazy look in his eyes, but still calm Bai Yunfeng finally changed his face. He never imagined that he would use the most powerful secret treasure, and he would not be able to do anything to the other party. The monsters rushing out of the beast map could not stop him at all. One monster after another was beheaded, and the distance between Yongkai and Bai Yunfeng quickly narrowed. Affected by the violent bloody aura and endless murderous intent, Bai Yunfeng could barely move, just mechanically mobilizing his true qi, pouring it into the 100 beasts in an attempt to block Yongkai. This kind of action is meaningless, it just accelerates the consumption of the real energy in his body. After a while, Yongkai came to Bai Yunfeng, Binghen glanced at him lightly, then raised the Asura sword in his hand and slammed it down. Everyone's heart jumped, because they saw that Yang Kai's sword was not by Yunfeng, but a picture of 100 beasts. He actually wanted to destroy this Earth-level middle-grade secret treasure. The blood-colored sword glow was like a long rainbow penetrating the sun, and it cut fiercely on the picture of the beasts. The few monsters that were still flying in the air disappeared in an instant, a circle of light swayed on the map of the beasts, and a gap was swept by the sword's edge. Eyeballs all over the place jumped. The 100 Beasts map is also a secret treasure of the middle grade of the prefecture level. Although it is not the main defense, it is impossible to be so vulnerable. A sword cut through and a big hole appeared. This sword is so sharp, what grade of secret treasure is it? Brusha A. The Shira sword backhanded, and the gap widened again. Another sword light swept across, and with a stab, the picture of 100 beasts of the middle grade of the prefecture level was broken into 2 halves and fell to the ground. 3 swords. Destroyed an Earth-level middle-grade treasure. No one could believe such a result. Yang Kai's sword edge turned, and shook out a sword flower, stabbing towards Bai Yunfeng, who was standing in the same place as if he had lost his soul. Be merciful, the 2 masters of the immortal ascension boundary of the Bai family couldn't stand it any longer. They were restrained by Meng Wuya just now. They didn't dare to make any rash moves. Now that Yang Kai was going to take Bai Yunfeng's life, how could there be any hesitation? Hurriedly shouted. While shouting, he quickly flew towards the other side. Meng Wuya did not stop him. Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters are different. The 2 of them came to Yang Kai almost instantly, one flicked their fingers to the Asura sword, and the other grabbed Bai Yunfeng and quickly retreated. With a ding, the Shira sword shifted its trajectory, and Bai Yunfeng even recovered a life. Yang Kai glanced coldly at the Bai family's 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but did not pursue them. With these 2 people protecting him, he couldn't kill Bai Yunfeng. This young master also asks for mercy. My son's skills are not as good as others, and he has already lost. The Shenyu Jing who stopped the Shira sword frowned and said eagerly. Although his tone was a little dissatisfied, he was definitely not disrespectful. Yang Kai stared at him and hesitated for a while before putting away the Asura sword. A big battle is over, not a battle at the same level, but the final result is that the one with the lower strength wins, which makes everyone a little bit incomprehensible. Everyone who comes to Lingxiao Pavilion as a guest is welcome, but Lingxiao Pavilion is not a place where you can go wild. It was passed into the ears of many masters, but it made those people panic. The Bai family is even more shameless to stay here. One person is holding Bai Yunfeng, one person picks up the fragments of the beasts that fell on the ground, clasps his fists and says, "There are so many disturbances these days, I hope everyone in Lingxiao will forgive me, and the Bai family will do it in another day. Come to the door to make amends." After all, the 2 Immortal Ascension boundaries left quickly with Bai Yunfeng. The people of Zhenwu didn't dare to stay any longer. Originally, they looked down on this little sect. After they came here, they also pretended to be superior to others to attract talents. But today, 2 masters of terror appeared one after another. The disciples of the lair almost killed the Bai family's son, which made the people of Zhenwu tremble with fear. The High Heaven Pavilion. It should not be underestimated. There are masters in charge, and a random disciple is even a madman-like character, all of which are terrifying beings who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. Fan Hong and the 2 also pleaded guilty and left quickly. Dong Qinghen and Fengyan Shuangwei did the same. Before they left, Dong Qinghen glanced at Yang Kai, and the shock had not disappeared. There were many High Heaven Pavilion disciples gathered outside the arena. After all, this battle was too earth-shattering. Not only did the 5 great elders come here, but the disciples who heard the movement naturally ran over to watch the battle. Su Xuanwu cast a cold glance at the group of disciples and said loudly, "The disciples who have been in contact with the 3 major forces these days, please leave on your own. My High Heaven Pavilion is not a place for you to live, so as not to make a mistake. Your future, Hearing this sentence, many people looked dark and annoyed. They are all disciples who have been recruited by the 3 major forces. They thought that they would have a good place to join the 3 major forces, but they did not expect their own sect to be so powerful. Don't you see that after Sect Master and Master Meng appeared, those Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were as well behaved as rabbits? At this moment, those disciples felt remorse in their hearts. But old Chenglu let out all the words. Did they still have the cheeks to stay? In the field, Yang Kai's aura was restrained, and he looked at the head of the High Heaven Pavilion lightly, with some doubts in his eyes, but also some relief. Meng Wuya laughed twice, and disappeared in a flash. "Let's all go away. The sect master waved his hand, then looked at Yang Kai with a kind expression on his face, and said, "You come with me." The 5 elders all looked suspicious. I didn't expect that this battle would allow Yang Kai to enter the sect master's magic eye. Now recruiting him is naturally beneficial. Yang Kai nodded. He also had a lot of questions and doubts that needed to be answered. Covered in blood, as the sect master walked step by step, the many disciples of High Heaven Pavilion looked at Yang Kai again. There was no contempt and discrimination from before, and some were only shocked and frightened. After passing through many buildings, I came to a deep place. This is the retreat of the head, and on weekdays even the 5 elders cannot set foot there. A house with several thatched huts is simple and shabby, and many flowers and plants are planted in the courtyard, which are very common outside. In the retreat of the sect master, there is not the slightest amount of luxury, but only ordinary and elegant. Leading Yang Kai into one of the huts, the sect master just left a set of clothes and a bottle of medicinal herbs. "You heal your wounds first, and then change your clothes and come back to me," the sect master said and left. Although there were a lot of questions, Yang Kai didn't rush to ask, just entered the hut, and then took out the medicine pill and took it. Today's battle can be said to be extremely difficult, and the masters of the true essence are really not that easy to deal with. Every time they suffer in the confrontation, if they don't rely on a star mark at the end, Yang Kai may be defeated. The Bai family's move, Tian Luo Gang, is very powerful, and it's not much worse than star mark. Today's battle can be said to be led by Yang Kai himself. Although there is a taste of jealousy, it is not the biggest reason. Yang Kai just needs to confirm many of his guesses at this critical moment. Why did 4th Master Yang want to come to the High Heaven Pavilion by himself? What kind of connection does he have with this place? Is this the place where he trained? Many deep meanings. Yang Kai can't guess. Since he can't guess, then a big lot will be thrown, and someone will always wipe his ass. And this person who wipes the butt is the key person. It's just that Yang Kai didn't expect that the person he brought out was actually the head of the High Heaven Pavilion. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency Starterra sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 212 1 Resolving the Confusion. A day later, Yang Kai dressed neatly and walked out of the hut. In the yard, the sect master stood under a plum tree, with one hand behind him, the other hand stroking his beard, motionless, his eyes distant, looking forward. Yang Kai walked behind him and didn't make a sound to disturb him, so he just stood there and followed his gaze forward, but saw a few flowers on the branches, budding in the cold wind. One old man and one young man stood for a whole day and night, and waited until the buds of these flowers fully bloomed, and then the head turned around and asked kindly, "How is the injury?" "It's okay." Yang Kai grinned. "Should I call you sect master, or 11 elder?" The person in front of him is not only Ling Taishu, the head of High Heaven Pavilion, but also the 11th elder he met by the Sleepy Dragon stream that day. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know much about High Heaven Pavilion. Although he had doubts in his heart, he didn't think about it. Later, after hearing Su Mu's group say a lot about High Heaven Pavilion, he was a little sure about the true identity of the 11th elder. There are no 11 elders in High Heaven Pavilion, but the current Ling Taishu is the 11th sect leader, a sect leader who has great talent and splendid talent, but has been sunk for more than 10 years because of his 2 disciples. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 disciples he accepted more than 10 years ago ended in dismal results, Ling Taishu would definitely have more than his current strength. The knot in his heart is puzzled. He simply cannot break through the shackles of the immortal ascension boundary and reach another level. Ling Taishu smiled slightly. "As you like." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but Ling Taishu interrupted him. "I know you have many questions. Please make it clear." Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Since he had already guessed what he wanted to ask, there was no need to ask. Ling Taishu's eyes were deep, and a flash of memory appeared on his face. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "This old man has only accepted 2 disciples in his life. In the event of an accident, both of them will be the pillars of my High Heaven Pavilion, and will lead my sect to a glorious path. However, the world is impermanent, and Lao Wei is too competitive, so he is willing to fall into the evil way, and even kill the boss. It is common sense." "No way." Yang Kai listened quietly. He had never heard of this incident from Su Wei before, but as the head of the party, it must have an unusual meaning to talk about it now. "There are rumors outside that the boss was killed, and the second one was sealed in the trapped dragon stream, right?" Yang Kai nodded. Ling Taishu chuckled lightly. "This rumor is only half true. Old Wei was indeed sealed in the trapped dragon stream, but the boss is not dead." Ling Daxu said proudly, this old man's eldest disciple is named Yang Yingxi. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved, with a look of shock on his face. After a long while, he let out a soft breath. At this point, the doubts that had troubled him for many years disappeared. Yang Yingfeng, the name of the fourth master of the Yang family, is also the name of Yang Kai's biological father. Unexpectedly, I didn't expect that fourth master Yang was really trained in High Heaven Pavilion back then, and he was also Ling Taishu's eldest disciple. It was rumored that the unfortunate senior brother was killed by the second junior brother. No wonder his father has been plagued by stubborn illnesses over the years, and his strength is difficult to improve. I think it is all hidden dangers left after being injured by the second junior brother who fell into the evil way. No wonder he would let himself come to the High Heaven Pavilion. It turns out that there is such a relationship. In terms of seniority, you should call me your master. Ling Taishu smiled slightly. Disciple has seen master. Yang Kai bowed somewhat reluctantly. Ling Taishu saw Yang Kai's expression in his eyes, but he didn't get angry, but he said, you blame me for knowing your identity but still turning a blind eye, making you suffer a lot, right? There is a point. Yang Kai replied in a muffled voice, in the first 3 years of the High Heaven Pavilion, he was really suffering from the warmth of the world, and the world was cold. But he didn't care too much, he endured hardships because he was incompetent. How can you blame others? Others are not born to be their nanny, why should they take care of themselves? Don't blame the old man. If you want to blame, just blame the fourth master of the Yang family. The old man is not completely relieved. Ling Taishu snorted softly. Hearing this sentence, Yang Kai could not help shrinking his neck. He is not a fool, how can he not taste the meaning of Ling Taishu's words? The Yang family disciples are just like the eggs laid by Du's birds, they are not well raised. When the fourth master Yang came here, he must have been much loved by Ling Taishu, but he never wanted to work hard and teach him for 10 years, but he was making wedding clothes for others. If Lao Wei'er didn't fall into the evil way, it would be fine. Ling Taishu still had some hope, but the honest boss was the Yang family's white-eyed wolf, and Lao Wei'er also fell into the evil way, causing him to end up in a bamboo basket. The water is empty, and the heart is full of heart, unable to break through the bottleneck of his own. In other words, fourth master Yang should take a large part of the responsibility for Ling Taishu's knot. As the saying goes, the father's debt pays the son. Fourth master Yang owed Ling Taishu, how could Yang Kai stay out of it? After thinking about it, Yang Kai hurriedly accompanies the smiling face. Master, your old man calms down, then the fourth master of Yang is not a thing, you don't need to know him in general. Ling Taishu had a straight face at first, but seeing Yang Kai's face changing so quickly, he couldn't help but laugh. Boss is such a dull person, how could you give birth to a sly guy like you? My husband can bend and stretch. Yang Kai saw his expression and knew that he was just joking, not really angry. Ling Taishu took a deep breath and said slowly, the boss is not a liar. In fact, 3 years after he entered the school, he has already told the old man his identity, so about him leaving the High Heaven Pavilion, the old man also mentally prepared. You don't need to pay too much attention. Yang Kai nodded slightly and patted his ass. There are a lot of Master Shigong, and I will return to the Yang family another day to teach him a lesson for you. Ling Taishu's mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh, but he held back. On the day you came to Lingxiao Pavilion, this old man received a letter from your father. The reason why I didn't care about you is exactly what your father wanted. Because he said in the letter that you are not suitable for cultivation, I just hope that you can spend 10 years in the High Heaven Pavilion safely until the Yang family is recalled. Ling Taishu explained. Do you know why you are not suitable for cultivation? Ling Taishu asked. Father said I was born with insufficiency. Yang Kai frowned. Well, because the boss has been seriously injured before and hasn't healed all these years, that's why you were born with congenital insufficiency. Ling Taishu nodded, and then looked at Yang Kai with glittering eyes. Congenital insufficiency is almost impossible to heal, but you can practice again now, and your talent is outstanding, and your strength is progressing rapidly. No matter what kind of mystery there is, I will not reveal it to anyone other than your parents in the future. Yang Kai nodded again and again, although it was the first time he had talked to this master so openly, but Yang Kai could also feel his care and confidence. Actually, if you are just an ordinary person, the old man really won't care about you. You are the happiest when you are alive. Even if you endure hardships and are bullied, you are still alive. But you have both aptitude and strength. You made such a fuss the day before yesterday, you just wanted to lure the old man out, right? Yang Kai sneered. I didn't expect it to be you, I just thought it was one of the 5 elders who had a relationship with my father. Ling Taishu chuckled. It's no wonder you didn't think of it. Your father sent you here to keep you safe, and the other is to ask you to solve my knot. The boss Tai Chunpu thought that the old man's knot was in his heart. It was because of him. In fact, the old man never blamed him. Yang Kai listened in his ears and sighed, not knowing how to comfort him. Okay, your question has been solved, right? Ling Taishu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. After thinking about it these days, he couldn't understand a lot of things. Today's talk with Master Shi was finally clear. Now it's the old man's turn. Ling Taishu's expression turned positive. Master, what do you want to ask? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Your aura. Ling Taishu's face was extremely serious. In the battle the day before yesterday, I saw that you had a bloody and violent aura, which was more condescending than that of the old Wei-er. The old man just asks you, did you have any problems? What kind of evil exercises are you practicing? No, Yang Kai shook his head decisively. He also knew the strangeness of unyielding Ao's display, and quickly showed this mysterious martial skill. Vitality swelled. Yang Kai's strength went directly from the first floor of the separation and reunion to the peak of the separation and union, with wanton energy and evil spirits. Murderous, like no one else, looking at the world, I am the only one. Ling Taishu stared at Yang Kai's eyes with a pair of deep eyes, as if he could see the depths of Yang Kai's soul. Take the sword, Ling Taishu said solemnly. The scarlet long sword instantly appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and the Asura sword was in his hand, and the murderous intent was even more pervasive. This Asura sect's suppressing secret treasure and Yang Kai's own vitality seemed to have a sense of intimacy, and they echo each other. Ling Taishu stared at Yang Kai for a while, carefully feeling the changes in his body and the fluctuations in his emotions. His face gradually relaxed from solemn vigilance, and then he was shocked and unpredictable. After a long while, Ling Taishu nodded slightly. Yang Kai put the Asura sword away, and then dispersed unyielding Ao, returning to normal. It seems to be crazy, but it's not. Ling Taishu frowned slightly. Is your consciousness awake? Inside. Strange, such a violent and bloody aura, even if the old man endures it for a long time, it will inevitably arouse the demons and disturb the mind. How can you not be affected? After thinking for a while, Ling Taishu's eyes lit up. Yes, what you practice is the Yang attribute tactic. When you reach the Yang, it is the nemesis of yin and evil, and you have the Yang attribute to protect you from sinking. After speaking, Ling Taishu himself was stunned again. How could these two contradictory things be perfectly combined in one person? After thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't get to the point. Although Ling Taishu knew that Yang Kai must have some secrets to combine these two types of Qi, he did not ask. Raising his eyes, Ling Taishu said, you made a big fuss the day before yesterday and revealed the news of Zon-level martial arts. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Then, I'll go out to avoid the limelight. Yang Kai had already made plans. Ling Taishu smiled. Where can you avoid? Don't go out and run around for now, just stay in the sect. Oh, to be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at a degree C+ or -332335. Chapter 213 Meng Wuya's Power. Gently ask for a few monthly passes. After Yang Kai left, Ling Taishu's expression gradually became solemn. Although Yang Kai's violent aura was not harmful to him, Ling Taishu had to consider a more profound level. After thinking about it for a long time, Ling Taishu sighed. Could it be that this kid wants to prove martial arts by killing? The bloody and violent aura that made him feel uneasy has penetrated deep into Yang Kai's bone marrow. In the future, if he wants to spy on the true meaning of martial arts, there are only two ways. One is to eliminate this aura and replace it with another kind of peaceful skill. But Yang Kai's congenital insufficiency, he finally achieved today's achievements. If he changed the cultivation method and became ordinary, how could he bear it? Always stand at the bottom and can't see the heights. But once a person stands at a high place and is suddenly knocked down to the bottom, no one can withstand such a blow. You can't change the cultivation method, you can only make the bloody and violent breath to the extreme, and become stronger as his strength grows. In this way, we can get a glimpse of the mysteries of martial arts. One is to break and then stand, and the other is to enter the Tao, and the future will be turbulent. If you are a little careless, you will be smashed to pieces, and your soul will be destroyed. Throughout the ages, there are very few people who prove martial arts by killing. Because by killing people who prove the way, there will always be more enemies than friends, and they are more likely to lose their true nature and go crazy in the killing. He is a child, can he hold on to it? After leaving the sect master, Yang Kai returned to his cave. took out the medicinal pill that Shanning Shang had refined for him, and swallowed the medicinal pill to increase his strength. The dust-covered incense burner was also taken out again, igniting a strange fragrance to suppress the speed of the true yang art. For more than 10 consecutive days, Yang Kai has been retreating in the cave. One is swallowing medicinal pills, and the other is 2 secret treasures that he has only refined by warming himself up. The Shira sword played a big role in the battle with Bai Yunfeng. The role of Qinrui Shui Haitang was not used, but since it is also the secret treasure of the first-class overseas sect, the power of Qinrui Shui Haitang will definitely not be too bad. Every day the sun rises in the east. When the purple energy comes from the east, Yang Kai will practice the proud bone golden body art. Now that his strength has increased, his physical fitness has improved, and the progress of practicing proud bone golden body art has also greatly increased. It is almost here, 1/3 of the process, but the more difficult it is to practice. Every time the move is unfolded, the bones of the whole body explode like a bean. The cave is quiet, and it is indeed a good place to retreat. The little senior sister Shanning Shang will come over from time to time to bring some delicious food to share with Yang Kai. In their spare time, the two would talk to each other. Occasionally, Shanning Shang would take a nap on the stone bed. Whenever this time, no matter how Yang Kai called her, she would not wake up. On this day, Yang Kai was cultivating, but the voice of the head suddenly came from his ear. "Are you going to kill people?" The voice suddenly appeared. Yang Kai was startled, and jumped up from the spot like a conditioned reflex. After he realized that it was Ling Taishu's voice, he realized that it was a false alarm. "Master." Yang Kai looked left and right, but did not find Ling Taishu's figure, but he was keenly aware of a spirit wandering around him. Ling Taishu asked again. Yang Kai replied, "Yes." "What kind of person should be killed?" Yang Kai frowned, pondered for a moment and said, "Kill those who plot against me, kill those who are unfavorable to my relatives and friends, kill those who prevent me from practicing, kill them, take away my treasures, kill them. People don't mess with me, I don't kill people." I don't know if Ling Taishu heard it. After Yang Kai answered, there was no sound for a long time. It wasn't until half a day later that Ling Taishu said, "You prepare, and I'll take you to a place in half a month." Yes. Yang Kai didn't ask more, but he vaguely guessed that Ling Taishu seemed to have some plan, and it was a relatively difficult plan to decide. Otherwise, after answering the question, he would not be silent for so long. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai didn't go into it. Ling Taishu is his master, and his strength is high. If it was really bad for him, he would have done it. Only half a month, not too long or not short, Yang Kai practiced and swallowed the medicinal pill more and more carefully. Time flies, and half a month has passed in a flash. In the past half month, Su Yan came one night. Yang Kai has now clearly realized the benefits of double cultivation. The vitality in his body is getting more and more pure, and he has not reached the real Yuan realm, but it is not inferior to the real essence in the body of a normal real Yuan realm martial artist. During the battle of Bai Yunfeng, his palm knife could not break through his heavenly net at all. Whether it is Yang Kai or Su Yan, they both eat the marrow and know the taste, and the double cultivation is diligent. Although the number of times is not many, the quality is terrifyingly high. Half a month later, Yang Kai has also swallowed all the medicinal pills refined by Shanning Shang. Not only that, he meditated and cultivated here in Sleepy Dragon Stream. He also accumulated some yang liquid in his dantian, and his own strength has even broken through the degree of the 3 layers of separation and reunification. At night, Yang Kai was meditating at the entrance of the cave, and there was a sound of clothes hunting in the air, and 2 figures rushed into his cave one after another. "Master." Yang Kai stood up and saluted, looked at the other person, and asked in confusion, "Treasurer Meng?" Hey. Meng Wuya laughed rhythmically, and an old face was crowded into a ball. Yang Kai frowned, wondering why Meng Wuya was happy. Suddenly, Meng Wuya's smile subsided, and he looked at Yang Kai with uncertainty, and then his eyes flickered. One palm was placed on Yang Kai's shoulder, the other palm was printed on his dantian, and he shouted angrily, "To this old man, get out." Ling Taishu looked at Meng Wuya in amazement, obviously not understanding why he suddenly attacked Yang Kai, but because he didn't notice Meng Wuya's murderous intention, he didn't stop it. Yang Kai snorted, and his body remained motionless. In front of the old monsters like Meng Wuya, the 3rd floor of the separation and reunion boundary was as vulnerable as a baby. The huge suction came, and Yang Kai heard old demon's exclamation and struggle. During the day, Yang Kai had already recruited old demon, but even if he hid in his body, he still did not escape Meng Wuya's eyes. The secret that the sect leader Ling Taishu was unable to spy on, was impossible to hide in front of Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya made a claw with one hand, like a dragon absorbing water, he pulled out fiercely, and a black gas was pulled out by him involuntarily. It was the old demon wrapped in the broken soul cone. Aware of Meng Wuya's murderous intention, old demon screamed in horror, the black energy surging unpredictably, transforming into a ferocious human face, but he couldn't get rid of Meng Wuya's shackles. Ling Taishu suddenly changed color. Treasurer Meng is merciful, Yang Kai hurriedly said, for fear that old man Meng would kill old demon on the spot. Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai and said solemnly, do you know what this is? The spirit of the devil. Yang Kai nodded. You know, how dare you let him enter the body? Aren't you afraid of being swallowed by him? Meng Wuya was stunned, thinking that it was the young Yang Kai who was ignorant and was mistakenly plotted by this demon soul, but he didn't want him to know better than anyone else. He can't swallow me. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, old demon has recognized me as the master, and life and death are only between my thoughts. Do you think you are the master? Meng Wuya was also shocked. Although he pulled out the spirit of Earth Demon, he could still feel that this man was strong before, but now he is too weak to exert his full strength. If he can recover, the entire High Heaven Pavilion will not be enough for him to destroy with one move. How did you recognize the Lord? The matter was very important, and Meng Wuya had to be careful to confirm it. Yang Kai quickly told what happened when he recognized the master. After listening, Meng Wuya's expression changed, and he nodded slightly. Yes, in this way, he is indeed under your control, so I don't worry that he will harm you. Let me go, the old man is loyal to the young master. This heart can be learned from the sky and the earth, the sun and the moon can be seen. Why do you hold the old man in your hand, you little thing? If the old man was in his prime, how could you be like this? Presumptuous. Old demon is a 10,000-year-old demon, he was scared to death just now, but now that he realizes that there is no danger, he immediately becomes stubborn. Meng Wuya looked at him sinisterly, and sneered, if the old man was in his prime, how could you be so presumptuous? It is exactly the same as what old demon said just now, word for word, but if you taste it carefully, the deep meaning of it is quite different. Old demon was shocked, and immediately lost his voice. You. Meng Wuya snorted coldly and let go of the restraint. Old demon was like a mouse seeing a cat. He quickly rushed into Yang Kai's body wrapped in a cloud of black energy, daring to show his head again. Terrified, the old man hid so deeply, and he didn't hide from the old man's investigation. This old man is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Ling Taishu remained silent during the whole process, and only now did he say, the devil must not be trusted, you must be careful. The disciple is measured. Yang Kai nodded. Are you ready? Kindness. I had already greeted Su Yan and Shanning Chang a few days ago, and now I have nothing to prepare. Then let's go. Ling Taishu's big hand probed, grabbed Yang Kai, then flew out of the cave, and fell down, followed by Meng Wuya. The wind whistled, and underneath was the bottomless, 10,000 zhang sleepy dragon stream. Yang Kai squinted and looked down, but he couldn't see anything. Could it be that the place where the master said he was going to take himself to was trapped in the depths of the dragon stream? No, he said at the beginning that there are many crises underneath, and even he does not dare to rush into it, and it is impossible to take himself to danger. After falling several hundred feet, Ling Taishu suddenly turned in another direction and flew to the side. After flying for a while, it finally stopped. In the dark night, Ling Taishu and Meng Wuya stood in midair, staring at the stone wall in front of them. It's here, Meng Wuya asked aloud. Ling Taishu nodded. You and I will shoot together, just pour the real essence into it. It is good, it's your job this time. Why are you being polite? It's too outlandish. Meng Wuya's mouth cracked to the back of his ear, and his back molars were exposed. As long as he can send this kid Yang Kai away, let alone spending a mere amount of real energy, let the old man call him his own father. So when Meng Wuya heard Ling Taishu say that he wanted him to help send Yang Kai to a place, old man Meng immediately agreed without hesitation. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at CA2 just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first Releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 214 Ling Taishu's Arrangements. Let's get started, Ling Taishu said in a deep voice, and then mobilized his true essence, and slapped his palm towards the stone wall in front of him. Meng Wuya put his palm on the other side, and the same true essence surged. The true essence of the two top masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary was like a flood that had been released from the gate, and it flowed fiercely, and poured into the stone wall in front of him. and that seemingly ordinary stone wall seems to have become a bottomless pit at this moment, and the true essence pours into it, and it disappears without even a wave. Yang Kai watched from the side, silent. In fact, a huge wave was turned up in his heart. There must be some great mystery in this stone wall, otherwise it would not be so strange. Moreover, this stone wall is still under the Sleepy Dragon Stream, which may be related to the Sleepy Dragon Stream. Whether it was Ling Taishu or Meng Wuya, a little perspiration gradually oozes out of their foreheads in Zhanxia Kung Fu, and the uncontrollable output of real energy has lasted for such a long time, and it also has a lot of load on them. Brother Ling, shouldn't I remember the wrong place? Meng Wuya asked with a frown. It's here, Ling Taishu said firmly. After a while, there was finally a reaction on the stone wall. A layer of black ripples suddenly emerged from the bland stone wall, centered on one point, and quickly spread around. When Ling Taishu and Meng Wuya saw this scene, they increased the output of true yuan even more. The ripples are getting bigger and bigger, more and more violent, as if pebbles are being continuously dropped in a calm lake. At the end, the layers of ripples are coming out one after another, making the stone wall in front of you look like weird, shaking people dizzy. Meng Wuya's eyes lit up and exclaimed, "It really is the void corridor connecting the two places. Brother Ling, your High Heaven Pavilion's founding patriarch is extraordinary." Ling Taishu smiled slightly and suddenly pulled out his hands. Meng Wuya also hurried back. Although the two of them had already stopped, the changes on the stone wall in front of them still did not stop. Instead, they became more and more violent. After waiting for a while, the layers of ripples turned into reality, and they swirled and spread out, and the stone wall suddenly exposed. A dark hole. Looking at the hole that appeared in plain sight, Yang Kaiji felt that his soul was about to be sucked in, and he couldn't help feeling dizzy. Meng Wuya looked at him with a smile, patted Yang Kai's shoulder lightly, and said solemnly and reluctantly, "Little Yang Kai, you must take care of yourself." Yang Kai's brows can't help but wrinkle. Shopkeeper Meng's performance today is too affectionate. In the days when I'm not here, I hope Brother Wuya will take care of High Heaven Pavilion one or two more. Ling Taishu exhorted, and then plunged into the black hole in front of him with Yang Kai. Before entering, Yang Kai glanced back and saw Meng Wuya standing in the air, with a more beautiful smile than Huar, waving his hand to himself, kindly in a mess. After Ling Taishu and Yang Kai disappeared, the black hole on the stone wall suddenly disappeared and returned to its previous appearance. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Meng Wuya stood still and smiled for a long while. Ha 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 ha, the laughter shook the heavens and the earth, weeping ghosts and gods, and startled countless High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were meditating in their sleep, and all of them shivered involuntarily. God bless, I finally sent that stinky boy away. Now no one will disturb the heart of my precious apprentice. Well, I just don't know how long it will take for him to come back. Anyway, it will take a year or two. After such a long time, maybe his precious apprentice can forget him. Without this entanglement, disciples can cultivate quickly and grow up without worries. Wanting to be proud, Meng Wuya laughed again. After Ling Taishu entered the black hole, the surroundings were chaotic, but after only 3 breaths of effort, Yang Kai felt a flower before his eyes, and the two of them appeared in an unfamiliar land. Ling Taishu looked left and right, then quickly flew in one direction. After a while, he found a hidden place, opened Yang up, and said, "Protect the law for me, I will recover for a while." Yang Kai nodded, thinking in his heart that the tossing and fuss just now made Shigong a little overwhelmed. Ling Taishu took out the medicinal pill and took it, and sat quietly for about 2 hours before standing up. He couldn't help but mention Yang Kai and flew forward. Someone flying with him is completely different from his own. Ling Taishu protects Yang Kai with a whole body of true essence, and he can't feel the harassment of the headwind at all. "Master, what's the matter with the black hole under the trapped dragon stream?" Yang Kai asked. It was left by the patriarch. The void corridor connecting the two ends of heaven and earth. With the help of that place, you can easily cross from the High Heaven Pavilion to another place. I don't know how it is. After all, my strength is compared to that of the patriarch. It's too trivial. Then how far did we cross just now? Yang Kai's expression was shocked, and he didn't expect that there was such a wonderful thing as the void corridor in this world. Probably thousands of miles. Ling Taishu's voice was flat. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. From the time Ling Taishu and Meng Wuya poured true yuan into the stone wall, it was only half an hour before and after they left, and half an hour came. Thousands of miles away, this fact is too unbelievable and unreal, like a dream. Yang Kai's psychological quality is also quite good. After going through a big change, he calmed down after a moment of shock. "Aren't you going to ask me where I'm taking you?" Ling Taishu glanced at him. Master wants to say that he will tell me naturally, it won't be bad for me anyway. You think so? Ling Taishu gave a wry smile, his eyes became deep, and he slowly said, the place I want to send you to is a place of killing, where killing does not require any reason or excuse. Respect is given to those who are the strongest, the ancient principle of the strong eating the weak is vividly interpreted there, so you have to be mentally prepared. Yang Kai was surprised. What are you doing there? Cultivation, become stronger, and spy on the true meaning of martial arts. Ling Taishu took a deep breath. If you don't want to go, I can take you back now. Go, of course I will. Yang Kai was excited when he heard that his cultivation became stronger, and the desire for strength is something that every warrior possesses. Only when you become stronger can you not be insulted and bullied by others. Only when you become stronger can you go further in the martial arts and live well. Even if your life is in danger all the time, you have to go. Ling Taishu's mouth curled into a gratified smile. Of course I'm going, ha ha ha, sure enough, it's not the same as the boss. The old man also asked the boss this question back then. Guess what the boss said? Yang Kai thought for a while, imitating Yang Fourth Master's demeanor and tone, and said with a simple and honest face, I don't want to kill people, I still won't go. Ling Taishu was stunned when he heard it, and then he laughed in surprise. It's not wrong. It's said that the sun is Mo Ruofu, and it seems that the reverse is the same. If you don't want to kill people, in the end, you will only kill people. Your Yang family is weak, and everyone is like a wolf and a leopard. If you don't get stronger, even if you return to the Yang family, you will only be bullied. Yang Kai's aura is bloody and violent now. If he doesn't have enough strength to protect himself and his relatives, he will be bullied in the future and unable to resist. I am afraid that the aura will really affect his nature. Rather than fall into the ways of the demons and become the public enemy of the world in the future, it is better to give it a go now. Boss, don't blame the old man for being cruel and taking him over without saying hello to you. It's really because of your temperament, I'm afraid you won't agree. Master, where are we going? Yang Kai asked with a smile. It's not us, it's you, I'm only responsible for sending you there. You should have heard of that place, Nether Mountain. The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly stiffened, his face could not help twitching, he hesitated for a long while before he said, Master, the Nether Mountain you are talking about, shouldn't it be the Nether Mountain? Exactly. Yang Kai's face pumping was much more powerful. Nether Mountain is almost famous all over the world, because it is a forbidden place, and it is a forbidden place for any martial artist. Those who step into it are dead or alive, and no one has ever escaped from the forbidden area alive. Of course, this is only an exaggeration of the danger level of Netherworld Mountain by rumors in the world, but it is undeniable that Netherworld Mountain is indeed in danger. Compared with the Haifeng Mountains next to Lingxiao Pavilion, the danger level is more than a dozen grades. In the Black Wind Mountains, the general true essence martial artist can travel unimpeded, unless he is unlucky and encounters a particularly ferocious monster. But Nether Mountain, even a master of the Immortal Ascension boundary would have a hard time surviving. The gap between the two can be seen clearly. It is because of this danger that it is called a forbidden place, and there is only one such forbidden place in the entire Han Dynasty. But the world is so big that there are many forbidden places such as Netherworld Mountain in other places. Yang Kai has heard that there is a forbidden place called Wasteland in the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom adjacent to Dayan. All kinds of dangers are similar to Netherworld Mountain. There is beyond. In the forbidden area, strange beasts abound, and there are many unknown dangers in the jungle. Going there is simply courting death. However, Yang Kai estimated that Ling Taishu had his own plans, and although his expression changed a bit, he would not lose his temper. Sure enough, Ling Taishu seemed to be observing his reaction, and it took a moment for him to be satisfied. We don't go deep into the Nether Mountain, but only 500 miles. There is a very strange place there, which is suitable for a martial artist like you to practice. Quote. What kind of place? Yang Kai asked. I can't tell, it's a very strange place. The old man was also brought by his master to experience it, so he can know the existence there. I wanted to send your father there, but he rejected him, until your generation. Many people know about the existence of that place. Now that the time is coming, I am afraid that many people have passed by ahead of time. Whether we can grab a seat is still in the air. If you can get in smoothly, you have to remember one thing. The people who appear there are all enemies. Never trust anyone. I know. You don't know. Ling Taishu shook his head slowly, and his tone became a little more serious. The special nature of that place has created a situation where enemies are everywhere. Let me tell you this, the person who was killed was full of vitality and spirit. Blood will condense into a blood bead, and this kind of blood bead can be absorbed by anyone and enhance their own strength without any worries. What? Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at vansh.saran. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 215 Cooperation. Now you should understand, why do I say that there is no reason or excuse for killing people there. The blood beads obtained after killing are the best excuse and reason. A life is just a cornerstone to become stronger. Especially since you only have the level of the third floor of the separation and reunion, you are more likely to be targeted. Ling Taishu said in a deep voice. Yang Kai was shocked, but more excited and surprised. Ling Taishu looked at the fire and saw Yang Kai's expression in his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking that this kid really wants to prove martial arts by killing. If the third-level martial artist of the separation and reunion realm next to him heard such a thing, he would only be afraid to escape. Instead, he was eager to try, and could not wait to run to that place immediately and be in the midst of endless slaughter. There is no need to worry about hurting innocent people. Even if Yang Kai doesn't take the initiative to kill, someone will come to kill him, and there are many evil warriors there, all of whom should be killed. Along the way, Ling Taishu told Yang Kai a lot of information about the place. After all, he had practiced there many years ago and had personal experience. These experiences are extremely precious. Yang Kai listened very carefully, not daring to omit the slightest. According to Ling Taishu, that place is in the Nether Mountain, but it does not really belong to the Nether Mountain. It is a very strange independent space, and the entrance is in a lake in the Nether Mountain. I don't know what kind of peculiar energy and the rules of heaven and earth are in it. Anyway, as long as a living thing dies in it, all the energy and flesh and blood essence will condense into blood beads, including humans and monsters. These blood beads can be taken by themselves, or they can be brought out for others to take, which is very valuable. And the more powerful people or monsters die, the higher the value of blood beads, and the more improvement it can bring to people. In addition, in that place, all offensive and defensive secret treasures will not play any role. It should be sealed by an invisible energy. Hearing this news, Yang Kai's heart can't help but chill. My current strength is only the third level of the separation and reunion realm. The ghost knows how many masters of the real Yuan realm will go there. Once they encounter these masters, if Yang Kai does not have the Asura sword or Qinrui Shui Haidang to help him, he will definitely fall into the disadvantage, even very likely to be killed. But when he thinks that others are the same, Yang Kai can't help but balance a lot. That place is opened every 10 years, and Yang Kai was lucky this time, and he caught up just after returning to the High Heaven Pavilion. If you come back a few months later, you will definitely miss it. In the end, Ling Taishu solemnly gave Yang Kai a small cloth bag. This cloth bag is about the size of a palm, and it is engraved with many complicated patterns. The material is strange and it looks very delicate. What is this? Yang Kai asked in confusion. I call it a Chenkin bag. Don't look at its small size. In fact, it is very famous and can hold a full amount of things. Yang Kai was moved again and glanced at Ling Taishu in surprise. He didn't expect that Ling Taishu would have even such a secret treasure that only existed in legends and was specially used to store things. It's all things left by the ancestors. I'm afraid this is the only thing in the whole big man, not even the 8 of you. Ling Taishu said indifferently. Oh, no, there may be some in Meng Wuya, but that old thing hides and tucks all the treasures, and doesn't give it to anyone except his apprentice. It's really petty. There are some medicinal pills for you, save it. Ling Taishu warned. Well, thank you master. When I come back, I will return this bag to you. Yang Kai solemnly stuffed the small cloth bag into his arms and put it on his chest. This thing is really a supreme secret treasure. The secret treasure that can store things is only rumored to have appeared in the world, but no one has ever seen it. However, in Yang Kai's body, there is a wordless black book made of soul-suppressing stones. That thing can also be used to refine the secret treasure of storing things, and the grade is definitely much higher than the Chenkin bag. But Yang Kai now sits on Baoshan but doesn't know how to use it, which is really a bit tragic. After flying forward for about a day, a deep and continuous mountain range with a strange aura appeared in front of Ling Taishu and Yang Kai. Nether Mountain, the only forbidden place for Dayan. The desolate atmosphere rushed towards him, and this forbidden place seemed to be a giant dragon that had been crawling here in ancient times, making people shudder. When we got to the front of the mountain, before we had time to go in, a team rushed out from the left and right sides. There were 6 people on the left. Yongkai fixed his eyes and saw that they were all women. The 6 were led by an old woman and a beautiful woman, and the remaining 4 were all girls. The 4 young girls wore some small bells on their hands and feet, and they galloped, and the crisp and pleasant jingling sound came, like a mountain stream and a clear spring, which was refreshing. And this group of women are all born with extraordinary looks. The beautiful woman is graceful and luxurious, with a plump and full body. Her black hair is tied into a bun at the back of her head, revealing a white and slender neck, and there is a mature and gorgeous beauty everywhere, especially it was the pair of eyes that made the sky blue and the flowers fragrant. The 4 girls are even more beautiful. They are in the age of cardamom, and they are curled up. Their pink and tender lotus arms are half exposed. All of them have snow-white skin. This kind of beauty, yan thin ring fat, smiling sweetly, are shy, are glamorous, are frosty, are passionate, 4 people together, enough to make any man crazy. Although the temperament of the girls is not as mature and attractive as that of the beautiful woman, they also have a green and moving style. And although the old woman looks very old, it can be vaguely seen that she must have an extraordinary appearance when she was young, but the ruthless years have carved many indelible marks on her face. This group of people rushed to the 30 feet in front of Yongkai and Ling Taishu and stopped. The old woman glanced at them lightly, and snorted. Those who can come to Netherworld Mountain at this time obviously have the same purpose. The position to enter that strange space is limited, and it is naturally a competitor. Ling Taishu smiled at the old woman, and said to Yongkai in a low voice, "It's a first-class sex Wanhua Palace, young people are young and energetic, be careful not to take the words of these little girls in it, or eat them. You can't even spit out a bone." Yongkai Zheng's eyes lit up, looking at the 4 girls with critical eyes. Hearing Ling Taishu's words, he immediately straightened his face. "Master, don't worry, I will be careful." After a while, the man on the right also arrived. Looking around, I saw that the leader was an old man about the same age as Ling Taishu. Behind him, there were 3 young men and women, all of them with extraordinary strength, but both men and women, their temperament was a bit evil. Those 2 men were even more presumptuous than Yongkai, and their eyes were almost glued to the disciples of the Wanhua Palace girl. The girls around them were very unhappy, and couldn't help but snorted. "This is from the Ghost King Valley." Ling Taishu's face sank. "You are in trouble." "Why?" Yongkai wondered. "Because master, I played a few games with the old man across from me back then. This is an evil sect, and I have to be careful about their skills when I encounter them," Ling Taishu replied. Yongkai looked at it, and sure enough, the hands of the 3 people on the opposite side were a little weird, not as bloody as ordinary people, but gloomy and pale, looking like ghost claws. The old man opposite suddenly sneered, "Ling Taishu, you're not dead yet." Ling Taishu snorted softly, "Gui Li, you are not dead." Okay. Gui Li grinned, "I'm worried that you won't be able to find someone to take revenge when you die, but I didn't expect to ask me to meet you here today. It's God's pity. What, isn't the lesson you taught 50 years ago enough? Today, you want to take the initiative to die." Ling Taishu sneered, not afraid at all. Gui Li looked grim. "What's the point of mentioning the past of adulthood? I lost to you 50 years ago, but it doesn't mean that it will be the same 50 years later. Do you want to try?" Ling Taishu smiled proudly. Gui Li's eyes were as eerie and terrifying as ghost fire, staring at Ling Taishu resentfully, with a bit of jealousy. The 2 faced off, and even the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples behind Gui Li glared at Yongkai. Yongkai grinned at them, his expression unchanged. Touch! A sound came, but it was the old woman from Wanhua Palace who used her faucet cane to smash the ground. "If you 2 don't want to fight, why don't we discuss and join forces to enter the Nether Mountain?" The old woman looked at Ling Taishu and Gui Li lightly. Although Ling Taishu and Gui Li had grudges, they really didn't want to do it now. After all, they both brought people to experience it. The old woman is also a human being, and seeing that both of them need a step, she said this. Gui Li laughed and said, "This old man gives Yan Gongzu a face. Today, I won't care about you for the time being. After this matter, Ling Taishu, there will be a battle between you and me." "Anytime." Gui Li stared at Yongkai gloomily, without any intention of avoiding taboos, and said to the 3 disciples beside him, "Remember the appearance of this kid, kill him when you get inside." "Yes." The 3 responded coldly. Yongkai's expression turned cold, and he secretly recorded the appearance of these 3 people. With the mediation of the old woman in Wanhua Palace, Ling Taishu and Gui Li put aside their grievances for the time being. The 3 briefly discussed for a while. The old woman led the way, and the 4 girls followed closely. 3 disciples. Yang Kai and Ling Taishu are the queens. As for the beautiful woman, she was also in the center, but with Guili one on the left and one on the right. With the protection of these 4 masters of the immortal ascension realm, the younger generation of disciples can be said to be extremely safe. Of course, the premise is that Ling Taishu and Guili will not use shady tricks on each other. Ling Taishu naturally wouldn't be so vicious, but it was hard to say about Guili. It was because of this concern that the old woman would let Ling Taishu be the queen to prevent Guili from attacking from behind. Fortunately, Guili was also a sensible person, and he didn't do anything along the way, he just kept his position honestly and dutifully. The Nether Mountain is notorious for its viciousness. A group of people entered it cautiously and held their breath, because even in the outermost area, they might encounter powerful monsters of the 5th or 6th order. The women in Wanwa Palace didn't know what method they used. The bells on their wrists and ankles didn't make any sound at the moment, and the whole group moved silently. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at CA² just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 216. My name is Jin Hao. Not long after walking, there was a rustling sound in front of you. It seemed that something was approaching quickly. A group of young disciples are all like a formidable enemy, and all of them are extremely vigilant, but the 4 immortals are not changing their expressions. Swipe, a ferocious head suddenly sprang out from the jungle in front, opening its mouth wide and biting towards the old woman who was leading the way. The head was about the size of a bamboo hat, and the 2 golden triangular eyes on the head were flickering with ferocious and sinister light. The old woman snorted lightly, raised the crutches in her hand slightly, moved forward slightly, hit its forehead, and then picked its jaw. The huge head was swept aside as if it had been attacked by a huge force. Before it could land on the ground, the entire head suddenly burst open, and a bloody mist filled the air. The middle-aged beautiful woman swayed and rushed out. Qian Qiansu shook her hand, and a colorful ribbon flew out from her wrist, like a snake out of a hole, rolled up a demon pill in the blood mist, and retracted it again. Golden pupil and silver-backed python. A monster at the peak of the 5th rank. Ling Taishu said softly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at it, and sure enough, there was a big python body without a head on the ground. There was a silver pattern on the back of the big python, which looked very strange. Everything just happened too fast. He didn't see the big python very clearly before he died, and even the demon pill was taken away by the middle-aged beautiful woman. The 5th order peak is the peak of the true Yuan realm. He was killed by this old woman in a single encounter. The strength of this old woman in Wanwa Palace can be seen clearly. I am afraid that it is on the same level as Ling Taishu, or even more than that. After all, Wanwa Palace is a first-class sect. The power is much larger than that of High Heaven Pavilion. Be careful, this thing is a gregarious monster. Ling Taishu warned again in a deep voice. Before he finished speaking, there were bursts of rustling sounds from all directions, and it was vaguely seen that many pairs of golden triangular pupils in the jungle were staring here and quickly approaching here. The old woman didn't stop, just raised her voice. The speed is faster. Once the smell of blood spreads, it will attract more monsters to come. The pace of the group became faster and faster. Brush, brush. In all directions, countless golden-eyed silver-backed pythons leapt high, opening their bloody mouths and attacking the group. The old woman's crutches contained unparalleled lethality, often just a little light. A big python would be killed instantly. Gui Li and the beautiful woman were in the middle to support, each used means to protect the safety of their disciples. As expected, Gui Li was an evil cultivator, his exercises were running, and his black aura exuded a violent and bloody aura. He held a secret treasure in the form of a long spear, swooped from left to right, and swept away all incoming enemies. Kill. That beautiful woman's strength is slightly inferior, but it is still very easy to deal with 5th order monsters. As she turns her body, she brings an intoxicating fragrance, and the golden-eyed silver-backed python that rushes towards her is often not yet. When he got close, he was killed by inexplicable means. Ling Taishu had never used any secret treasures. His moves were simple and unpretentious, but they were infinitely powerful, and the speed at which he killed monsters was not much better than that of the old woman. Flesh and blood flew, and one after another, the golden-eyed and silver-backed pythons were killed. Wherever everyone passed, it was like the autumn wind sweeping the leaves, and they never encountered the slightest obstacle. The 4 girls from Wanwa Palace also flew out ribbons from their hands. They did not intend to fight against these monsters, but used the ribbons to take the magic pills of the monsters that were killed. The 4 girls are fellow disciples and sisters, and they cooperate closely with each other. The three of them shot the dead monster's head to blow up, and the other person swung the ribbon to collect the demon pill. The value of the demon pill of the fifth order monster is not low. The actions of the girls made the three people in the Valley of the Ghost Kings jealous, but they didn't have the means of the girls, so they could only watch it, not to mention envious. The girls got trophies, and their beautiful faces all had happy smiles, and they were all prettier than flowers, and they were all a little proud. Another golden-eyed and silver-backed python came, and that Gui Li shook the long spear in his hand, pierced it 7 inches, and poured in its ferocious true essence, killing it directly. Picking the tip of the gun, this golden-eyed and silver-backed python actually flew towards the crowd. Obviously, Gui Li wanted his disciples to get some benefits too. But I don't know if he was intentional or not. This pick was a little too hard, and the place where the golden pupil and silver-backed python fell was actually where Yang Kai was. Ling Taishu's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't try to stop him. With a swipe of the ground, a male disciple of the Ghost King Valley rushed backwards, with a grin on the corner of his mouth, and Senbai's strangely big hands were surging with true essence, cutting into the huge head of the golden-eyed silver-backed python like a sharp blade. His strike seemed to be taking a demon pill, but in fact he used a lot of force, and the remaining power of the move was enough to hit Yang Kai, who was standing at the back. Yang Kai's expression was stern, and he noticed the other party's sinister damage between the electric light and flint, and naturally he would not sit still. He didn't confront him, just stretched out his hands, grabbed the body of the dead golden-eyed silver-backed python, and threw it to the side with all his strength. The male disciple from the Valley of the Ghost Kings was grinning horribly just a moment ago, but his expression changed abruptly the next moment. Yang Kai's counterattack was beyond his expectations, and with a strange cry, he was thrown a dozen feet away together with the golden-eyed silver-backed python. However, his reaction was also quite quick. He quickly pulled his big hand back from the python's head in midair, and pressed his feet a little on the python, finally stopping the castration. Before they landed, 2 giant pythons that had been poised for a long time rushed out from the side. His face was horrified, and his hair stood on end. Don't look at the 4 masters of the Immortal Ascension realm killing these giant pythons like slaughtering chickens and dogs. After all, their strength is there. If a true essence martial artist encounters these giant pythons, they will only be killed. When the crisis came, this disciple of Ghost King Valley almost felt the breath of death. He didn't expect that Yang Kai could not succeed, but he was thrown into the Jedi by him. This is really harmful to others. At this critical juncture, Gui Li finally killed him. A long spear just danced in the air, swept the 2 giant pythons out, grabbed the disciple's shoulder and threw it there, and quickly returned. With such a short delay, the 4 female disciples of Wanwa Palace were attacked by giant pythons. If the middle-aged beautiful woman didn't react quickly and came over to protect them, these 4 girls might have been injured. After Gui Li returned, the middle-aged beautiful woman glared at him fiercely, hating that he had left the team and let her disciples of Wanwa Palace be hurt. Gui Li also knew that he was wrong and did not dare to complain, but just gave Yang Kai and Ling Taishu a cold look. In the dark battle, the older generation consciously did not intervene, but Yang Kai's cleverness caused the disciple of the Ghost King Valley to suffer a big loss. Yang Kai doesn't care. The elders of the other party have made it clear that they want them to kill him. Why is he polite to them? If you are more polite, it will not be magnanimity, but weakness. After rushing forward for a long time, he slashed more than 20 golden-eyed and silver-backed pythons before leaving this dangerous place. This is only the outermost periphery of Nether Mountain, and there is such a crisis. It can be seen that the fierce name of the forbidden area is not groundless. After a fierce battle, the older generation was exhausted. The old woman still led the way without saying a word, and went straight for about 100 miles before finding a relatively safe place to stop and rest. The older generation should keep their spirits full, and the younger generation should also recover their physical strength. After stopping, the old woman of Wanwa Palace snorted softly and looked at Gui Li coldly. It's just this one time, I don't want to see it a second time, otherwise, the 2 of you will enter on your own. I, Wanwagong, don't want to act with people who have evil intentions and risk their lives. Gui Li laughed and said, Palace Master Yan, don't worry, the old man just missed his hand for a while. The disciple's shot was a little too aggressive. It was a misunderstanding. That's the best. The old woman nodded lightly, and then walked to the side to meditate and recover. Between the 3 factions, there is a distance from each other, quiet and silent. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and saw the Ghost King Valley disciple who wanted to plot against him walking towards him step by step. When he stood about 10 feet away, the man looked at Yang Kai coldly, and said with a grin, My name is Jin Hao, you'd better get out of the way now, otherwise, I won't give up if I get there. Kill you mercilessly. He spoke wildly, without any scruples about Ling Taishu, who was sitting beside him. Ling Taishu didn't say anything, just closed his eyes and meditated. Yang Kai looked at him and suddenly chuckled. Brother Jin, dogs that bite people usually don't bark. Poochie. A few chuckles came from there, and it was the four girls in Wanwa Palace who couldn't help but laugh. The beautiful middle-aged woman glared at them, and the girls quickly pursed their lips again, pretending to meditate. Jin Hao said coldly, sharp teeth and sharp mouth, you'd better pray that you don't touch me inside. After all, turn around and leave. Looking at his back, Yang Kai is also full of murderous intentions. The three people in the Valley of the Ghost Kings are destined to be enemies, but their strength is higher than their own, and they have an advantage in numbers. After resting for a while, the old woman stood up. Ling Taishu and Gui Li also opened their eyes at the same time. It was still the same lineup as before, and the group continued to go deeper into the Nether Mountain. Along the way, there are often monsters harassing them. There are many monsters in Nether Mountain, and the ranks are irregular. There are 3rd order, 4th order and 5th order, and even 2 6th order monsters. However, the 2 6th order monsters obviously knew that this group of people was not easy to provoke, and they just gave up after a while, much more shrewd than those who came to die. After killing these monsters, the 4 girls in Wanwa Palace gained the most, the ribbons were thrown out, and the demon pills were frequently used. The 3 people in Ghost King Valley also worked together, cooperated with Ghost Li to kill beasts to get pills, and got a lot of good things. Only Yang Kai was relatively shabby. He walked all the way down and only got 2 demon pills of 5th order monsters. This was only obtained by Ling Taishu deliberately throwing the corpses of the monsters to him. Yang Kai doesn't care, his strength is always the lowest, the more ordinary he is now, the less he will be remembered. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at a player. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency starter sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 217 Arrival. The short 500-mile journey, in normal times, can be reached in just 2 hours with the strength of such a group of people. It doesn't take half an hour for an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master to fly. But after advancing 500 miles in the Nether Mountain, it took a full 2 days to arrive. The dangers and attacks encountered on the way are far beyond everyone's expectations. Palace Yan, someone from your 10,000 Flowers Palace will come every 10 years. Is it so dangerous every time? During a break, Ling Taishu asked. The last time he came was 50 years ago. Now, although there were monsters blocking the way back then, it wasn't as frequent this time. The old woman pondered. No, this time I don't know how it happened. I am afraid something has changed in Nether Mountain, and some weak monsters have been driven to the periphery. Hearing what she said, Ling Taishu and Gui Li both changed slightly. It's not appropriate to stay here for a long time, let's continue on our way. The old woman also noticed that something was wrong, and immediately suggested. A group of people set foot on the road again, and after half a day, they finally arrived at their destination without any risk. There is a huge lake in front of him, the water is clear and sparkling, but there is a strange aura on the calm lake, which makes Yang Kai feel a sense of uneasiness. Looking from a distance, I saw that there were piles of men and horses gathered at the edge of the lake. These people were masters from various forces of the Han who brought their disciples to experience. 7 or 8 people, only 3 or 4 less. These people were about 30 feet apart and gathered around the edge of the lake. After seeing Ling Taishu's group, they all showed a touch of dissatisfaction and vigilance. The old woman from Wanwa Palace nodded slightly to Ling Taishu, and then led the beautiful woman and the 4 girls towards the lake. The appearance of Yingyangyanyan's men and horses immediately attracted the attention of countless young men. The girls were also used to seeing this kind of scene, and they didn't have much emotional fluctuations. They just followed the old woman obediently and found a place where no one was there to stop. Gui Li gave Ling Taishu a gloomy smile, and gave Yang Kai a meaningful look. That Jin Hao even snorted coldly, and made a wiping action at Yang Kai, and then under the leadership of Gui Li, he walked in the opposite direction with the people from Wanwa Palace. Let's find a place too, Ling Taishu said, leading Yang Kai towards the lake. Most of the places by the lake have been occupied by these first forces. Ling Taishu and Yang Kai have walked for a long time and have not found a place to stay. But every time he passed a group of people, Ling Taishu would quietly transmit his voice to tell him that the forces that this group belonged to were righteous and evil, how strong the disciples who participated in the trial were, and what kind of sects to be careful about. Yang Kai secretly remembered it in his heart, and his face remained calm. Ling Taishu was obviously relieved after walking around most of the lake, and finally found only one spot that was not occupied by anyone. After stopping, the two sat cross-legged. Ling Taishu told Yang Kai the details of the various forces around the lake in more detail. The more he understands, the more Yang Kai can perceive the danger of this experience. These forces belong to the Great Han, most of them are first and second class sects, and there are also some third class sects. Each family has at least 2 or 3 disciples. There is no one like Yang Kai who wants to go in and experience alone. Ling Taishu originally wanted to bring 2 more people to accompany Yang Kai, but there were really no good candidates in High Heaven Pavilion. Su Yan can do it, but Su Yan is cultivating the Bingxin art, and killing too much is not good for her. Sha Ningxiang can do it too, but she is Meng Wuya's disciple. It's too late for Meng Wuya to treat her as a treasure, so why would she be willing to risk her life? As for Xie Hongchen and the others, Ling Taishu didn't think about it at all. Bringing him here would only stumble upon Yang Kai. The strength of these young people who came to the lake is higher than Yang Kai, at least they are all at the 7th or 8th floor of the separation and reunion, and there are many masters of the true essence. The 8 great families of Zhongdu did not see anyone coming, which is good news. Only warriors at and below the true essence realm can go in and practice, so you don't have to worry about encountering an immortal ascension realm master. With your strength, you should be able to deal with an enemy on the 2nd or 3rd floor of the true essence realm. But if you encounter someone with higher strength, Master Shi will only give you one piece of advice: run. Men should be able to afford it and let it go, don't just try to be aggressive. If you can afford it, you will have strength, and if you can let it go, it will be wisdom. I see. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Remember, there is only one task in it, and that is to survive. If you want to become stronger, you don't have to fight with people. Hunting monsters is also a way to become stronger. I estimate that there are not a few people who have this plan. If there are really trustworthy people, they might as well unite with each other. This is also the way to survive. Quote. Master, look at the sect over there, the dress is a bit weird. Yang Kai suddenly gestured towards the distance with his eyes. Ling Taishu fixed his eyes and frowned, only to see a group of people over there, and they were slightly different from others in terms of clothing and appearance. As if they sensed the gazes of Ling Taishu and Yang Kai, a group of people over there also looked back. Their expressions were cold and fierce, and the warning was quite strong. Not from a big man. Ling Taishu said softly, he's from the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom. The people from the Heavenly Wolf Nation also ran over. Yang Kai was stunned. The Heavenly Wolf Nation is adjacent to the big man. Why did the sect there come to this forbidden place so far? The martial arts of Sirius are fierce. It is rumored that most of the martial artists are cruel people, and they are not of our race. You must be careful when you encounter them. The strength of this group of people is simply unstoppable for you. Clothing is quite revealing. Yang Kai looked at it with relish. There were 2 women in the group of Tinlong Nation. They were enchanting, and the clothes on their bodies were extremely scarce. Both arms were exposed, and the tight tops could not cover them. The proud twin peaks, as if they were about to make a profit, the tops were very small, and the 2 women's actions even exposed their flat abdomens and delicate navels, knees, revealing a snow-white calf. Hey, Ling Taishu shook his head helplessly, still a little confused. How could such a simple, honest and dull man give birth to a meat boy like Yang Kai? As time went by, more and more people came to this lake. I don't know what kind of rule. People from all sides were separated by a certain distance and waited quietly. In less than a day, there were people around the lake. When the latecomers lost their positions, they would naturally turn their attention to the places occupied by the weak and weak. In just an hour, 4 or 5 battles broke out, and a small force, whether it was an older generation or a young disciple who came to experience it, was slaughtered. The bloody and cruel scene did not attract anyone's attention. Since he dared to come here, he must be prepared to conflict with others. If the skill is not as good as that of being beheaded by someone, I can't blame anyone. Fortunately, although there were only 2 of them, Ling Taishu and Yang Kai were not targeted by anyone, which saved a lot of trouble. But the good times didn't last long. With the arrival of more and more forces, Ling Taishu and Yang Kai were still noticed. An old man about the same age as Ling Taishu walked over with 2 young disciples, a man and a woman, and stopped at a distance of 10 meters in front of Ling Taishu. Ling Taishu sat on the ground, opened his eyes and looked at him with a calm expression. Yang Kai was secretly vigilant on the side, but to his surprise, he never felt hostility and murderous intent. The old man on the opposite side pondered slightly, clasped his fist at Ling Taishu and said, "Old man Zuowen of Yingyumen, dare to ask your excellency Gao's name." Ling Xiaozh, Ling Taishu. It turned out to be Brother Ling. Zhou Wen had obviously heard of Ling Xiao Pavilion, so he greeted him lightly, and immediately said straight to the point, "Brother Ling, forgive me, this old man took his disciples all the way to the mountains and rivers, and he came a little late. I didn't expect this time to experience a different place. With so many forces, we lose our place." Ling Taishu took Yang Kai to fly directly across thousands of miles, so although the departure was late, it was still early. And this Zhou Wen from Yingyumen had set off as early as a month ago, but the journey is long, plus the hardships of entering the Nether Mountain. It is 2 days later than Ling Taishu. "Brother Zhou, what advice do you have?" Since the other party was not malicious, Ling Taishu naturally didn't need to look at others. Although he had guessed the other party's intention in his heart, he still asked. Zhou Wen laughed dryly and said, "Zhou wants to have a discussion with Brother Ling. The duckweed crossing the lake can bring 4 people in at a time. Zhou sees that there is only one disciple beside Brother Ling. Can he make it easy and let the old man enter? The 2 disciples of my family took a downwind boat. If Zhou did not make an empty run this time, he would be laughed at when he went back, and he would also disappoint the 2 disciples." Ling Taishu turned his attention to the 2 young disciples behind Zhou Wen. The 2 quickly stepped forward, and the man said, "Disciple Chen Zushu, I have seen Senior Ling." The woman said, "Disciple Shu Xiaoyu, I have seen Senior Ling." The 2 of them were all honored disciples, with a respectful demeanor, without the slightest dissatisfaction and domineering. Ling Taishu saw their performance in his eyes and nodded secretly. Like High Heaven Pavilion, Yinyu sect is a second-class sect, and none of its disciples are wicked. And this man and woman are both gentle-looking, not like people who like to fight bravely. Seeing Ling Taishu pondering, Zhou Wen hurriedly said, "Brother Ling, don't worry, my 2 disciples are kind-hearted, and this time I went to experience only hunting monsters and finding opportunities, and I will never do anything to you. The unfavorable things for the disciples under the sect can be guaranteed by the old man." After he finished speaking, he added, "If this little brother doesn't give up, he can also become a companion with my 2 disciples when he is inside, and they can take care of each other." Ling Taishu had already thought about it, but he still turned his attention to Yang Kai and asked, "What do you think?" Yang Kai nodded indifferently, "You can go in together, but you won't need to go together. Everyone is unfamiliar, although Chen Zushu and Shu Xiaoyu look good, but they know the face and the heart, so naturally they have to be wary. What's more, even if Yang Kai trusts these 2 people, the other party will say whether he believes it or not. Zhou Wen's words are just polite words, how can they be serious?" To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at CA2 just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first Releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 218, Duckweed Crossing the Lake. Since this kid has no opinion, Brother Zhou will invite him. Ling Taishu greeted Zhou Wen and said. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief, and clasped his fists with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Ling." "Brother Zhou, you're welcome." Ling Taishu nodded lightly. "Actually, the 2 of us would like to thank Brother Zhou for clearing the siege. In fact, the 3 people from Yingyumen are now joining in. It is only good for Ling Taishu and Yang Kai. After all, they are only 2 people occupying a place. Now more and more forces are coming, maybe they will encounter something. An existence that cannot be provoked, and then rob this place. With Zhou Wen joining in, it would be different. The 2 immediately became 5 people, guarded by 2 masters. Even if someone wanted to make an idea here, they had to weigh their own depths. Zhou Wen heard the words, and felt at ease, laughed loudly, and greeted his 2 disciples to sit down cross-legged. Although Ling Taishu and Zhou Wen met for the first time, they were both mature and sophisticated. After a few scenes, everyone was already quite familiar with them. Because Ling Taishu made it convenient here, Zhou Wen intentionally reciprocated, revealing a lot of news about the other place in his words. Ling Taishu happened to be lacking these things. He came here 50 years ago. 50 years have passed, and he doesn't know if there have been any changes in different places. Naturally, he hastened to find out. Zuowen also knows everything and says everything. Yang Kai listened carefully. Through the conversation between the 2, Yang Kai realized that this place was first discovered by a few warriors who came to Netherworld Mountain. Later, as time went by, more and more people knew about it. But in general, people who know it exists here will keep it as a secret to guard it and not publicize it. So after dozens of hundreds of years, even if more people know about the existence of this place, it is not known to the world. This is still the case to this day. There are many sects of the Han dynasty. How many are there? But now the forces surrounding the lake are less than 1/10 of the total number. If the trouble is known to the world, there will probably be a bloody battle here every 10 years. Originally, this has been going on forever, and everyone doesn't have to compete for positions, but since the opening of a different place 30 years ago, more and more forces have known about the existence of this place. Zhou Wen sighed. What happened? Ling Taishu asked thoughtfully. Because of the disciples who entered a different place to practice, some people got great things. Zhou Wen's voice was low and solemn. He paused for a while, and then he said, some people got a few drops from it. Luyan liquid. Ling Taishu's expression moved slightly, but the supreme treasure used to refine the true essence. Zhu Aowen nodded. Exactly. As soon as the 3 words of Luyan liquid came out, Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu couldn't help but breathe a little faster, obviously knowing how precious and cherished this thing is. On the contrary, Yang Kai's expression was flat and did not change in the slightest. Zhou Wen saw Yang Kai's expression in his eyes and thought to himself that this son might be a little ignorant, otherwise why would he not respond? How could he know that although Yang Kai had never heard the name of glazed flame liquid, Ling Taishu's words were enough to make him realize the preciousness of this kind of thing. But, Yang Kai already has Juyin condensation primordial dew, and it is sealed in the arrogant golden body. He can absorb it only when he is promoted to true essence realm, and assist himself to transform his vitality into true essence, so he is very interested in this glazed flame liquid. Not too caring. Good things usually have countless people going to be to grab themselves. Since they have Juyin condensation origin dew, there is no need to pay attention to Luyan liquid. Zhou Wen coughed lightly and continued, if it's just glazed flame liquid, it's not enough to make people crazy. But that time when it was opened in a different place, not only did some people bring out the cherished glazed flame liquid from it, but some people also got soul cleansing lotion. Ling Taishu was moved again. Yang Kai finally became curious, what does soul washing dew do? Zhou Wen smiled and explained carefully. Luyan liquid can help warriors to temper their true essence and make the true essence more pure, but this soul-cleansing lotion can help people open up the sea of AAAA knowledge to cultivate spiritual consciousness. The Yuan realm breaks through to the divine movement realm. If there is a drop of soul-cleansing dew to help, it will be easy to open up the sea of AA consciousness without any obstruction. If people above the divine movement realm take the soul-washing dew, 1 drop can expand the sea of AA consciousness, and the consciousness will become tough and resistant to it. Takes years of hard work. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ling Taishu said, so it is, no wonder there are so many more people. Even many young people from the separation and reunion border are going to take risks. 50 years ago, no one dared to enter. Ling Taishu thought that the world had changed, and now the young people are more courageous. I didn't expect that there was such a reason. There are only 2 tasks for martial artist cultivation in the separation and reunion realm. One is to improve the realm, and the second is to prepare for the transformation of vitality into true essence. Glazed flame liquid naturally has a great attraction to martial artists in the separation and reunion realm. In the same way, there are also 2 tasks for the cultivation of true Yuan realm warriors. One is to improve the realm, and the other is to prepare for opening up the sea of AAAA knowledge and cultivating spiritual consciousness. Whether it is glazed flame liquid or soul cleansing lotion, they all want. That's why so many people came. Yang Kai is also hot in his heart now. He didn't care what kind of glazed flame liquid, but soul-washing dew made his heart unceasingly. Old Demon once said that his multicolored soul-warming lotus needs to absorb many genius treasures that nourish the soul in order to grow into a colorful level. This soul wash is obviously one of them, and it is a very effective one. If you can get some to take it, it will be of great help to Wen Shenlian and herself. After talking about this, the 2 old guys went to chat with themselves. The 3 young people were bored. Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu were better than Yang Kai. After all, the 2 came from the same place, and they seemed to be lovers. Thick, secretly sending autumn waves. As if aware of Yang Kai's embarrassment, Chen Zushu smiled slightly at him, clasped his fists and said, dare to ask junior brother's surname. Yang Kai smiled. Don't give your surname Yang. Yang. Chen Zushu's eyelids jumped, obviously thinking of the Yang family in the central capital, but he immediately thought it was unlikely and didn't care much. Junior brother Yang doesn't seem to know much about this place. Chen Zushu intends to get closer to each other, so naturally he wants to find some words. Well, I was brought over in a daze. Yang Kai nodded. Xu Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing. Your teacher is right next to you, be careful he punishes you. Chen Zushu also smiled and said, if junior brother Yang doesn't give up, if there is something you don't understand, brother Yu can help you out. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai really had a question to ask. Why are these forces separated by dozens of feet? Is there any special rule that allows them to choose their position? Chen Zushu said. This question, brother Yu just knows a thing or two. After speaking, he stood up, walked to the lake and waved to Yang Kai, pointing downwards and said, Junior brother Yang, please take a look. Following the direction of his fingers, Yang Kai saw a green duckweed by the lake, but this piece of duckweed was not the same as ordinary duckweed. Where there is duckweed, that's where they choose. Yang Kai raised his eyes to observe and found that as expected, there was indeed a piece of duckweed in front of those forces. Junior brother Yang, don't underestimate this piece of duckweed, it is a ship that takes us to that other place. Chen Zushu said, anyone who wants to enter it has to step on this duckweed. A piece of duckweed cannot be entered no matter how strong it is. Moreover, there are strange things in this lake. It is impossible to fly over the entire lake, and the duckweed does not carry masters above the immortal ascension boundary. Therefore, the highest martial artist who enters the experience is only true Yuan territory. Yang Kai was relieved, nodded earnestly, and asked more humbly for advice. He learned a lot of detailed questions from Chen Zushu. Xu Xiaoyu interjected a few words from time to time, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. When night fell, Zhou Wen suddenly looked solemn and said solemnly, it's about to start. As soon as his words fell, all the warriors around the lake started to move, and I saw 1,000 beams of brilliance suddenly poured out from the bottom of the lake, and the entire lake was splendid and beautiful. Immediately, a strange and heavy aura descended, and it was that the masters of the immortal ascension boundary seemed to be unable to bear in front of this aura. All of them seemed to be facing a formidable enemy, their faces were heavy, and their luck was resisting. The duckweed by the lake spun up and down, and in an instant they became bigger, and they grew to a length of more than 10 feet before they stopped slowly. After the duckweed stabilized, Ling Taishu and Zhou Wen drank at the same time, go up. Yang Kai and the two disciples of Yingyuman did not hesitate at all, and jumped onto the duckweed one after another. No wonder Zhou Wen said before that the duckweed across the lake can only carry 4 people, and it is true. Now that 3 people are standing on it, there is only a little space left, and 1 more person will be full. Zhou Wen solemnly told Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu that they must be careful when they are inside, and not to quarrel with others easily. The two nodded again and again. Ling Taishu also told Yang Kai, if anyone provokes you, kill him, don't be merciful, but don't take the initiative to provoke right and wrong. Yang Kai nodded, by the way, don't worry about the things in your cave, the old man will keep them for you, and Su Yan girl, the old man will help you watch. Yang Kai blushed, but he didn't expect the matter between himself and Su Yan to be hidden from Ling Taishu. On the duckweed, Xu Xiaoyu glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully, pursed her lips and chuckled. After about a minute of tea time, the duckweed under his feet suddenly moved, like a big boat sailing through the waves, carrying the 3 people smoothly towards the center of the lake, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Looking around, there are duckweed in all directions, and there are people standing on the duckweed. Many warriors are sneering and looking around with bad intentions. Yang Kai saw the few people in the heavenly wolf nation, no matter if they were male or female, their eyes were fierce, like beasts that devoured people. Yang Kai also saw the 3 people in Ghost King Valley, and Jin Hao once again gestured towards Yang Kai and wiped his neck. When the duckweed was advancing, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the lake, and all the people who drove here by the duckweed fell into the vortex unprepared. A scream came, but it quickly disappeared, and the surrounding scenery changed for a while. When Yang Kai recovered, he was already in an unfamiliar environment. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at CA2 just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 First Releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 219 Mantis Catching Cicadas. There is no distinction between day and night, yin and yang are chaotic, and heaven and earth are chaotic. This is the most obvious feature of the heaven and earth here. Come in, Xu Xiaoyu said excitedly, but Chen Zushu and Yang Kai hurriedly looked around with vigilance. When they were sure that there was no danger around, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This place occupies a large area, and people who did not come in with a piece of duckweed would not appear together at all. Yang Kai had also learned about this information before, and now he looked at it and found that it was indeed the case. Yang Kai quietly opened the distance between Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu. Although it was not too obvious, it still allowed Chen Zushu to see the clue. Chen Zushu didn't care. With a smile on his face, he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Junior brother Yang, do you want to act with us? Everyone should take care of each other." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, clasped his fists and said, "Mei has taken the lead, I want to try it alone." Chen Zushu nodded slightly, but did not hold back. "Then junior brother Yang, be careful along the way. There will be a period in the future." After that, Yang Kai turned around, unfolded his body technique and left quickly. "Why are you running so fast? You won't eat him." Xu Xiaoyu pursed her red lips, a little dissatisfied with Yang Kai's vigilance. Chen Zushu laughed, patted Xu Xiaoyu's head and said, "That's what he's afraid of. But we didn't plan to hurt him." Xu Xiaoyu was still a little angry. "This person is so weak, I think he will die soon." Chen Zushu shook his head solemnly. "Not necessarily, this person is very cautious and careful. This kind of person usually lives a long time. Also, I always think he is a bit weird." "What's so weird?" Xu Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes suspiciously. "Only the level of the third floor of the separation and reunification environment dares to come here, either because I think I have lived too long, or I have something to rely on." "You mean, I am afraid that this person has some incredible means, otherwise his teacher would not be able to rest assured that he came here to practice. Hey, who can get in here without any means? We have to be careful and try our best not to happen with others." Conflict. After Yang Kai separated from the Yinuman, he used his footwork with all his strength, and rushed for more than 10 miles in a row, changing several directions in the middle, and then suddenly folded and flew to a big tree, observing vigilantly. Movement around. It's not that he treats the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. There is nothing wrong with being careful. And this is also a test to test whether Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu are the same on the outside, or whether they are swordsmen. After waiting on the tree for a long time, Yang Kai did not find any traces of anyone following him, and immediately determined that the two did not have any ill will towards him. They all have the strength of the real Yuan realm, and they must be geniuses in the Yinuman. If they really intend to attack themselves, they should not endure it until now. Ling Taishu also said before that if you meet someone you can really trust, you might as well unite with each other. And now, Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu are listed on Yang Kai's trust list. If there is a chance to meet next time, Yang Kai would not mind acting with them. Hiding in the treetops, Yang Kai first tried 2 of his own slaughtering artifacts. After a lot of hard work, he found that the artifact could not be summoned here, as if it was really sealed in the body. "Old demon," Yang Kai called out. "The old slave is here." Old demon replied quickly. "Can the broken soul cone be used?" The young master is disappointed, "It can't be used." Yang Kai scolded a ghost place, and even the soul breaker all, a secret treasure that did not belong to him, was banned. Without the soul shattering all, old demon would not be able to exert his fighting power, and this time it seemed that he could only rely on his own strength. Fortunately, Ling Taishu gave Yang Kai a Chenkin bag, which contained a lot of good things. "I haven't had time to investigate before, but now I finally have time. Take out the small cloth bag from the chest, unseal it, reach out and touch it, and suddenly grab a lot of things." There were vaguely a dozen bottles of medicinal herbs, most of which were used for healing, and a few bottles were all young medicinal herbs. This made Yang Kai very happy. The secret master treats him very well. With these bottles of medicinal herbs, there is no need to worry about running out of yang liquid. In addition to the medicinal herbs, Yang Kai also found more than a dozen sets of clothes inside, and a long sword. This long sword is not a secret treasure, it is just a weapon forged from fine steel, so it can be used here. However, Yang Kai has not learned any swordsmanship and martial arts. It is better to fight with bare hands than to fight with bare hands. With such strength, a long sword that is not easy to handle can't increase Yang Kai's combat effectiveness. After carefully putting everything away, Yang Kai turned over and jumped off the big tree, gearing up, excitedly looking forward to embarking on a journey of experience. After half an hour, Yang Kai encountered a 4th-order monster, took some means to kill it, and stood quietly waiting. As expected, when this monster died, Yang Kai clearly felt that its energy and flesh and blood essence were gathering somewhere in the air. It was almost visible to the naked eye, the body of this monster was slowly shriveled and sunken. Instead, more and more red energy poured out of its body. The red light shone, and after a while, a bright red blood bead about the size of a pea coagulated. Yang Kai's eyes were quick and he grabbed it in his hand the moment it was formed. He felt it with his heart and found that this blood bead contained a very strange energy. The energy was not too much. After all, it was only a fourth order. It's just a monster, but it's not disappointing. I don't know what kind of laws of heaven and earth are hidden in this world, and this kind of thing will happen after the death of living things. He put away the blood beads, looked down at the monster, and saw that the monster's body turned into a puddle of powder. The essence was gone, and only the dross was left. I don't know how much improvement a blood bead can bring to him. Yongkai has some expectations, but now is obviously not a good time to refine and absorb. With the harvest, Yongkai's fighting spirit is high, and his steps are more and more brisk. This place is worthy of being a good place for martial practitioners to practice in the real Yuan realm of the separation and reunion realm. Yongkai has already killed 5 or 6 monster beasts in the one day he came here. The harvest is quite rich. The blood beads given by the third order monsters are much smaller than those of the fourth order, and the energy is obviously insufficient. I also encountered a fifth order monster, and Yongkai waited for a long time before he resisted attacking it. The fifth order monster was already equivalent to the level of a true essence martial artist. Even if Yongkai is lucky enough to kill it, he must have full strength and be prepared to be injured. So it's not a last resort. Yongkai doesn't want to fight against the fifth order monsters. For 3 days in a row, Yongkai was so carefree to kill the monsters. When he was tired, he found a relatively safe place to rest, regained his physical strength, and then continued to hunt. In the past 3 days, he hadn't met anyone. It is no wonder that many martial artists from the separation and reunion realm dare to come in. If they remain stable like this, even a martial artist from the Qi realm will have nothing to worry about, except to be careful to avoid monsters. 3 days later, Yongkai Mao hid in a jungle and looked forward secretly. There are 2 fourth-order monsters, phantom electric wolves, in front of them. The fourth-order monster is equivalent to the separation and reunion realm of a warrior, which is equivalent to Yongkai's current realm. If the two go together, Yongkai may be a little troublesome to deal with. But after thinking about it for a long time, Yongkai decided to do it. The monsters that I can deal with now, the highest is the 4th rank. If I encounter 2 at once, there is no reason to give up. After making up his mind, Yongkai rushed out from where he was hiding and quickly approached the 2 phantom electric wolves. Originally, Yongkai's thoughts were all on these 2 monsters, but he didn't know that he had only run halfway, and the corner of his eye suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow flashing not far away. His heart sank. Yongkai quickly glanced around, and sure enough, he saw a person wearing a dark red robe hurriedly concealing his figure almost 100 meters away. With a sudden change of mind, Yongkai already understood what happened. The other party was obviously observing the 2 phantom electric wolves secretly, just like himself, and found no trace of each other. But it was a coincidence that he and the people over there chose to shoot at the same time. It may be that his speed is relatively fast, so after he ran out, the other party just appeared. At this time, the other party also found himself, and quickly hid back to hide his figure. Naihe's clothes were too conspicuous, revealing some flaws. Now that it is too late to go back, the 2 phantom wolves also aimed their eyes at Yongkai, grinned, and rushed over without hesitation. Yongkai complained bitterly, thinking about how to deal with the mantis catching the cicada oriole behind, while recalling the identities of the people on the opposite side. After a while, Yongkai's head was sure, and he quickened his pace, pretending to be ignorant, and attacked and killed the 2 phantom electric wolves. The speed of these 2 fourth-order monsters was like the wind, and their bodies were flashing with electric arcs. While running, they were divided into one left and one right, and they rushed to Yongkai in the blink of an eye. The 2 monsters obviously have rich hunting experience. They attack from the left and right, and the distance between each other's attacks is well grasped to the peak. Yongkai hurriedly turned to the side, avoiding the bite of one of the phantom electric wolves, but was bitten on the shoulder by the other one. An electric current spread all over the body. Yongkai couldn't help shaking a few times. He quickly turned his vitality to dissolve, his muscles were tense, and he punched the phantom electric wolf's cheek. While it didn't tear off his own flesh and blood, it was sent flying. Go out. With a scream, the phantom lightning wolf rolled a few times on the ground. Yongkai didn't use his full strength in this blow, so he didn't hurt it much. After landing, the 2 phantom electric wolves joined together again, one up and one down, roaring and biting. Yongkai rolled up his feet, kicked the phantom electric wolf's abdomen below the center, kicked it out, and pushed the other phantom electric wolf with both palms, blocking its bite. Before the 2 monsters had calmed down, Yongkai rushed forward, and the 2 phantom electric wolves were indistinguishable. In fact, if he really wants to show all his skills, Yang Kai will not fight so hard, but since he knows that someone is spying on him, he has to make a scene and take precautions. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at CA2 just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 220 Who is the Oriole? Christmas, I forgot, I wish all book friends a Merry Christmas. The battle with the two phantom electric wolves can be described as extremely difficult and dangerous, only relying on the level of the third layer of the separation and reunion, and dare not reveal all his means. In the battle, Yang Kai has repeatedly fallen into danger, but again and again, miraculously saved from danger. It's like walking a tightrope at a height of 10,000 feet, and if you are not careful, you will be torn to pieces by these two monsters. Little by little, the momentum of the two monsters was wiped out, and they hurt their bodies again and again. It took nearly an hour before Yang Kai killed them in turn. There was blood all over his body, including the phantom lightning wolf and his own. There were at least 7 or 8 scars on his body, all of which were caused by the bites of two monster beasts. One scar was even torn off a bit of flesh and blood. This injury is not a fake, but a real injury. The fourth order monster is also equivalent to the martial artist of the separation and reunion. However, the people hiding over there are quite patient. When Yang Kai was fighting with the magic electric wolf, he never showed up, and it is still the same until this moment. Yang Kai gasped for breath, glanced over there quietly, and then sat on the ground, posing a posture of luck, waiting for the two phantom electric wolf blood beads to condense. Perhaps Yang Kai's play was too realistic. After confirming that there was no danger around, the people hiding there finally acted. The sound of rustling footsteps came, not hidden. Yang Kai opened his eyes abruptly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Looking up, I saw 3 figures walking towards this side not far ahead. All 3 were men, wearing dark red long gowns and looking very ostentatious. The man at the head even laughed unscrupulously. The laughter was loud and ear-piercing, looking at Yang Kai's expression quite interesting. Yang Kai showed panic at the right time, with hatred and annoyance in his eyes, slowly got up, and focused on alert. The 3 of them winked at each other, then walked around and surrounded him. Several, what does this mean? Yang Kai licked his dry lips and asked in a deep voice. This inadvertent little action made him feel more and more terrified. It's really interesting to ask. The man who laughed before looked at Yang Kai contemptuously. What do we mean, can't you see it? Yang Kai frowned and said, 2 blood beads, if a few friends want, just take them, don't make it difficult for me. The man smiled coldly. What kind of bird thing are 2 blood beads? Don't you know that the blood beads condensed after a warrior's death are much higher in quality and grade than monster beasts? Blood beads, we want, your life, we also. Yang Kai's face sank. A few friends are deceiving people too much. Under the High Heaven Pavilion disciples, if you kill me, my teacher will not give up. Ha ha ha. After hearing this, the man couldn't help laughing again. If we were outside, we might still have some scruples, but where is this place? If you die here, no one will know it was our hands. As soon as this person's voice fell, the panic on Yang Kai's face suddenly retracted, becoming ruthless, murderous, a fierce gushing out of vitality, abruptly turned around, and a blade as thin as a cicada's wing appeared on his right hand, aimed at the neck of the person who had quietly touched behind him and hadn't had time to strike. These 3 people are also cautious people. They didn't immediately start after surrounding Yang Kai. After all, their strength is not too high, and they have not reached the true Yuan realm, but one person speaks to attract Yang Kai's attention, another person touches the plot. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai had a long time insight into their actions, but he just pretended not to know, and just planned the plan. Only after the warrior behind him got close enough, did he strike out the killer. The sudden upheaval caused the 3 of them to change color. The man behind Yang Kai didn't react at all. The blood-red blade slid across. This man only felt a scalding hot on his neck, and immediately a warm liquid rushed out uncontrollably. Yang Kai's speed was as fast as the wind. After the blade condensed by Yang liquid cut through the person's neck, he made a mistake with his feet, and the footwork created by himself was like a tiger and a cheetah, and he rushed in front of the second person. This person hurriedly counterattacked, and the sound of golden iron in the fist came out, and the whole fist became golden light, and the momentum was heavy. Yang Kai directly threw the blade condensed from Yang liquid out, and hit the fist of this person. With a scream, the blade was inserted, and blood flowed from the fist. When the pain was screaming, Yang Kai had already lowered his body and slammed his fist on his abdomen. The vitality poured in like 3 waves of waves, the man's face turned white, accompanied by 3 muffled bumps, blood spurted out of his mouth, and staggered backwards. Yang Kai's body is like a lingen, elegant and light, jumping up, flying to his shoulders, with his feet sandwiching the person's head, his body suddenly turned half a circle. With a click, the neck of the second warrior was twisted. In the battle that broke out between the electric light and flint, 3 people were killed and 2 people were killed. The martial artist looked horrified, the sudden change shocked him, and Yang Kai's ruthless and ferocious attack made him even more frightened. Laughing loudly, Yang Kai said, "My friend, before making a big statement next time, check whether your weight is enough, lest the wind flash your tongue." Looking at Yang Kai, who was covered in fresh blood, feeling the violent and ferocious fluctuations in his vitality, this man's face turned pale in an instant. At this point, he still can't see that Yang Kai's previous battle with the 2 phantom electric wolves did not use all his strength. With his skill and this surging vitality, he really didn't need a stick of incense to kill those 2 monsters, but he played for about an hour, clearly for the 3 of them to see. "So you already knew that we were hiding?" The man's expression turned cold, and his 2 companions died almost instantly. Although he was terrified, it also aroused his murderous intent and anger. The mantis catching the cicada oriole is behind. Tisk tisk. You guys are playing a good calculus, are you not allowed to take advantage of it? Yang Kai sneered. Damn you. This man roared again and again, fiercely stimulating his vitality, and a large golden seal suddenly appeared in front of him. It should be some martial skill, and the grade of this martial skill is definitely not too low. Yang Kai's expression is stern, and he has no reservations. The unyielding Aoja body, the already violent vitality is even more violent, the aura is strange and unchangeable, the evil spirit is awe-inspiring, and the killing intent is infinite. The strength of the peak of the separation and reunion realm. Unyielding Ao has always been Yang Kai's trump card, and he usually doesn't use it if he doesn't use it, so as not to be spied on and reveal his trump card. But in this place, in the face of this kind of enemy, Yang Kai doesn't want to hide. As long as they are killed, there will be no worries. Therefore, he can rest assured and bold, and give full play to his strongest strength. The enemy on the opposite side looked stunned once again. Yang Kai's sudden increase in strength caught him off guard, but he had no way back, holding the golden seal in one hand, roaring and attacking Yang Kai. Yang Kai was not afraid, one hand became a claw, and one claw grabbed the big seal. The body trembled slightly, after all, it was a martial skill, but it was not so easy to block. There was a sinister smile on the corner of the other party's mouth, and the vitality was even more motivated. The true Yang Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body suddenly burst out, and the hot Yuan Qi poured into the big seal, and within a short while, there was a sound of clicking. The big seal was actually burnt out of cracks. The purity and intensity of Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi are no worse than the average true Yuan realm martial artist. This opponent only has the strength of the 8th layer of the separation and reunion realm, and the Yuan Qi in his body has not been converted into true Yuan, so he is so head-on with Yang Kai. Where will be the opponent? The clicking sound continued. The other side was pale and noticed something was wrong, so he quickly said, "My friend is merciful. I am a disciple of the Golden Light Palace. I have been offended by blind eyes before. My friend, don't remember the villain's deeds." Yang Kai sneered, and the madness and bloodthirsty in his eyes became stronger. "I know you are a disciple of the Golden Light Palace." It was because he knew that Yang Kai did a show without fear and led the 3 of them out. If it wasn't for the dark red clothes they wore revealing their identities, Yang Kai would definitely not take such a risk. The Golden Light Palace is only a 3rd-class force. The 3 disciples here are only at the level of the separation and reunion realm. This point, Ling Taishu told Yang Kai before when he was by the lake. Whoops, the golden light filled the sky, the big seal of this disciple of the Golden Light Hall was completely burst. At this moment, he suddenly erupted into trouble, and a sharp blade popped out of his cuff, like a spirit snake coming out of a hole, directly catching Yang Kai's throat. The begging for mercy just now was nothing but a false promise. The 2 junior brothers were killed, and the grievance between him and Yang Kai could not be resolved. But this sharp blade did not hurt Yang Kai, and halfway through the stab, his movements stopped, and he looked down at his chest, only to see that one of Yang Kai's hands was inserted into his heart. His heart thumped violently, and then there was no movement. Yang Kai took out a big hand, and brought a puddle of blood, his expression indifferent. The 3 people who killed the enemy in the first battle are all warriors on the 7th or 8th floor of the separation and reunion, and there is no pressure. Winning the strong with the weak, and winning the more with less, Yang Kai has a new understanding of his true strength. Staying still, after a while, the vitality and flesh and blood essence of the 3 golden light hall warriors were condensed into blood beads. Yang Kai stepped forward to collect it, and could not help but be surprised to find that these 3 blood beads were much larger than those he had obtained before. About the size of a thumbnail. After the 4th order monster was killed, the blood bead was only the size of a pea, but how could the blood bead after the death of a martial artist in the separation and reunion realm be so many times larger? There was no time to investigate carefully. Yang Kai also put away the blood beads of the 2 magic electric wolves, and then scoured the valuables of the 3 people, and hurriedly left the place. After a stick of incense, many monsters gathered in this place, and the bloody smell in the air was the beacon that led them to this place. At this moment, Yang Kai is more than 10 miles away. He has harvested a lot of blood beads in the past few days, and Yang Kai wants to find a safe place to refine and absorb them. Only in this way can his strength be improved and he can deal with more powerful monsters and enemies. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at vansh.saran. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 221 Dangerous Situation. In this world, nowhere is absolutely safe. Yang Kai can only hide his body as much as possible, restrain his breath, and cover up the traces he has walked, so as not to reveal his whereabouts. Hiding in the hollow of a dead tree, while paying attention to the movement around, absorbing the energy in the refining blood beads. There are probably less than 20 blood beads harvested in the past few days, most of which are formed after the death of 3rd order monsters, and some are 4th order monsters. In addition, they just killed 3 the blood beads obtained by the Golden Light Palace warriors. According to the size of the head, it is easy to distinguish the grade of blood beads. The blood beads of the 4th order monsters are the size of peas, and the 3rd order monsters are half smaller. Instead, the blood beads after the death of the 3 warriors of the separation and reunion are about the size of a thumbnail. Taking out a blood bead of a 3rd order monster, Yang Kai held it in the palm of his hand and silently ran through Yang. As soon as his vitality moved, Yang Kai clearly felt that there was a pure and flawless energy in the palm of his hand pouring into his body, pouring into the meridians, without staying in the dantian at all. It was directly absorbed by the proud golden body. The true Yang art has not been completed for a week, and this blood bead disappeared, and it all turned into its own power. Yang Kai was amazed. Although he heard Ling Taishu say before that the blood beads obtained here can be easily absorbed by refining, and there is no worries, but Yang Kai never thought that it would be so easy. There is nothing useless in the energy in this blood bead. It is as pure as a pearl and jade dew. There is no need to refine it at all, just absorb it. No wonder Ling Taishu respected the blood beads that appeared in this place before. If a person has a lot of blood beads, his own strength will definitely fly like a shooting star. In addition to needing his own perception when advancing to the big realm, those in the small realm will definitely fly. The promotion is absolutely unblocked. Any martial artist who has absorbed the energy of blood beads may not be able to resist such temptation. In order to become stronger and to advance, they will probably not let go of any living creature that passes by in front of them, whether it is a human or a monster. The strong here. In his eyes, there was only a drop of blood. The opportunity to absorb energy without worry is too rare. There is no other place in the world other than this special place that can breed blood beads. Taking a deep breath to calm down, Yang Kai took out all the blood beads, and then held it in the palm of his hand to run the true Yang art. A huge amount of pure energy was poured into the palm of the hand, and the meridians were swelled up in an instant. This energy was continuously generated from the blood beads in the hand, and then poured into the body, and then absorbed by the proud golden body. Fast is almost indescribable. The blood beads in the palm of the hand decreased one by one and quickly turned into Yang Kai's capital. Clearly, Yang Kai can feel that he is getting stronger little by little, and the realm of the 3rd layer of the separation and reunion is about to be saturated. When there were only the last 2 blood beads left in the palm of the hand, an invisible aura suddenly spread around with Yang Kai as the center, and the energy between heaven and earth was also raging. Unhindered promotion, there is no shackles at all, and it has reached the 4th floor of the separation and reunion. Yang Kai didn't feel any joy, but his face couldn't help sinking, and he cursed inwardly, but he didn't stop, still madly absorbing the energy of the remaining blood beads in his hand. After a while, the 2 blood beads disappeared, and the newly promoted realm quickly stabilized. He got up in a hurry, almost without thinking. Yang Kai quickly left the place where he was hiding. Although he had expected that there would be movement when he was promoted, Yang Kai did not expect that the movement in this quiet remote place would be so obvious. If someone was nearby just now, they must have noticed it. If you don't leave now, you will only be watched. After flying out for more than 10 miles, Kai not only did not dare to stop, but a faint unease filled his heart. He always felt as if he was being watched by someone, but he could not find any clues by vigilant observation. This feeling is not unwarranted. Kai guessed that either the person who is staring at him is very strong, and his eyesight can't find his trace, or there is someone behind him who is tracking him, and he has not been tracked for the time being. The latter may be great. After all, if there is a master staring at him, there is no reason to keep it hidden and not waste time. Good luck, but this is really impossible. Kai feels that he can't always break through here. With the strength of the third layer of the separation and reunion, he does not feel any danger for the time being, but if he encounters a real master, he will definitely can't get out. Every time you are promoted, there will always be some news, which is an unavoidable disadvantage. After running for dozens of miles, the feeling of being stared at became more and more obvious, and there was a cool feeling of cold wind whizzing along the spine. The footsteps running forward suddenly stopped, and Kai stopped with a livid face. He felt a wave of vitality coming from behind a big tree in front of him. The other party had no plans to hide at all, but blatantly waited for him to come from the net. He was actually turned around to the front. This person is so fast. Those who come are not good, and those who are good do not come. Kai didn't know which disciple he met, and he didn't know what kind of strength the other party was, so he naturally didn't dare to act rashly. He. A gloomy sneer came, and a person slowly walked out from behind the big tree. After taking a look, Kai had the urge to vomit blood. This person turned out to be a disciple of Ghost King Valley. 3 people came to the Ghost King Valley this time, all of them were masters of the true Yuan realm. One of them, Zhenwu, protested against Kai repeatedly and twice, and was about to kill him. The other was a woman. This is the 3rd person in the Valley of the Ghost Kings. It's really a narrow road for the enemy. Why did you meet the disciples of this sect? If it is someone else, there is still some possibility of negotiation, but since it is a person from the Valley of the Ghost Kings, then there is absolute hope for resolution. At the beginning, Guili told the 3 of them that he would kill Kai. Kai naturally wants to get rid of them, but the timing is too bad right now. He has only been in for a few days, and his realm has only broken through to face such an enemy. How can he win? One person on the other side is enough to eat him, let alone 3 of them. Crisis. Haha, look who this is. Ghost King Valley's disciple Yu Chengkun was also greatly surprised. A pair of gloomy eyes looked up and down. Kai's face was full of surprise and pride. It turned out to be the little guy from High Heaven Pavilion, really broke the iron shoes. There is nowhere to look, and it takes no effort to get it. He obviously didn't expect that the person he blocked would be Kai, which was really a mistake. Kai looked at him with a livid face. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He flashed from the side and wanted to use his body technique to escape from here. The self-created footwork is definitely a good choice for escaping life. 15 steps of vitality are enough to run hundreds of feet, and the speed is extremely fast, and people of the same level can't catch up. But Kai's figure was only vertical for 2 verticals, and there was a sound of ghost crying and wolf howling coming from the front, and then a pale big hand turned to him under the hood. Ha ha ha, children of High Heaven Pavilion, we are really destined. In the laughter, Zhenwu's figure was pale and bloodless, like a ghost's claw holding a sinister murderous intent. Kai's complexion sank, and he raised his hand to make a 3-layer explosion of Yang. The fists and claws intersected, and Zhenwu snorted coldly, urging his true essence, and his 5 fingers were like sharp knives. With 3 muffled noises, Kai fell down and flew out. His face turned pale in midair, resisting the tumbling blood and staggering to the ground. Zhenwu probably has the strength of the 4th level of the true Yuan realm. Among the 3 disciples of the Ghost King Valley, this person is also the most powerful. This level of enemy, Kai can't match. Just a face-to-face will suffer a big loss. Falling to the ground, Kai didn't have time to catch his breath when a yin wind hurriedly flashed forward from his back, and there was a stinging sound from his back, and his clothes were torn apart, almost leaving his ass naked. The reaction is good. Zhenwu didn't make another move, but hugged his arms in a relaxed manner, looking at Kai playfully. Looking back in a hurry, Kai found that the female disciple of the Ghost King Valley had also appeared, and it was this woman who attacked him from behind. The 3 are horns of each other, surrounding Kai in groups. These 3 people are not the 3 disciples of the Golden Light Palace. Kai can easily kill the 3 people in the Golden Light Palace, but facing these 3, he does not dare to take anything lightly. Boy, how do you want to die? Jin Hao looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. He had suffered a big loss from Yang Kai before on the way to the Netherworld Mountain, and he was almost killed by the attack of the golden-eyed silver-backed python. Underneath, it is natural to hate him to the core. But at the moment, this kid is surrounded by his 3 brothers and sisters, and it is difficult to fly even with wings. He is not in a hurry to take Yang Kai's life. Sometimes, killing the enemy is far better than torturing and humiliating the enemy. Yu Chengkun smiled and said, "Brother, how about we chop off his limbs and let him bleed to death?" Jin Hao slowly shook his head. "No, it's too kind. I want to say, make him a ghost slave, so that he will never be born again, and only become a slave of my Ghost King Valley." Yu Chengkun frowned and said, "But this kid's strength is too low, and becoming a ghost slave won't help much." Listening to the two of them deliberately intimidating Yang Kai here, the woman in the Ghost King Valley said a little impatiently, "Kill him directly, what are you wasting all this time for? Killing him will have a blood bead anyway." Jin Hao and Yu Chengkun hurriedly laughed together. Junior's sister said to kill, then kill. After finishing speaking, Jin Hao walked towards Yang Kai. His face was cruel and gloomy. "Boy, it is a blessing to die happily. Don't forget to thank me when you arrive at the Netherworld." Yang Kai sneered. "If you can kill me, it's not too late to talk big." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he rushed towards the female disciple in the Valley of the Ghost Kings. He observed for a long time just now, and he naturally knew that among the 3 of the Ghost King Valley, this woman had the lowest strength, but it could be because of her love for beauty, or because this woman was really not low level, so Jin Hao and Yu Chengkun were quite fond of her. For respect, so this woman is definitely a breakthrough. Yang Kai wants to break through the encirclement, the best way is to use the wings of Yang Yan. Although the true essence martial artist can fly, it is definitely not as fast and convenient as the wings of Yang Yan, but there are many dangers here, and the wings of Yang Yan are really used to fly. In midair, with the swagger of those wings, it will only attract the attention of others, so Yang Kai really doesn't want to use the wings of Yang Yan unless it is a last resort. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at CA2 just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 222 Cliff. As soon as Yang Kai's footsteps moved, the 3 disciples of the Ghost King Valley sneered together. Although Jin Hao and Yu Chengkun saw Yang Kai rushing towards the woman, they did not show any signs of panic. The strength easily blocked Yang Kai. The woman's expression remained the same, her body was secretly condensed with true energy, and her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, as if staring at a dead person, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. When the distance from the woman was about 5 feet or so, the vitality in Yang Kai's body burst out fiercely. Unyielding now, wanting to escape from the hands of the true essence martial artist, Yang Kai did not dare to hide. Feeling the rapid improvement of Yang Kai's strength, the woman's face sank slightly, her pale little hands trembled, and a few almost untraceable threads flew out from her fingertips, like a spirit snake coming out of a hole, stabbing at Yang Kai's vital points. This silk thread is not made of true essence, but a kind of silk. The texture is tough, and after being poured into true essence, it is as sharp as a knife. It is not a secret treasure, so it can also be used here. Aware of the crisis contained in these few threads, Yang Kai's expression was solemn, his mind turned sharply, and he was blessed to the soul, and suddenly forced a few drops of Yang liquid from his fingertips. As soon as these few drops of Yang liquid appeared, they turned into the shape of a shield under Yang Kai's will, stacked several layers, and blocked in front of him. As soon as this was done, the threads were attacked in front of him. PFF'd. With a light sound, the shield made of Yang liquor was directly pierced, but with such a little obstruction, Yang Kai still avoided the key point and let the few silk threads pierce into the insignificant position, thoroughly body out. The body couldn't help but tremble. Yang Kai had already rushed in front of the woman, and threw a few punches without letting go. The woman sneered again and again, her ghost claws broke through the air, and she fought against Yang Kai a few times, and her sharp fingernails tore off a piece of flesh and blood on the back of Yang Kai's hand. With a muffled hum, Yang Kai's face became paler, but with the help of these few fights, he also passed the top of the woman's head, and after falling to the ground, his footwork spread out and quickly rushed out. "Come back!" The woman screamed, the silk in her hand was shaking straight, and she pulled it back fiercely, but Yang Kai's body was not pulled back, but after a slight pause, she quickly left, half empty. Several bloodlines were pulled out. There was a hint of shock in the woman's eyes, and Jin Hao and Yu Chengkun's soothing expressions were also shocked. "What's the matter?" Jin Haofei rushed over and asked, His junior sister's silk is extremely tough, since it has been pierced into the body of the boy, how can it not restrain him? It was blown. The woman looked at the broken silk, and couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. Her face was full of suffocation, and she said, "What are you looking at, chase?" Yu Chungkun narrowed his eyes, and he had already run away to chase after him. Jin Hao and the woman hurriedly followed. In the different places, Yang Kai almost used all his strength to escape. It took a long time to open a gap, and I paid a lot for it. If I was surrounded by those three people again, I am afraid that I would really have to use the wings of Yang Yan. The self-created footwork has been exerted to the limit, but there is still a shadow behind him chasing him. It's the fastest Ghost King Valley disciple. Jin Hao and the woman were inferior to Chungkun in footwork, so they fell behind. After flying for half a day, Yu Chungkun still persevered in chasing Yang Kai, following him like a shadow. It was because Yang Kai couldn't get away from pushing the speed to the limit, and the other party's behavior also showed that he was going to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai was annoyed. There was a group of monsters in front of them, about 4 or 5, and they were no more than 100 feet away from him. Yang Kai was ruthless, not only did not avoid them, but rushed towards them. As his body swayed, he rushed out of the gathering area of the group of monsters after a few flashes. Looking back in his busy schedule, he saw that Yu Chungkun had also rushed out unharmed, and was not stopped by the group of monsters at all. The speed is fast to a certain extent, and most of the battles can indeed be avoided here, and it is difficult for monsters below the 5th rank to chase. Kid of High Heaven Pavilion, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape my pursuit, so die as soon as possible. Yu Chungkun shouted while chasing, "Your speed is really good, but you only have the border of separation and reunion. How long will the vitality in your body be enough for you to squander? Better to die." Yu Chungkun was also a little embarrassed and angry. His speed was second to none in the true Yuan realm, but now he was chasing after a separation realm martial artist and was secretly surprised by Yang Kai's quick movement, and he was getting more and more annoyed, thinking to himself. When he catches Yang Kai, he must torture him. Yang Kai ignored his threats and secretly used his vitality to heal his injuries while running. You don't have to worry about not having enough vitality at all, just observe and look for opportunities to win. Flying all the way, Yang Kai deliberately ran to the place where the monsters gathered, over the mountains and mountains, overcoming thorns and thorns. I don't know how far he ran, but Yu Chungkun didn't pull down how far. On the contrary, Jin Hao and the woman in the Valley of the Ghost Kings disappeared. But Yang Kai still didn't dare to stop. If only Yu Chungkun was alone, he still had hope to fight hard, but Jin Hao and the woman would definitely chase after him. Stopping his death. For a full day, Yang Kai didn't know how far he flew, but Yu Chungkun was still like a maggot in his tarsus, chasing after him. While running, Yang Kai sprang out of the deep jungle and rushed directly to a cliff. Finally got to the place, Yang Kai couldn't help but relax. When he was running before, he observed this cliff, which was about 10,000 feet high. The clouds were steaming and the mist was rolling, and he didn't know what the scene was like. Seeing such a cliff half a day ago, Yang Kai realized that his opportunity had come. That's why I led Yu Chungkun all the way to this place. Standing still, breathing heavily, Yang Kai turned to look. In the jungle, Yu Chungkun also rushed out. When he saw the terrain here, he was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help laughing wildly. The the strength is not high, but the speed is quite fast, causing the uncle to chase for so long. He has the ticket in hand. Yang Kai's back road was blocked by him, the front was a cliff of 10,000 feet, and a mere separation and reunion was equivalent to being forced into the Jedi. There was no way to go to heaven, and no way to enter the ground. Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at him with a cold expression, motionless. Why didn't you run away? Yu Chungkun looked at Yang Kai coldly, and came to stand 5 feet in front of him. There is nowhere to run. Yang Kai told the truth. Ha 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 ha, Yu Chungkun laughed uncontrollably, so you know there's nowhere to run. Let me go, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Are you begging for mercy? Yu Chungkun showed a contemptuous smug smile. This is not a gesture that should beg for mercy. You should kneel down, then climb up in front of me, kowtow and admit your mistake. If the uncle is in a good mood, maybe he will really go around you. A life. I don't have any grudges with you, so why kill them all? Yu Chungkun grinned and said. We really don't have any grudges, but our elders have grudges. Who told you to be so unlucky? You just ran into us in such a large area. Don't talk nonsense, let go of the meridians, and then pray that I will be kind. Quote. Let me go, I'll pay you. Yu Chungkun smiled and said solemnly, how many blood beads do you have? Yang Kai shook his head. The blood beads have been absorbed by me. But I have a few bottles of elixir medicine, and the quality is good. While talking, he put his hands into his arms, took out a few bottles of medicinal herbs from the chenken bag, shook it in front of Yu Chungkun, and put it back into his arms. These are healing pills. You need this too when you act here. Seeing a few bottles of medicinal herbs, Yu Chungkun couldn't help showing a greedy look, and said with a sinister smile, "Not bad, it seems that today's harvest is not small. Boy, throw the medicinal pills here. Are you willing to let me go?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Yu Chungkun shook his head slowly. "Why did I let you go? If I killed you, there was also a blood bead, and this medicine pill is still mine. The uncle never makes a loss-making business. If you think so, you are destined to get nothing." Yang Kai's face was cruel. He slowly stepped back a few steps, and made a gesture of jumping off the cliff. Yu Chungkun's face turned cold, and he shouted sharply, "I don't believe you have the guts to jump down." While speaking, the footsteps made a mistake, and they rushed towards Yang Kai. But what shocked Yu Chungkun was that Yang Kai actually showed a smile, and then he jumped back a dozen feet. "Did you really jump?" Yu Chungkun's eyes stared at the boss. He never expected Yang Kai to be so decisive. Originally, he thought that Yang Kai was just joking. After all, he was in a state of separation and reunion, and he couldn't fly. Jumping off such a high cliff would definitely be dead. Stay and fight himself. At his speed there may be a chance. But now Yang Kai really jumped off the cliff without thinking, making Yu Chungkun a little lost. Immediately, Yu Chungkun was furious. This kid clearly would rather die than allow himself to gain the slightest benefit. He is really cruel. With his thoughts in a hurry, Yu Chungkun also rushed to the edge of the cliff and jumped down. What is the cliff of 10,000 feet? He is a true essence martial artist. After the energy in his body is transformed into true essence, he can fly in the sky. As long as you quickly kill this little beast from the high heaven pavilion, you will naturally be able to fly up with your own strength. A drop of blood was next, but those bottles of healing medicinal pills were absolutely not to be missed. It only fell a dozen feet down, and Yang Kai looked up and saw Yu Chungkun rushing towards him quickly, like a big bird spreading its wings, with a ruthless look on his face. Yang Kai grinned. He was really worried that Yu Chungkun wouldn't jump with him. If he didn't have the guts, then he would have made a scene in vain. Seeing him also jumped off the cliff, I couldn't help but feel relieved. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 223 Fighting in the Air. Although the two jumped off the cliff one after the other, Yang Kai fell on his own, while Yu Chungkun scurried down by force. Naturally, they could not be compared in terms of speed. The latter was undoubtedly much faster. "Boy, even if you die, you have to die in my hands." Yu Chungkun rushed towards Yang Kai fiercely, shouting coldly. In midair, Yu Chungkun danced with a pair of ghost claws, and a distorted human face suddenly shot out from his palm. This human face was very similar to the one he saw when he first met Old Demon that day. With unparalleled resentment and suffocation, like a ferocious ghost, he rushed in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai took a hand and slammed the resentful soul-like face with a palm, but he didn't feel the slightest hindrance, but was rushed into the body by the resentful soul. A chill came from his arm. Yang Kai couldn't help shivering, and the whole arm was quickly covered with frost. Yu Chungkun laughed proudly. "You are dead. This move is the Ghost King's seal, the evil martial art of the Ghost King Valley. It is cultivated from the soul of a human. It captures a living person, and then keeps torturing and humiliating him, but not letting him die, making him full of anger and resentment. After reaching a certain level, kill it, use a special method to take its resentful soul, and then inhale it into the body to practice. This trick by the disciples of Ghost King Valley cannot be defended by ordinary means." Yu Chungkun didn't want to waste time. Naturally he wanted to kill Yang Kai quickly, so as to get the blood beads that his flesh and blood had condensed. After a successful move, he grabbed Yang Kai unscrupulously and grabbed him in his hand. But the next moment, Yu Chungkun's body couldn't help trembling, his face was as white as golden paper, and a blood arrow spurted out of his mouth. Just now, he felt that the connection between the resentful soul he shot out and himself was cut off. This resentful soul entrusted his blood essence, true essence, and divine soul. Once the resentful soul was destroyed, Yu Chungkun himself would have to suffer a severe backlash. What's going on? Yu Chengkun was horrified and looked down, only to see that the frost on Yang Kai's arm was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of this high heaven pavilion disciple's mouth. Jia 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 Jia, old demon laughed wildly in Yang Kai's body. I didn't expect that the old man couldn't make a move, and there were still people who brought the old man a delicious meal. Not bad, this resentful soul is quite suffocating. It's so delicious. After chewing in 3 or 2 bites, the resentful soul has been swallowed by the old demon, and the old demon licked the corner of his mouth. Young master, ask him if he still has this thing, let him get a few more, and let the old man eat half of it. Full. I'm afraid he's gone. Yang Kai saw that Yu Chengkun was injured, and knew that the resentful soul must be a precious thing, and Yu Chengkun could not have a second such thing. Hearing Yang Kai muttering to himself, Yu Chengkun's expression suddenly turned cold. It's you. What method did you use to destroy my Ghost King seal? Yang Kai sneered. Guess what? I killed you. Yu Chengkun was furious, and he opened his hand and patted Yang Kai's Tianlinggai. The ghost claws flickered, and the murderous intent hit his face. There was a soft sound, and 2 fiery red rays of light suddenly flashed from behind Yang Kai. Feeling this ferocious fluctuation of vitality, Yu Chengkun was shocked and quickly released Yang Kai. He took it back and put his hands in front of him in a defensive posture. But just after he finished this action, he saw that Yang Kai, who was falling down the cliff with him, suddenly settled in place, but he continued to fall down at a rapid speed. Looking up, Yu Chengkun's pupils shrank instantly. He saw that high heaven pavilion disciple standing proudly in the air, his icy eyes looking at him lightly, like a goshawk overlooking the earth, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that people cannot despise. And behind him, it has a pair of fiery red wings. Like a fireworks, the surrounding air is infinitely distorted. He just stood there, invincible, staring at him. Yu Chengkun could hardly believe his eyes. What a treasure! No, the secret treasure here cannot be used at all. This is not a secret treasure. Is it martial arts? What kind of martial arts can have such a splendid effect, and what kind of martial arts can make 2 broad wings grow out of the back? Yu Chengkun lost his mind for a while. Yang Kai has already shown the wings of Yang Yan and quickly flew down. Contrary to the situation just now, the positions of the 2 have completely reversed. Yu Chengkun's heart froze. He didn't dare to be neglected. His true essence burst out, the speed of falling down suddenly slowed down, and there was a tendency to be fixed. How could Yang Kai give him this chance? The flash of light and flint had already flown above Yu Chengkun's head, and slammed into his Tianlinggai with a ruthless punch. Yu Chengkun complained in his heart that he was already a true essence martial artist, but after all, he is only on the 3rd floor of the true essence. If no one hinders him, he can fly in the air, but if there is a strong enemy attacking, how can he be stable? Fly. In other words, the true essence martial artist has just learned to fly, and he cannot fight against people while flying. Yang Kai's blow came, and he had to mobilize the true essence of the whole body to meet him with a backhand. With a bang, Yu Chengkun fell down at a speed even faster than before. During the high-speed fall, the headwind from below made him almost unable to open his eyes, and his mouth and nose were full of coolness. He hurriedly mobilized his true essence, trying to stabilize the trend of his whereabouts, but just now, there was an effect, and there was a murderous intention on the top of his head. Yu Chengkun was shocked. He never expected Yang Kai's speed to be so fast. In his busy schedule, he is trying to resist, but where can he stop Yang Kai's full-strength burst? Yu Chengkun only felt a sharp pain in his hands, and the hot vitality rushed into his meridians, almost rushing into his dantian. It was only now that he knew that this high heaven pavilion disciple was not as easy to deal with as it appeared on the surface. His Ghost King seal was silently resolved by him, and he had the kind of martial skill that gave birth to 2 wings behind his back, and this person's vitality was also pure. It's not ridiculous, it's a model of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. All the signs of weakness before were just to numb himself. Yu Chengkun was very remorseful in his heart. He should never jump off the cliff with this kid because of those few bottles of medicinal herbs. Now that he is in the air, he can't exert 30% of his strength, and he is eaten by him. Looking up, I saw Yang Kai attacked and killed again, but where is the shadow of the cliff above his head? At this moment, he has fallen more than 500 feet or so, and now even if he wants to fly, he can't fly up. Boom-a-ay! Yu Chengkun let out a miserable cry, only to feel that his shoulders had been knocked down, and his falling speed, which was not slow, was 1 point faster. Falling at such a speed, once you touch the ground, you will definitely be dead. The breath of death rushed towards his face. Yu Chengkun was trembling with chills, his liver and gallbladder were torn apart, and he begged for mercy, but when he opened his mouth, the strong wind poured into his mouth, making him unable to make any sound at all. In the sky, the two figures were falling rapidly. The difference was that Yu Chengkun, who was below, was involuntarily, while Yang Kai, who was above, waved his wings of Yang Yan fiercely, chasing Yu Chengkun and making moves. Boom, boom, boom. Every time he attacked, there was a long interval. After all, Yu Chengkun's speed was getting faster and faster, and it would take some time for Yang Kai to catch up. I don't know how long it took to fall, and I don't know how high the cliff is. Both Yang Kai and Yu Chengkun plunged into the white mist, like falling into the clouds. After more than 10 moves in a row, Yu Chengkun's shoulder was abolished, his 2 arms were also broken, blood was flowing, and he looked miserable and embarrassed. In this air, Yang Kai, assisted by the wings of Yang Yan, is the real master. If it weren't for Yu Chengkun's desperate efforts to mobilize his true essence and slow down the falling trend, Yang Kai would not have been able to catch up with him. But even so, Yu Chengkun's falling speed is getting faster and faster. The murderous intention struck again on the top of his head. Yu Chengkun looked up and saw Yang Kai attacking him again, and his eyes were so stunned that he looked horrified. His arm has been abolished, and there is no way to resist it. If this move is hit, he will surely die. What surprised Yu Chengkun was that Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and the move that was supposed to hit him was retracted, and the 2 swaggering wings behind him were vigorously fanned, and the speed of the fall quickly slowed down, and gradually became frozen. The trend of. After escaping the catastrophe, Yu Chengkun was not at all happy, because he guessed why Yang Kai suddenly stopped and tried his best to slow down the speed of his fall. Looking down, as he guessed, the ground is several dozen feet below. The real essence rushed out desperately, and Yu Chengkun hoped that he could land safely. But his speed is too fast, the distance of several dozen meters, but it has been shortened in an instant. Touch, a sound. Yang Kai's eyelids, who were slowly falling down in midair, couldn't help but jump. Just on the ground where Chengkun fell, a large pool of dark red blood bloomed like a delicate flower, with minced meat and stumps everywhere, looking extremely terrifying. If a warrior of the 3rd floor of the true Yuan realm confronts him head-on, Yang Kai estimates that he has no hope of victory. However, taking advantage of this terrain, the enemy died without causing any damage to Yang Kai. Never underestimate your opponent. Yang Kai pursed his lips and thought to himself. At the moment when Chengkun died, Jin Hao and the woman who rushed to the edge of the cliff couldn't help but change their expressions. The 3 of them in the Valley of the Ghost Kings have a special method to check each other's location and vitality. As soon as Yu Chengkun died, Jin Hao and the woman were aware of it. Senior brother Yu is dead. The woman opened her mouth slightly and stood there in a daze. Jin Hao rushed to the edge of the cliff, lowered his head and looked down, only to see a cloud and mist below, and couldn't see anything at all. He couldn't help but resentfully said, "It must have been dragged off the cliff by that kid from the High Heaven Pavilion and perished together. Why are you so careless?" The woman stomped her feet angrily. He is a 3rd-level true Yuan, and even if he really falls off a cliff, he should be able to fly up as long as he is cautious. Jin Hao also looked ugly. It seems that we all underestimated that kid from High Heaven Pavilion. He must have hidden some incredible tricks, making junior brother Yu ignore it for a while, and he was in a plot. Hey, to be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at CA². Just want to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first Releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 224 2 Blood Beads. Jin Hao and the woman were both very annoyed and heartbroken over Chengkun's death. Fortunately, the kid from the High Heaven Pavilion must have died if he fell into the cliff. Finally, there was a burial, and Wangquan Road would not be too lonely. On the edge of the cliff, they felt sad for a while, and then the 2 left. The cliff is too high, and they don't know if there is any danger underneath. They didn't dare to go down to find Yu Chengkun's body, so they could only let him be buried in the wild. Under the cliff, Yang Kai waved his wings of Yang Yan to the ground gently, and collected the blood beads that had condensed after Chengkun's death. It is worthy of being a master of the real Yuan realm. The size of this blood bead is twice as large as that of the clutch realm. It is the size of a longan, and the energy contained in it is also larger and richer. When refining and absorbing blood beads before, Yang Kai tasted the sweetness. Now that he sees such a big blood bead, his mind can't help but become active. If all the true essence warriors who enter this place are killed, how big would that be? Harvest. By the lake, Yang Kai discovered that there were as many as 200 or 300 warriors who entered a different place to practice this time. 200 or 300 blood beads. Can you easily advance to the true essence realm? With this thought, Yang Kai couldn't help being startled, and quickly restrained his mind, for fear of drawing out the murderous intent and ill will hidden in his heart. Putting this blood bead into the chenkin bag in his arms, Yang Kai turned his head to look left and right, and left quickly in one direction. This is a huge valley covered by clouds and mist. All sides are extremely steep, and the cliffs are as high as 10,000 kilometers. It is impossible for ordinary people to come down. Even if the strength reaches the real Yuan, they will not dare to find out the details below. Dive into it rashly. Yang Kai walked in the valley for a day and gradually understood the terrain of this place. I couldn't help but feel a little joy in my heart. This kind of terrain also led to the fact that he was the only one who was active here, so there was no need to worry about encountering any incompetent opponents. Moreover, along the way, he also killed several fourth-order monsters, not without gain. As long as there is enough time, the strength will gradually become stronger, and if you leave here, you don't have to worry about those true essence warriors. The valley is indeed huge, and Yang Kai walks and hunts in it day after day, and every day he has a harvest. Sometimes he encounters a few fifth-order monsters, but he also hurriedly avoided them and did not conflict with them. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai harvested more than 30 monster blood beads. After finding a safe place, spending an hour, refining and absorbing all of it, and then cooperating with the blood bead after Cheng Kun's death, Yang Kai felt that he had reached the bottleneck of the fourth layer of the separation and reunion, and he was only a line away. Promoted again. Full harvest. It's just that there are only so many monsters in the valley that can be killed. As time goes by, it will be difficult for Yang Kai to touch the fourth-order monsters. Although there are so many traces of fifth-order monsters, Yang Kai will not be able to do so. Kai really doesn't want to fight with it. The periphery of the entire valley was also run around, and gradually returned to the place where it originally fell. After thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to explore the middle to see if he could find some more monsters. If there are no more monsters, he can only leave this valley and think of other ways. Yang Kai advanced very fast into the valley. He did encounter a few monsters and got a few blood beads, but as he walked towards the middle of the valley, he couldn't see a single monster anymore. Not even the slightest trace of monster activity. With a hint of doubt in his heart, Yang Kai continued to walk forward. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was walking, suddenly stopped, staring at the front. His pupils shrank for a while, and a look of horror and disbelief appeared on his face involuntarily. He saw a huge skeleton. 100 feet away, there is a white skeleton lying quietly on the ground. Even if separated by such a long distance, Yang Kai can still feel an ancient and arrogant aura blowing towards his face. This skeleton is at least 20 feet high, with an inexplicable length. The roots of the bones are shining like ivory. Even after countless years, it is still tenacious. With such a huge skeleton, it is impossible to imagine how prestige such a monster had before his death. The mind shook for a long time, and Yang Kai slowly raised his footsteps and walked over there. When he came to the front, Yang Kai realized that there was not only one skeleton, but two. One of them is exactly what he saw from a distance, while the other is small and exquisite. The two skeletons seem to be connected together, but if you look closely, they are not. It's just that the small skeleton is embedded in the abdomen of the big skeleton. That's it. These are two monsters that perished together. Old Demon asserted. Yang Kai nodded and agreed with his inference. Through the two skeletons, one could vaguely see the hardships and bloodshed of that battle. The two monsters, one big and one small, were evenly matched and could not win. Burden. The fierceness of the monster was stimulated, and no one was willing to be cowardly, and no one would admit defeat. In the end, the smaller monster tore open the abdomen of the big monster, but was also severely injured by the big monster, and at the same time collapsed, to death. Countless years have passed, the wind is blowing, the sun is blowing, the dust is flying, and the traces of the shocking battle that day were buried, but the bones and the unyielding murderous aura could not be buried. Yang Kai's shock has not calmed down, and his eyes fell on the big skeleton. He doesn't know what kind of monsters there are in the world, and they can have such a huge body. It was 20 feet high when it fell to the ground, and only half of it was exposed. Much of its body was buried under the dust. Each of its bones is so strong and powerful, and its body is so large, it must have been a monster with extraordinary strength during its lifetime. And what is the origin of that little monster, who can die together with the opponent with a weak body? Old Demon, do you know what kind of monster this is? Yang Kai stood for a while before gradually withdrawing his mind and asking. Just based on the skeleton, it can't be inferred. Old demon responded. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gently touched the huge white bone. Just as his fingers touched it, the bone collapsed with a bang and turned into powder. Pulling a hair and moving the whole body, there was a cracking sound from the two skeletons exposed on the surface, and they collapsed in an instant. Die here, be buried here, where will the soul go? It is really sad and deplorable that even a monster with such a powerful strength cannot escape the fate of dying and disappearing. But immediately, Yang Kai's brows couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and he looked around with wide eyes. Young master, what are you looking for? Old demon was puzzled. Blood beads, these two monsters are so powerful, what is the difference between the blood beads condensed after death? Yang Kai replied excitedly. They have been dead for so many years, there should be no blood beads, right? I bet it's still here, do you believe it? Yang Kai smiled confidently. Old slave is stupid, old demon asked humbly. This is the valley under the cliff of 10,000 feet, covered by clouds and mist. Those warriors who want to come to the true Yuan realm will not come down for no reason, right? Yang Kai chuckled. Only me, who are chased by others, will take a risk, fight. But even if the warriors don't come down, aren't there still monsters here? Before the words were finished, old demon suddenly realized that in the past few days, he really did not see any signs of monster activities nearby. If the warriors don't come, and the monsters don't come, then the blood beads condensed after the death of these two powerful monsters will definitely not disappear. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain it anymore. When it came to that, old demon would definitely not understand. A drop of yang liquid burst out from his fingers, turned into a shovel, and buried his head in digging. Yang Kai was very particular about digging, and he dug it along the bones of the huge skeleton. Since the blood beads were formed after the death of these two monsters, they must have been buried in the sand, so they should be underneath. A puff of dust was blown away, and Yang Kai quickly went deep, digging very carefully, not letting go of any suspicious places. After digging deeply for about 10 feet, a ray of crimson light suddenly burst out from the ground. I found it. Yang Kai was overjoyed, and quickly opened the surrounding soil carefully, fixed his eyes, and couldn't help but stay for a while. He originally thought that for such a powerful monster, the blood beads that congealed after death should be at least the size of a human head, not the size of a human head, and a big fist would be sloppy. But this is not the case. The size of the blood bead below is actually one size smaller than the blood bead obtained by Yu Chungkun after his death, and only larger than that of the fourth order monster. Are you guessing wrong? Are those two monsters not powerful beings? With some doubts in his heart, Yang Kai continued to dig, and soon found another blood bead nearby, which was almost the same as the previous one. The two monsters will perish together, with equal strength, and the same is true of blood beads. Frowning and weighing the two blood beads in his hands, Yang Kai slightly ran the true yang art, wanting to feel the energy contained in the two blood beads. Unexpectedly, as soon as the tactic was turned away, Yang Kai snorted and sat down cross-legged involuntarily, with a look of astonishment on his face. Young master, old demon was shocked, and he shouted quickly, but he could not get any response from Yang Kai. The next moment, he felt a surge of energy that made people palpitate, and it kept pouring from Yang Kai's hands into his body. Moreover, this energy is not pure, it is also mixed with a lot of evil spirit and evil spirit, this incomparable evil spirit and evil spirit, even the old devil-like old demon, who is used to seeing big scenes, can't help trembling. Yang Kai trembled all over, the meridians were saturated in an instant, and the true yang art was uncontrollably madly urged, refining the impurities in this huge energy and then pouring it into the proud golden body. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. What is the origin of those two monsters? How is the blood beads that condense after death different from others? Other blood beads are so pure that anyone can easily absorb them. But these two blood beads are different. They contain too much wildness and suffocation of monsters before they were alive. If they are absorbed without refining them, people will definitely become like monsters and lose their humanity. Could it be that when the strength is strong to a certain extent, the blood beads formed after death are so different? Yang Kai wanted to stop absorbing this energy, but he couldn't do it anyway. The energy in the two blood beads surged uncontrollably and poured in like a duck, making him have to endure it and have to refine it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 225. In just 10 short breaths, Yang Kai felt that the bottleneck of the fourth floor of the separation and reunion was broken. The sudden promotion made Yang Kai a little panicked. Although he also wanted to become stronger quickly, the infusion of this crazy energy was beyond the limit he could accept. www. The skin and flesh were taut, and Yang Kai's whole body became fat without warning, and the exposed skin and flesh and blood were visibly wriggling. It seems that there are countless earthworms moving in the body, which looks extremely terrifying. After a while, Yang Kai's skin cracked countless cracks, the muscles in the body were broken, blood flowed out, and the whole person became bloody and terrifying. Under the enormous pressure, the proud golden body also became hungrier than ever, consuming the refined energy infinitely. However, even if Yang Kai's true Yang technique was running to the limit, it still couldn't keep up with the speed of energy infusion. Puff puffa. Countless small muffled sounds came from the body, and along with the sound, a bloody mist exploded. Immediately, countless blood-red rays of light rushed out of the body, and the range of hundreds of feet was instantly engulfed by this violent energy, shrouded. Old Demon shouted in horror, but he never got a response from Yang Kai, anxious like an ant on a hot pot, unable to do anything. Yang Kai suppressed the severe pain from all over the body, clenched his teeth tightly, and the whole body kept shaking. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration that he was about to collapse, from the huge pressure in the body. Make him crumbling, unable to resist. As the huge energy continued to pour in, Yang Kai felt that his body was bloated again. If it goes on like this, sooner or later, it will be overwhelmed by the huge energy. And the crisis that Yang Kai faces is not only the infusion of energy. There is also the suffocation that rushed into the mind along with the energy. That was the aura of the two monsters. After they died, because they were too powerful, although the rules of heaven and earth here condensed their demon pills and flesh and blood essence into blood beads, they still couldn't erase their own aura. This kind of suffocating threat, compared to the impact of energy, is also less conceited. Yang Kai could only keep his mind firmly and not let himself be affected by the aura of the monster. At the same time, his mind turned sharply, thinking of ways to resolve it. In fact, the method to resolve it is very simple. As long as the speed at which the true Yang Qi in the body refines these energies can keep up with the speed at which it is poured in, it will naturally be able to save the danger. Although I know how, but it's more difficult to do that. The true Yang technique has already reached its limit, and there is no way to make it any faster. The only solution left is to make the true Yang vitality in the body become purer and richer. True Yang vitality is like a fire, and the energy pouring into one's body is like a piece of stubborn iron. The purer and denser the fire, the higher the temperature and the faster the smelting of stubborn iron. No time to think deeply. As soon as this thought came out, Yang Kai gritted his teeth. A drop of Yang liquid in Dantian exploded. A drop of Yang liquid is equivalent to the sum of the vitality stored in Yang Kai's meridians. This exploded, the already full meridians became more and more crowded, the pain of the meridians and the tearing of flesh and blood made Yang Kai tremble. He held his breath and condensed his voice, frantically contracting and squeezing his meridians, compressing and purifying the true Yang vitality in the meridians. This is quite a test of willpower. Fortunately, unyielding Ao played a role at a critical moment, and the short-term promotion of the realm allowed Yang Kai to withstand more energy shocks. After working hard for a while, the pressure suddenly decreased. The true Yang vitality in the meridians, under Yang Kai's desperate urging, smelted and fused with each other, and it did become purer than before. With the two-pronged approach, the energy pouring into the body can naturally be smelted more quickly. Aware of this, Yang Kai's spirit was shocked, and he pressed the meridians harder and harder to control the fusion of vitality. With the passage of time, the true Yang vitality in the body becomes more and more pure, the efficiency of smelting energy is also getting higher and higher, and the running speed is about 0.5% faster. From the outside, Yang Kai's bloated body is like a balloon that has been poked with a small hole, and it is returning to its original state at an imperceptible speed. Old Demon finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, hiding in the soul breaker cone with lingering fears and praying non-stop. Yang Kai's life and death were closely related to him, how could he not worry? When the fusion speed of the true Yang Yuan Qi in the body became slow, Yang Kai exploded another drop of Yang liquid, using this method of dying and rebirth to suppress the fusion of Yuan Qi. Half a day later, the true Yang Yuan Qi was pure to a certain level, and the true Yang art started to run. Yang Kai could almost hear the whining sound coming from his body. It was only when Yuan Qi flowed to a certain limit in the meridians. Pleasant tones. At this time, the speed at which the real Yang vitality smelted energy could finally keep up with the speed at which the two blood beads were poured in, and the fat body gradually returned to its normal form. Life is worry-free. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, secretly opened his eyes to check, and found that the 2 blood beads in his hand did not change much, they were still the same size as when they were picked up before. It seems that he underestimated the energy in these 2 blood beads. This struggle between life and death made Yongkai thoughtful, and he also had some enlightenment in his state of mind, not just an improvement in strength. One of the tasks of the cultivation of a martial artist in the separation and reunion realm is to prepare for promotion to the real Yuan realm, so that the vitality in one's body becomes more and more pure and rich. When a certain limit is reached, the vitality will be transformed into true Yuan, and thus successfully promoted to the true Yuan realm. Previously, Yongkai's strength increased, but the energy in his body increased. But after going through this life and death test, he discovered that the breakthrough was not just so monotonous, there were other ways. It can even be said that even if the energy in the body does not increase, it can still break through. When the vitality is pure to a certain level, it is a breakthrough. With the breakthrough again and again, the vitality will become more and more pure, and gradually transformed into the true essence. However, ordinary warriors do not have the conditions of Yongkai, and there is such a huge amount of energy stored in their dantian at any time, so they can only use the method of increasing vitality to slowly compress and fuse, so as to obtain the effect of purification. But half a day ago, Yongkai was facing a desperate situation, breaking and standing, but inadvertently found a method suitable for his own cultivation. This discovery made him clear what he should do in the clutch border. The enlightenment and improvement in the state of mind made Yongkai feel light, and the feeling of finding the target was very wonderful. The energy in the 2 blood beads is still pouring into the body, one after another, like a vast river, rolling in, becoming the capital for him to become stronger. The suffocating energy from the energy were refined, but they did not dissolve, but were squeezed out of the meridians and gathered around Yongkai's body, and the wind did not disperse. Yongkai naturally noticed this abnormal situation, but now he is at a critical juncture in absorbing energy, and naturally he has no time to deal with them. But this also confirms the tyranny of the 2 monsters from the side. Even if they die for countless years, even if they have been condensed into blood beads, this kind of monster will still exist. The absorption of the 2 blood beads took Yongkai 10 days of effort, and half of the yang liquid in his dantian was used up, so they were completely purified. But what makes Old Demon puzzled is that Yongkai has absorbed such a huge and unparalleled energy, but he has never been promoted, and his realm has been maintained at the 5th floor of the separation and reunion. This discovery made him really puzzled, and he didn't know what kind of mystery there was. When the 2 blood beads disappeared completely, the last suffocation flowed out of Yongkai's body and gathered to the periphery. 10 days of Kung Fu, the place where Yongkai meditated has become murderous. Those evil spirits were divided into 2 groups, and they all gathered around Yongkai, fighting with each other endlessly, just like the 2 monsters were enemies in their lifetimes. The radius of 100 jong has been enveloped by a gray and sinister evil spirit. As the last ray of aura gathered, the 2 suffocating auras that were facing each other suddenly rolled and wriggled. During the tumbling, the 2 evil spirits gradually transformed into the shape of 2 monsters. The one on the left is only 3 feet tall, with snow-white body and no trace of impurities in the hair. On the forehead is a majestic character, the 2 fangs at the corners of the mouth are glowing with cold light, and the long whip-like tail is as strong and powerful as steel. The wind howled. This is a white tiger. The one on the right is huge and incomparable, with a height of 40 to 50 feet, and its body soars into the clouds. It is almost impossible to see what it looks like, but judging from its body shape, it can be vaguely seen that it is the shape of a cow, raised on all 4s. Fall, the earth shakes. Shaking the sky, the white tiger, the earth-shattering bull. Old Demon couldn't help exclaiming. The 2 beasts took shape, and they both roared in the sky. The entire valley suddenly changed, and immediately, they all turned into a gray gas, and got into the body of Yongkai, who was dumbfounded. Yongkai only felt a shock all over his body was tumbling, and he couldn't move. What he saw was no longer the scene in front of him, but in the vast world, a tiger, a cow and 2 monsters sprinted fiercely. All kinds of secret skills of monsters are flying in the sky and the earth are eclipsed, and the situation is treacherous. This is a great battle. This is the resentment of the 2 monsters for each other during their lifetimes. It has turned into reality, and even after their death, they still fight endlessly. The battlefield of the battle is in the body of Yongkai, who has absorbed their essence. Before they were alive, they fought evenly and died together. After death, they will still meet their opponents, and they will meet good talents. Yongkai didn't feel the slightest discomfort, except for the initial panic. After a while, he calmed down and watched the life and death duel between the 2 monsters. Such a shocking battle is not something that a warrior of his level can easily see. Although it is a battle of monsters, it will still be rewarding to watch it. Gradually, Yang Kai forgot about the existence of time, all his mind was on the two monsters, and he focused on the only audience. His body was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and his aura was soaring to the sky, visible to the naked eye, but it could not affect him. Centimeters. Chapter 226 Beast Soul Skill, White Tiger Seal, Divine Ox Seal. In the center of the remote valley, there was originally a huge deep pit. This deep pit was dug by Yang Kai when he was looking for blood beads. As time passed, dust and sand flew up, and this big pit was buried by sand. For the most part, only less than 10 feet deep. At this moment, around this small pit, there is a suffocating evil spirit squirming into the sky. If you look carefully, you can even see that this evil spirit is divided into two parts, and they are blending and fighting with each other. I don't know how long the battle between the two evil spirits lasted, and no one could do anything to each other. One day, these two suffocating chi suddenly rushed towards the middle, and suddenly disappeared without a sound. The gray world suddenly became clear, and the sky and earth became clear again. After a long time, with a sound, a figure suddenly flew out of the pit, and the robust body was as graceful as a swallow, and fell steadily to the ground. Shaking off all the dust and taking a deep breath, the man stood silently on the spot, his brows furrowed, thoughtful. Yang Kai is finally out. The resentment after the death of the two monsters forced him to watch the whole battle. This battle was truly earth-shattering and unprecedented. Yang Kai watched the two monster beasts keep fighting, wounded and bleed, and then persevered, without the slightest fear, rushed towards each other again and again, inflicted heavy damage on the opponent again and again, and finally perished together. It was a battle that knew that it was inevitable that they would die, and that it was a battle in which the majesty and honor and humiliation of monsters and beasts were bet on each other. Before that, Yang Kai didn't even know that monsters had such audacity, which was no less than that of any strong human being. Such a face-to-face confrontation, hand-to-hand battle, made Yang Kai, the only audience member, see his blood boil and gain a lot. Moreover, after the residual thoughts of the two monsters disappeared, Yang Kai faintly felt that there was something in his body. The two monsters were unable to distinguish the winner before their death, and after their death, they used Yang Kai's body to duel again, a long-cherished wish. These may be the thank you gifts left to him by the two monsters, or it may be his own perception, which is unclear. Spreading out his hands, looking down, sorting out his messy thoughts, Yang Kai urged the vitality in his body to run in a certain order. Opening square bracket, closing square bracket. After a while, the sound of a beast's roar could be heard in the body, a palm was pushed forward, and a fiery red figure suddenly flew out with the palm wind. The tiger roared into the sky. It was a lifelike tiger made of pure vitality. The two fangs at the corners of the tiger's majestic mouth were radiating a cold light, and it rushed forward very quickly, opening its mouth and biting, and it was invincible. With another slap, a mighty and majestic one-horned bull galloped out, trampling on the ground like a galloping horse, overcoming all obstacles in front of him, and crushing them all into powder. No one could stop him. Shaking the sky, the white tiger, the earth-shattering bull. It's just that the white tiger divine ox at the moment is composed of Yang Kai's vitality, and the red color of the whole body looks more and more murderous. The two illusory and ethereal figures ran for hundreds of feet before they gradually turned into fluorescent light and disappeared into the air. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and then laughed, very satisfied with what he got. This can already be regarded as a martial skill, but it is a martial skill obtained from the residual thoughts of the monster. It should be said that it is a kind of beast soul skill. There are many martial arts in the world, all formed by imitating the shape of monsters. When he was in the Juyin Valley, Yang Kai had seen Wen Feiken from the Bloody Battle Gang perform a similar martial skill, but what he displayed was only vaguely in the shape of a tiger's head, so he couldn't see the whole picture. It is completely different from Yang Kai's current beast soul ability. Whether it is the heaven-shaking white tiger or the earth-shattering divine bull's beast soul skill, Yang Kai displays all the true bodies of the monster beasts, and his demeanor is also alive like a real monster beast, and the lethality it can exert is naturally greater than that of Wen Feiken, many times. With these two similar beast soul skills, Yang Kai's strength has increased again. These two moves, according to the form, can be named as the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal. Turning to look around, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. From the sand covered in the big hole he dug, he knew that he must have been in seclusion for a long time this time. Old demon, how long has it been? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Just read the novel. It's been half a year, young master. Yang Kai couldn't help taking a breath. no wonder his stomach was a little hungry. If it wasn't for too long, I wouldn't be able to feel this way. But now is not the time to forage. Yang Kai shook the sand on his body and sat down cross-legged, recalling the insights he gained when he absorbed 2 blood beads more than half a year ago. After a long time, he smiled slightly. Old demon, watch me do a trick for you. What trick? Old demon was puzzled. Yang Kai smiled and didn't answer, just immersed himself in his mind and burst the yang liquid in his dantian one by one. About half a day later, a gust of wind suddenly rolled up in the flat ground, and Yang Kai's body shook slightly, and his momentum rose sharply. Old demon was stunned, because without warning, Yang Kai actually broke through the first layer realm and reached the level of the 6th layer separation and reunion realm. How did that happen? Half a year ago, the young master absorbed such a huge amount of energy, and there was no trace of breakthrough, and he has always maintained at the level of the 5th layer of the separation and reunion, but now he has only been sitting for half a day. How did he break through? He did not run the exercises, nor did he absorb any energy from the heavens and the earth. In other words, the energy in his body did not increase in the slightest. How did this break through? Old demon couldn't understand. Deliberately asked, but Yang Kai still closed his eyes and meditated, and could only press the doubts in his heart. After half a day, Yang Kai's aura rose again. The 7th floor of the separation and reunion border. Old demon was stunned. Yang Kai's current breakthrough seemed too strange, completely beyond old demon's own knowledge, and after further investigation, he finally found some clues. The vitality in Yang Kai's body is very different from before. Although the total amount of storage has not changed, both the purity and the intensity have been improved by several grades. It was this change that made Yang Kai's breakthrough and promotion. Is that okay? Old demon was shocked. Breaking through to the 7th floor of the separation and reunion boundary, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. The amount of yang liquid in dantian has been reduced by a full third. Although the amount has decreased, the energy contained in it has not changed. This also leads to the fact that the current drop of yang liquid is much purer and more powerful than the previous yang liquid. If you use the yang liquid to perform any tricks, the power will be greater and the lethality will be stronger. It is equivalent to recasting all the yang liquid in the dantian. The 7th layer of the separation and reunion realm is Yang Kai's current limit, and it can no longer be compressed and purified. Young master's tricks have become brilliant, and the old slave has benefited a lot. Old demon saw Yang Kai open his eyes, and quickly said, although he was suspected of slapping his horse, old demon truly admired it. Yang Kai grinned. After getting a new martial skill, it is natural to try it out. After searching for a long time in the valley, I finally found a 5th order monster. The beast soul skill was displayed, and 1 bull and 1 tiger slammed and bit the monster, and the 5th order monster was unable to fight back. Yang Kai stepped forward to help, and it only took a moment to kill it. Harvest a blood bead. The whole process was so easy and simple that Yang Kai couldn't believe it. More than half a year ago, he had to consider the 5th order monster beast for a long time, and then secretly avoided it, but now he kills it like a mustard. Even though this 5th order monster is not very powerful, it still makes Yang Kai feel like he has passed away, a feeling of. The blood beads obtained are not big, but not too small. Compared with the blood beads condensed after the death of the master of the true essence, it is indeed not on the same level. After collecting the blood beads, Yang Kai made sure that no one was spying on him, and then he displayed the wings of Yang Yan and flew up. It would take a lot of effort to make the master of the real Yuan realm fit on the cliff of 10,000 feet, but it would be different with the wings of Yang Yan. In just half an hour, Yang Kai had already left the valley. Half a day later, the hungry Yang Kai managed to find a fruit tree, picked a lot of fruit, and sat down under the tree to feast on it. Eating the fruit, Yang Kai thought about his next move. Not long after I came in here, I closed myself for more than half a year, and I don't know how the situation here is developing. And judging from the previous encounters, it seems that there are not many spiritual herbs and medicines here, and some are just endless monsters. Moreover, the soul cleansing dew and glazed flame liquid are both good things. If you have the chance, you have to collect some. The soul washing lotion is of great use to you, so it doesn't matter if you want the glazed flame liquid or not. It's a pity that Yang Kai doesn't know where to find these two things. While he was thinking about it, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and listened. He heard wolves howling in the distance, and there seemed to be some killing. With a move in his heart, Yang Kai quickly picked some fruits and stuffed them into the chenken bag, and then spread out his footwork towards the direction of the source of the sound. He had to find someone to spy on what happened during his retreat. After a cup of tea, Yang Kai arrived at the place where the accident happened. hidden in a big tree and secretly looked forward. After seeing the situation over there, his expression couldn't help but lift. There are two people over there, a man and a woman, who are fighting hard, and the man and the woman are two people they know. Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu of Yinyumen. They were surrounded by a group of monsters, a dozen or so, and they were not of the same type. All kinds of monsters gathered together, most of which were fourth-order monsters. If that's the case, Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu wouldn't be in a hurry to deal with it, but there are still 3 fifth-order monsters in this group of monsters. There were fifth-order monsters in the formation. Even if Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu fought together, they still couldn't break through. They were surrounded by this group of monsters in the center. Chen Zushu also had many scars on his body, and there was blood on his left leg. Xu Xiaoyu was also panting, his chest heaving, and he was dripping with sweat. The strength of the two brothers and sisters is not low. They are all masters of the real Yuan realm. They are also very powerful when they display various martial arts. Although they are in prison, they will not be killed for a while, but it seems that they are with this group of monsters. The beasts fought for a long time, and their physical strength and spirit were consumed enormously. Xu Xiaoyu is a woman after all, and her physical strength is a little bit behind. Chapter 227, Meeting Chen Zushu again. If it was someone else being besieged by monsters, Yang Kai would have to do a good job of summing up, not to save someone but to be remembered by others, and it would cause a show of embarrassment. Nowadays, people in this world are not old, especially young warriors who have experienced in different places. Who doesn't want to have more eyes? I can't wait to see through people's hearts to see if they are black or red. But since the two people from Yingyumen were in danger, Yang Kai didn't have so many concerns. Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu made a good impression on him. They were not treacherous people. They had crossed paths before, and they were people that Yang Kai believed to be credible. To inquire about the news here, looking for them is undoubtedly the best choice. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, quietly touched down from the tree, and quickly approached the battlefield over there. Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu had solemn expressions on their faces, their true chi swayed recklessly, and they fiercely unleashed their ultimate move. Although they killed a few fourth-order monsters, they still could not restore the situation. There are too many monsters, and they are surrounded by them in all directions, especially the 3 fifth-order monsters, whose intelligence is quite high. People are stretched thin, and this is how Chen Zushu's injury came about. If it weren't for the two of them having the same mind and tacit understanding, I'm afraid they would have been in danger already. During the battle, a flash of determination flashed in Chen Zushu's eyes, and he said solemnly, "Junior sister, I will use all my strength to open a gap for you later, you escape as quickly as possible and I will contain the remaining monsters." Quote. Hearing what he said, even when Xu Xiaoyu understood what he was thinking, he quickly shook his head. "No, let's go together, we're going to die together." Be obedient, Chen Zushu shouted angrily, "We don't have much real energy left, and there are too many monsters to get rid of. Only by leaving one person to restrain us can there be a ray of hope for escape. Don't look back after you leave. Find a safe place to hide, and don't come out again in the future. When this place is closed, you can go back to the sect." I don't want to listen. Xu Xiaoyu shook his head into a rattle. Chen Zushu still wanted to persuade him, but Xu Xiaoyu said in a firm tone, "If you dare to say one more word, I'll rush up now and let these monsters tear them apart." "Why are you?" Chen Zushu was angry and distressed. "You think I don't dare?" Xu Xiaoyu widened her apricot eyes. "Okay, if you don't say anything, senior brother, then we will find a way to survive. Let these beasts experience the unique skills of my Moonlight sect." Xu Xiaoyu smiled sweetly, and stood side by side with Chen Zushu. The real energy in his body was agitated, and he raised his hands together to strike a palm. Half a waning moon appeared in the sky, and the wisps of moonlight like silver threads slanted down. These moonlights contained unparalleled lethality. The dozens of monsters gathered around were passed through by the moonlight. With a miserable howl, most of the fourth-order monsters were killed on the spot, and even a fifth-order monster was severely injured, and blood was scattered all over the ground. The stunt of Yinyumen, the full moon is in the sky. If this move could unleash its full power, then the dozen or so monsters would definitely have no hope of surviving. It's a pity that Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu were at the end of the fight, and they joined forces to play, but only a waning moon appeared, and the power of the stunt was greatly reduced. But when the monsters received this blow, they all retreated in unison. Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu looked at each other while panting. There was no regret in their eyes, only warmth. They have done their best, and their true essence is 10 to 9 out of 10, and there is no way to resist. The next time the monster beasts come, it will be the time when they die. The still living monsters seemed to have seen this clearly, and after retreating for a while, they gathered around with bared teeth and grins, staring at the two with a pair of gloomy eyes, ready to pounce. The two did not sit still. Chen Zushu protected Xu Xiaoyu by his side, his body was full of fighting spirit, and his face was grim. Brush brush. The remaining monsters rushed over. Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu snorted at the same time, and swayed the last real essence. A fourth-order monster rushing in front was smashed to pieces and killed on the spot. The other fourth-order monster was also knocked out, and it fell to the ground with a miserable howl. But there were still a lot of monsters, and the two of them were invincible with their fists. During the battle, the two still intact fifth-order monsters attacked from the side, and they all bit into Chen Zushu, who was in poor condition. The wind was blowing, the fangs were cold, and the breath of death came. A figure suddenly fell from the sky, and in an upside-down posture, calmly rushed in front of Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu. There was a hint of astonishment in the eyes of the two brothers and sisters. The next moment, they saw the person's palms printed on the backs of the two fifth-order monsters. Two miserable howls came out at the same time, and the fifth-order monster that almost bit Chen Zushu was just knocked to the ground by these two palms. A series of muffled sounds burst out from the bodies of the two monsters, and the hot feeling spread out, bringing a warmth. After the man fell to the ground, he threw 4 punches all around at an electric, flint-like speed. Touch touch. The 4 fourth-order monsters that threw themselves in front of them were all smashed into the air. After landing, they struggled, but they never got up, and their mouths were filled with blood. It's you. Xu Xiaoyu's shocked mouth opened slightly, and immediately looked at Yang Kai with joy and excitement. Junior brother Yang. Chen Zushu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, the feeling of escaping from death was so wonderful. Wait. Yang Kai hurriedly rushed forward. Just hit 2 palms, although the 2 fifth-order monsters fell to the ground, but failed to take their lives. At this moment, the 2 monsters saw that the opportunity was not good, and while grinning and threatening, they slowly retreated, trying to escape. Yang Kai looked indifferent and rushed to the front of the 2 monsters. Without the slightest fear, he raised his hand and patted one of them on the head. The monster's reaction was also quite swift, and it managed to avoid the blow by a tiny margin. But before it could react, the slap it took had turned into a sweep. Slap. With a loud slap, I slapped the fifth-order monster on the cheek. The gigantic beast's spinning top generally spins in midair, and it falls more than 10 meters away, hitting a big tree and falling to the ground. Yang Kai has already aimed his fist at another fifth-order monster, and hit the flames with 3 layers of explosions, hitting its forehead. After 3 muffled noises, the monster suddenly swayed like it was drunk, and its footing was unsteady, and a blood-red crack burst out from its hard forehead. Yang Kai rolled up a foot, and also rolled it out, landing right next to the first monster. The speed is like the wind, rushing to the past, opening both fists, ping ping pong pong as a fat beating. The tragic howls of the monsters continued one after another, gradually becoming weak and inaudible. The 2 people at Yinumen were dumbfounded, Xu Xiaoyu's mouth never closed, and Chen Zushu was also shocked. After a while, Yang Kai gasped lightly, walked back with blood dripping all over his body, and looked suspiciously in front of the 2 of them. What's wrong? Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu came back to their senses now. The former showed a wry smile and asked cautiously, Junior brother Yang, what state are you in now? The 7th floor of the clutch. Yang Kai smiled, then reached out and threw a blood bead condensed from the death of a 5th-order monster into Xu Xiaoyu's mouth. Ah! Xu Xiaoyu was taken aback, and then shut up in a hurry. After reacting, her brows couldn't help but surprise. 7 layers of clutch. Chen Zushu looked incredulous. You lied. Although Xu Xiaoyu was grateful to Yang Kai for giving her a blood bead, he was also annoyed by his attitude of throwing it in without saying a word. What if he lost something dirty? Immediately retorted. What are you doing? Yang Kai laughed and handed another blood bead to Chen Zushu. Chen Zushu frowned for a moment, and immediately reached out to take it, and said, Thank you for your kindness, Chen will keep it in mind. You're welcome. I see that you have very little true yuan left, so hurry up and collect these blood beads, so that you can recover as soon as possible. Yang Kai pointed to the side. The 2 nodded and walked over to retrieve all the blood beads. Leave here first. Chen Zushu looked around vigilantly, then led Yang Kai and Xu Xiaoyu to leave quickly. They seemed to be in a hurry, because they were refining and absorbing the energy of blood beads on the way, and there was no delay. With the help of blood beads, the 2 quickly recovered their true essence. After about half a stick of incense, Yang Kai heard the sound of killing again from not far away. This way. Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu were shocked, and they rushed over there. Yang Kai was puzzled and could only temporarily press it and follow behind them. After a short while, he came to the place of battle, and the scene that came into his eyes made Yang Kai frown. He found that there were dozens of various monsters over there, besieging some warriors, just like what happened to Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu before. Junior brother Yang, if you don't want to intervene, then stand aside and watch the play, and we'll talk to you in detail after we've dealt with it. Chen Zushu warned with a serious look, and then rushed into the battlefield with Xu Xiaoyu. Brother Chen, they are back. Someone over there soon spotted Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu, and couldn't help shouting excitedly. Brother Chen is really powerful, and he was able to escape from the mouths of so many monsters. Someone shouted again. Chen Zushu smiled bitterly, only he and Xu Xiaoyu understood that the two of them were almost torn apart by the monsters just now. If it wasn't for Yang Kai to kill them at the critical moment, how could they still be alive? The praise I heard at the moment was so harsh. Without uttering a word, the two people from Yinumen quickly came to the group of warriors and fought fiercely with a group of monsters. Perhaps it was the safe return of Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu that lifted the spirits of this group of people, or perhaps this group of monsters knew that it would be no good to fight, and after a while, a loud roar came from a distance. Hearing this beast roar, the dozens of monsters abandoned the group of warriors, retreated in unison, and soon disappeared into the jungle. On the field, there were more than a dozen corpses of monsters, and one belonged to a martial artist. Yang Kai stood aside, looking at it in a daze, and couldn't help but be full of surprise. He found that these people somehow gathered in one place, and they abandoned the differences of sex and worked together to fight the monsters. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first release to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 228 Situation. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces, all of which he had seen by the lake before. The 4 girls from Wanhua Palace are among them, and there are Wenxin Palace, Shuiyutang, Juxing Sword Sect, Raging Fire Sect, Feiyu Pavilion. Disciples from all sects and sects gathered here, and the total number was about 30 people, all of whom were the leaders of these forces. It's just that the state of these people is not very good at the moment, the real energy consumption is huge, and many people have some injuries of varying severity. Just after a fierce battle, most of the 30 people hurriedly meditated and adjusted their breaths. Only one person was traveling through the battlefield to clean up the blood beads left by the death of the monsters. A gaze turned towards Yang Kai, and looking back, Yang Kai saw a young man of about 27 or 8-year-old, looking at him with a cold expression. This young man is sturdy and outstanding. Although his clothes are many torn, they are still neat and without the slightest fold. There are many bloodstains on his body, which adds to him a strong and coldness. He stood there quietly, like a sharp sword unsheathed, it is sharp and sharp. Looking at each other for a moment, the young man withdrew his gaze lightly, chatted with the person who was traveling through the battlefield to collect blood beads just now, and took the blood beads he collected in his hand. Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu came over, and both of them had a look of the rest of their lives on their faces. What's going on? Yang Kai frowned and asked. He really couldn't understand how the situation was developing at the moment. The younger generation of the major forces came here to experience in different places, and they were in a relationship of confrontation and competition with each other. If there are no special reasons and changes, even if they are not enemies of each other, they will not be united. It's a long story. Chen Zushu gritted his teeth and greeted Yang Kai to sit down. Yang Kai saw that he was seriously injured, the blood flowed into his arms and took out a bottle, poured out a few pills and handed it over. Healing pill. Xu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Chen Zushu quickly gave her a look and whispered, "Brother Yang, hurry up and put it away." Yang Kai's brows wrinkled a lot more. Although he didn't know the reason, he quietly stuffed the bottle into his arms and put the poured medicine pill into Chen Zushu's hand. My heart is very puzzled, isn't it just a few healing pills? Why did Xu Xiaoyu make such a fuss? Young disciples who will come into experience will definitely have a few bottles to carry around in case of emergencies. There are more than a dozen bottles of medicinal pills in his Chenkin bag, all of which were prepared by Master Ling Taishu before, but they have never been used. Xu Xiaoyu turned his head to look around, and stuck out his tongue again, with an embarrassed look on his face. Senior brother Chen, how did you guys get together? Yang Kai asked softly, which was his biggest puzzlement. I have too. Chen Zushu smiled bitterly. Someone threatened you. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. That's not true. Chen Zushu shook his head again and again. We gathered together voluntarily and for self-preservation, because if we did not gather together, we would not be able to survive here. Could it be that there is some danger here that makes you have to join forces? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Chen Zushu nodded. Is it a human or a monster? Some people have monsters too. Chen Zushu sighed, raised his eyes and asked, do you remember that there was a sect person by the lake, who was slightly different in dress and appearance from our Big Han warriors? Quote. How can Yang Kai not remember? He has a deep memory of that group of people, and immediately nodded, that is the warrior of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom. Chen Zushu looked at him in astonishment. Brother Yang actually knows their origins. We paid a great price to find out that those group of people are not my warriors. Master told me before. Chen Zushu was shocked, with a look of admiration. Senior Ling really has a lot of knowledge. What does it have to do with the warriors of the Heavenly Wolf Nation? They are indeed very strong, but there are only 4 of you, are you still afraid of them? Yang Kai was confused and could not help frowning. If it were just the 4 of them, we would be afraid of a ball. The warriors of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom dared to come to my big man to be arrogant. They are simply asking for their own death. We can just drag a few people out here, and we can kill them. Chen Zushu was indignant. After saying that, he smiled bitterly, but there are not only 4 of them, and I don't know what kind of weird exercises they have practiced, and they can enslave monsters to fight for them. Each of the 4 of them has hundreds of them. Monster, how do we fight this? Yang Kai's face jumped when he heard it, and he said, before you were surrounded by monsters, and the group of monsters just now, were all driven by the warriors of the Heavenly Wolf Country. That's right. Chen Zushu nodded solemnly. Hundreds of disciples from the sects of the big man entered this remote place to practice, but they didn't think that the group of people in the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom had already prepared. In the first month or two, the group of thieves still there was no movement, and the warriors of our Han dynasty were allowed to hunt monsters and kill each other here, but after 2 months had passed, after they enslaved a considerable number of monsters, they immediately attacked the disciples of various forces of the Han dynasty. People were hunted and killed by those monsters without taking precautions at all. And the few people in the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom ate our warriors to death without even taking a shot. Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't calm down for a long time. However, a doubt in my heart was solved. No wonder the 2 groups of monsters I saw before were of different types. There were all kinds of them. It turned out that someone enslaved them. In the past few months, there are more and more monsters under the hands of those people in the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom, and they can't kill them all. On the contrary, there are fewer and fewer warriors from my Big Han. Before we gathered together, there were 5-10 people, more than a dozen have died now, and those other people, I guess, are no longer alive. In other words, there are only 4 warriors from the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom and more than 30 people here who are surviving in a different place. Yang Kai took a deep breath and was a little lost. There were as many as 200 or 300 people who came in that day, but after more than half a year, only 1/10 remained. Those who died were also the elites of various forces, and the losses were quite heavy. As he talked, Chen Zushu was extremely annoyed, and his face flushed. This time, it's really a shame, and everyone's sect here will probably lose all face. The young leaders of so many sects in the Big Han gathered together, but they were overwhelmed by the power of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom from afar and came out on top. If this matter spreads out, it will only become the laughing stock of the world, and it is no wonder that he blushes. Senior brother, it's not your fault. Shu Xiaoyu comforted softly, it's not that we are not good enough, it's that those people are too treacherous and prepared too well. Hey, Chen Zushu was disappointed, and said in dejection, I just hope that this ghost place will be closed soon, and then we can go out. Yang Kai frowned and pondered, and suddenly asked, you have so many people gathered together now, who are you listening to? Everyone is an elite. In their respective forces, the wind must be the wind and the rain must be the rain. All such people are rebellious, arrogant, and have high self-esteem. A plate of loose sand. Chen Zushu pursed his lips and said, that, Wu Chengyi of the 9-star sword sect, a master of the 7th floor of the True Yuan realm, among the people who have experienced here, he is the strongest and everyone will listen to him for the time being. Following his gaze, Yang Kai glanced at him and found out that it was the young man who had looked at him before. No wonder it gives the feeling of a sharp sword unsheathed, it turns out that this is the elite of the 9-star sword sect. Yang Kai nodded secretly. The Juxing sword sect, whose disciples mainly practice sword skills, is also a well-known sect, enjoying a high reputation in the Han dynasty. The world calls the Juxing sword sect the first force under the 8 great families of the central capital. That is, the sect that is second only to the 8 great families of the central capital, which shows the strength of the 9-star sword sect. Wu Chengyi's own strength is strong, and his background is extraordinary. It is really hard to say that such a character temporarily acts as a talker. Apart from him, I am afraid that no one in this group of warriors can convince the crowd. Yang Kai nodded secretly and said, this person's temperament and expression are quite a pair of sleeves. It seems that the 9 Stars Sword sect did not put much effort into him. Xu Xiaoyu pouted and whispered, that guy is arrogant and has always used us as his subordinates. Moreover, all the blood beads obtained after killing monsters have to be distributed through his hands. I don't know myself. How much are you greedy? Chen Zushu glared at Xu Xiaoyu. Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for him taking the lead and building the line, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to gather together, and they would have been defeated one by the people of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom. He is the strongest, and he contributes the most. It should be a little benefit. What's more, 80% of the monsters here are enslaved by the people of the Heavenly Wolf Country, and we can't get much blood beads. He is willing to take it. I just hope we can get out safely. Don't think too much about the rest. Xu Xiaoyu said in disbelief, it's fine. But he doesn't take other people's lives seriously at all. We were sent out to contain a dozen monsters this time. If it wasn't for younger brother Yang who came to rescue him. Brother, you just. Thinking of the danger just now, Xu Xiaoyu was about to cry, and her eyes were red. Why are you crying? Telling brother Yang to read the joke, aren't we in danger? Chen Zushu smiled apologetically at Yang Kai while comforting him. Yang Kai frowned and said, you are surrounded by monsters, because you were sent out by him. Chen Zushu gave a wry smile. It came by turns. This time, it was my brothers and sisters who were unlucky. They encountered a few more and almost didn't survive. With a sigh, Yang Kai could also feel Chen Zushu's helplessness. In the current situation, even if he is dissatisfied with Wu Chengyi, he can only hold back and leave this big team. With the strength of both him and Xu Xiaoyu, I'm afraid it will die faster. After another change of mind, he finally understood why Xu Xiaoyu was so surprised when he took out the healing pill just now. In the past few months, a group of people must have encountered countless battles. Although everyone has a spare pill, it must have been used up long ago. At this moment, there are no exotic flowers and herbs. Appears to be precious. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 229 Shiragate. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face sank, secretly regretting his actions just now, and I don't know if that scene has fallen into the eyes of others. If it has been seen by others, I am afraid it will be a little troublesome. It's just that the mere healing pill has become a rare item, which he could never have imagined. Brother Chen, can you come over and talk? Suddenly there was Wu Chengyi's call. Chen Zushu responded and smiled at Yang Kai. Brother Yang, wait a moment, I'll come when I go. Yang Kai nodded irrefutably. After Chen Zushu left, Yang Kai turned his head to look around and found that many people were looking at him with interest. This group of people has not seen new faces for a long time, and the big Han warriors scattered outside are probably dead. Now seeing Yang Kai, this newcomer, is naturally a little curious, especially Yang Kai is only alone. They don't understand a person how to escape the pursuit of the warriors of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom. Yang Kai glanced over, and the 4 girls from Wanwu Palace nodded slightly to him. These 4 girls entered the Netherworld Mountain with Yang Kai at the beginning. Although everyone has never spoken, they have helped each other in the same boat. Now that they are in trouble, they naturally feel more and more cordial. Yang Kai responded with a smile. While observing, 2 people suddenly stood up over there. The first one was a beautiful woman. She was tall and plump. She was wearing an emerald green dress tightly tied around her body. The 2 jade lotus-like arms are exposed, the skin is as crystal clear as suet white jade, glittering with the attractive luster of porcelain, the fingers are slender, and the nails of the 10 fingers are painted with a bright red color, which looks coquettish. Beauty. What makes people unable to ignore is the pair of trembling breasts on this woman's chest, full and round, quite predictable. Among the women Yang Kai has seen, only Lan Chuti can be compared with her. She smiled eloquently, twisting her waist like a beautiful snake, and she came, a pair of spring water-like eyes staring at Yang Kai for a while, and the smile on the corner of her mouth was meaningful. Behind her was an iron tower-like man, with a bare waist and a tiger back, sturdy and unusually strong, a few laps larger than anyone present, with a grim face like a knife, and a half-foot-long line on his cheek. His scars ran across the left and right sides, and his flesh and blood turned out, making him look murderous. Whether it was the woman or the man, it gave people a sense of bloody killing decisively. Xu Xiaoyu frowned. Are they coming to us? I'm afraid it is. Yang Kai also frowned, and he found that the beautiful woman had been staring at him, walking towards him while watching. Brother Yang, do you recognize them? Xu Xiaoyu asked inexplicably. Yang Kai shook his head in confusion. He had never seen these two people before. Although Ling Taishu told him the names of most of the sects and the strength of their disciples when he was by the lake it's too big, there are many people on the opposite side, and Ling Taishu can't point it out, so Yang Kai really doesn't know where these two come from. It's not because of healing medicine, right? Xu Xiaoyu's expression changed. Yang Kai's face also sank, and he couldn't help but be vigilant. Brother Yang, please don't argue with them, these two are very strong. Xu Xiaoyu urged eagerly, with a worried look on his face. Do your best. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He didn't want to have any conflict with the people here. Now, in this situation, if he moves his whole body, he is the enemy of these two people, which is equal to the enemy of everyone here. What a good ending. But if people insist on bullying him, Yang Kai will not be weak. As the glamorous woman and the ruthless man like an iron tower came, everyone's eyes were drawn over, and everyone wanted to know what this seemingly woman was trying to do. After a while, the woman came to Yang Kai, looked down at him with a smile and looked down at him without saying a word. The man behind her looked more and more cold, a pair of eyes shot at Yang Kai like sharp swords, as if to look directly at Yang Kai, heart and soul. Yang Kai frowned. What are you two doing? The woman did not answer, but looked at him seriously, and then slowly leaned down, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. She brought her face in front of Yang Kai, her small and delicate nose twitched. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. He didn't feel the slightest murderous intention or any intention to harm him from this woman, but her actions now were really confusing. The woman was like a puppy, constantly sniffing around Yang Kai's body, and the few strands of hair that fell into her ears swept across Yang Kai's neck and cheeks, causing a burst of numbness and itchiness. The quiet body fragrance lingered on the tip of Yang Kai's nose, like a musk, which evoked many thoughts. At the open neckline, a thrilling whiteness and deep ravines were imprinted into Yang Kai's eyes, as well as those two round and plump semicircles. Yang Kai involuntarily swallowed his saliva, and his throat was a little fiery. Hey, what are you doing? Xu Xiaoyu was stunned, her cheeks were flushed, and she couldn't help her heart skip a beat. This woman's action is clearly a blatant tease. The men outside who were meditating and resting watched their hearts beat, not to mention a young girl like Xu Xiaoyu. She is sitting next to Yang Kai at the moment, and she can see it better than anyone else. The sound of swallowing saliva sounded in all directions, and many young warriors were envious. They had all had reverie thoughts about this woman with big breasts, full body and enchanting figure, but because they were worried about the man behind her like an iron tower, they always only dared to think and dare not be presumptuous. It's okay to tease a few words on weekdays. How has anyone ever been so close to this woman? But now, this woman seems to want to rush to Yang Kai and ask for anything. This scene is really too hot and fragrant, especially in this dangerous place of crisis. After another fierce battle, it makes the blood boil even more. Girl, you. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable, although he didn't feel the murderous intention, but this woman was too strange. Everyone had never met, and it was a little inexplicable that they were so intimate when they first came up. Shish. The woman smiled sweetly, stretched out a jade finger, put it on Yang Kai's lips, and pressed his doubts. Continuing to sniff, unscrupulously, Yang Kai's ears were reddened by her sniffing. Brother Yang, Xu Xiaoyu couldn't stand it anymore, and kicked Yang Kai violently. Giggle. The woman smiled and stood up when she saw this scene, looking at Yang Kai with great interest. A strange and puzzled expression appeared on her delicate face, staring blankly at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes confused. How? The woman asked suddenly, looking back at the man who looked like an iron tower. Murderous, bloody. The man cherished his words like gold and said coolly. The woman nodded slightly, and suddenly covered her mouth with a smile. Don't be surprised, little brother, it is because our brothers and sisters feel a sense of intimacy in you, so we take the liberty to disturb you. Humph. Xu Xiaoyu made a tone from her nose and turned her head away. She obviously wouldn't believe such childish words. Yang Kai didn't believe it either. The woman still smiled. This reason is really unconvincing, but I'm not lying to you. In fact, I don't understand why. Get to know me. My name is Yi Qingxi. This is my junior brother Zhou Ba. Yang Kai. It's younger brother Yang. Yi Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. She looked frivolous, and the autumn waves flowed, and then she said again, our brothers and sisters are from overseas Asoras, and younger brother Yang may not have heard of it. Yang Kai's complexion changed quietly and quickly concealed. He suddenly understood why this woman came to him for no reason. Overseas Shiraman, first-class power. Since the two of them are the elite disciples of Shira sect, they must have cultivated some secrets in the sect. And the Shira sect's secret treasure, the Shira sword, is on his body at the moment. Maybe there is some kind of feeling between them. No wonder she would say that there is intimacy. When she woke up in her heart, Yongkai didn't dare to reveal the slightest bit. Now that people have a sense of intimacy with him, if she was told that the Shira sect's secret treasure was on her body, that intimacy would immediately turn into murderous intent. There is no doubt about that. Pretending to be ignorant, Yongkai asked suspiciously, overseas. Yi Qingxi nodded. At the southernmost point of the big man, on the endless sea, there are also many sects. Younger brother Yang lives in the interior, so I'm afraid he doesn't know much about it. Is it the only one from your family? Yongkai showed interest in a timely manner, and there was another powerful town sect secret treasure in his body. Yi Qingxi smiled and said, there are people on Twin Island, but now there is only one left, right there. Saying that, he gestured in one direction. Yongkai glanced at it casually, and couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, the people from Luohua Shenzhou didn't come, or else they would definitely have a sense of intimacy for no reason. Where did younger brother Yang come from? Yi Qingxi asked. Obviously her doubts had not been dispelled, and she wanted to get to the bottom of it. To have an intimacy with a stranger for no reason, and it is both a brother and a sister, it will naturally make people suspicious. Ling Xiaosh, there is nothing to hide, and then he said, maybe the martial arts I cultivated have some killing intent, plus a lot of blood during this time, so the two of you will have that feeling. So that's it. Yi Qingxi pursed her lips lightly, nodded slightly, and smiled softly. Meeting is fate. If younger brother Yang acts with us, don't worry too much, stay by my sister's side, I will protect you, giggle AA. Good intentions to lead. Yongkai pondered for a while, and was about to say that when he was about to leave, Wu Chengyi and Chen Zushu had already walked over. This is the end of the chat. Wu Chengyi looked stern, came to stand in front of Yongkai, looked down at him and said, I heard brother Chen say that you are a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Yongkai frowned, slightly displeased. Wu Chengyi gave people a feeling of domineering, and there was an irrefutable domineering and arrogance in his tone. Not bad. Yongkai nodded. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at CA2 just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 Releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. A. Chapter 230. How's your strength? Wu Chengyi continued to ask. Clutch 7th floor. As soon as these words came out, Yongkai clearly saw a hidden disdain and impatience in Wu Chengyi's eyes. It's no wonder, which of the warriors who are still alive now does not have a true essence? Yongkai's strength on the 7th floor of the separation and reunion realm is indeed lower. Asura sect's Yi Qingxi's pretty face also showed a look of surprise. Obviously she didn't expect Yongkai's strength to be so low. Originally, she thought that she would survive alone in this dangerous remote place for more than half a year and not die, and Yongkai was at least at the level of true essence. But Yongkai said that he was on the 7th floor of the clutch, which made people have to be shocked. Brother Yang, do you really only have 7 layers of clutches? Yi Qingxi asked. Yongkai nodded, urging the vitality in his body, and when the fluctuation of vitality came out, his realm was immediately clear at a glance. Many warriors around were surprised for a while, and then there were bursts of chuckles. What are you laughing at? Xu Xiaoyu felt uncomfortable for Yongkai, and couldn't help but scold at a group of blind guys. Although this younger brother Yang is only on the 7th floor of the separation and reunion realm, his combat power is stronger than that of many true Yuan realm. Before she and Chen Shui wrote, Yongkai killed 2 5th-order monsters and 4 4th-order monsters with lightning and flint, and it took only a dozen breaths before and after. Although there are various reasons for him to do such a feat, his own strength is unquestionable. No one knows Yongkai's combat power better than Xu Xiaoyu and Chen Zushu. It is a blessing for this group of people to have such a master join. It's ridiculous that they didn't know it at all, and they dared to laugh at Yongkai. Xu Xiaoyu was annoyed, but didn't say much. She is not a stupid girl, how can she expose Yongkai's details? You only have the 7th floor of the separation and reunion realm, how did you survive so long? Yi Qingxi's face was full of confusion and shock. I accidentally fell into a valley, and it took me half a year to climb up. Yongkai shrugged. As soon as these words came out, the laughter of the surrounding group grew louder, and Xu Xiao's chest rose and fell, but he was unable to refute. Wu Chengyi looked indifferent and said unceremoniously, The strength is too low to be of great use. Since it is the one brought back by Brother Chen, let's act together with Brother Chen and brothers and sisters. It can contain 1 or 2 fourth-order monsters, it's not useless. After that, Wu Chengyi hurriedly turned around and left, not wanting to talk to Yang Kai. I won't stay. Yang Kai frowned. After he left the border this time, he just wanted to find someone to inquire about the situation in front of him. He couldn't be brought here by Chen Zushu to inquire now, so he naturally wanted to leave. The goal of action with so many people is too big. If everyone comes from the same sect, it would be better to say that they care about each other sincerely, but who knows if they are of the same mind. His realm is the lowest among this group of people, and if he encounters any danger, he may be sent out as cannon fodder. How could Yang Kai hand over his life to others? If one person acts, although there are dangers and variables, Yang Kai is confident that with his current strength, as long as he is careful, there will be no problem. Even if you are surrounded by the people from the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom, you can easily get out of trouble by using the wings of Yang Yan. Why bother with these people? In addition, Yang Kai still has a layer of concerns. That is Yi Qingxi and Zhou Ba in front of them. If the existence of the Shira sword is detected by them, it must be another trouble. The possibility is very low, but it has to be guarded against. Whether it is his own wishes or the current environment, Yang Kai is not allowed to be with this group of people. What did you say? Wu Chengyi turned his head to look at Yang Kai and asked, do you want to act alone? Yang Kai nodded. Brother Yang. Chen Shuexuan's expression changed, and he stepped forward and whispered, it's too dangerous to be alone. You and our senior brothers and sisters also take care of each other, and it is much safer than you alone. What he said was sincere without the slightest hypocrisy. Yi Qingxi also advised, Brother Yang, don't be stubborn, you should stay. Although we only met for the first time, my sister really thinks you are very kind. No one has ever given it to my senior sister for so many years. The two brothers feel this way, and don't want you to encounter any unexpected events. Zhou Ba, do you think so? The Iron Tower-like man looked stern and nodded slightly. Thank you for your kindness. Yang Kai chuckled. But I'm used to being lazy, and it's a bit restrictive for me to do things under other people's hands. Quote. Everyone has their own aspirations, no need to force it. Wu Chengyi turned around and said with his hands on his back, but before you leave, keep the medicinal pills on your body. Brother and sister Yang Kai and Chen Zushu looked cold. The scene when Yang Kai took out the healing pill just now really fell into the eyes of others. Chen Zushu frowned and said, Brother Wu, is this bad? Wu Chengyi said indifferently, what's wrong? He is on the 7th floor of the Separation and Reunion realm, and he will soon die under the attack of the Sirius. At that time, the healing pill will only fall into the hands of the enemy. We use it. Xu Xiaoyu sneered. Wu Chengyi, you are taking it by force. Yi Qingxi frowned, and Zhou Ba looked at Wu Chengyi displeased but they didn't say much. Wu Chengyi sneered, take it by force. Look around you, how many people are injured, and if they don't have a healing pill, their strength will be somewhat discounted. Only by quickly healing can they be in the hands of those from Sirius. Attack yourself to protect yourself. I took his pills, not for myself, but for us as a whole. Chen Zushu said angrily, Wu Chengyi, don't say so righteous and dignified. If you really want to rob, don't blame my brothers and sisters for not agreeing. Wu Chengyi glanced at Chen Zushu and said proudly, what if you don't agree? Do you still want to fight with me? The scene was instantly tense, and the smell of gunpowder was full. I don't think so either. Yi Qingxi smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes staring at Wu Chengyi. This is already considered a robbery act. Wu Chengyi, you are also an elite disciple of a famous sect, so you shouldn't be so domineering, right? Quote. The latter's eyes narrowed, and it seemed that Yi Qingxi was quite afraid. He hesitated for a while before chuckling. If that's the case, let everyone decide. Let's see whether his medicinal pill is better to keep or take away. Should stay. Someone immediately echoed. Brother Wu said that he would die alone in a few days because of his low strength. Putting the medicinal pill on him is just cheaper than the beasts of Sirius. As soon as this statement came out, many people nodded in agreement. Another humane said, Brother Chen, don't be angry, I'll be fair. The strength of this High Heaven Pavilion's brother is indeed too low. If he is willing to stay and help us, it's fine, the medicine pill is on him, and then the time comes. If someone is seriously injured, he must not be stingy. But since he is determined to do his own thing, I think he should keep the medicine pill. Most people agree with Wu Chengyi's approach, which makes Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu look rather ugly. Chen Zushu sneered, do you really think this is correct? What would you do if your life-saving elixir was to be robbed? Many people couldn't help frowning. Although they knew that this practice was immoral, the healing pills on everyone's body were almost used up. One more bottle might save a few more people's lives at a critical moment. Do not do to others what you do not want to do to yourself. A cold voice came. Yang Kai raised his eyes and saw that a young girl in the Wanhua Palace was nodding slightly at him. Wu Chengyi snorted, but did not expect so many people to speak for Yang Kai, so he had no choice but to say, in this case, Wu will give him a choice, not to mention that I bully the strong and the weak. Looking coldly at Yang Kai Dao, stay with us, or leave the medicinal pills, you can stay as you like. Ha ha, Yang Kai chuckled, staring at Wu Chengyi and said slowly, I choose the latter. I didn't want to act with this group of people, and Wu Chengyi was so arrogant, which made Yang Happy more and more tired. Where would he stay and get angry? But now so many people are staring at them and leaving without leaving the medicine pill, those who just opened their mouths and put pressure on them will definitely not agree. This is your own choice. Wu Chengyi stabbed Yang Kai and stretched out a hand. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled contemptuously. Wu Chengyi's expression changed. What do you mean? I only said to keep the medicine pill, and I didn't say I wanted to leave it to you, don't be sentimental. Yang Kai sneered, took out a bottle of healing medicine, and threw it to Chen Zushu. Without turning his eyes, he said coldly, Senior brother Chen, the medicinal pills are here for you. Chen Zushu took over the anger that could not be hidden between his eyebrows. Yang Kai was brought by him, but now he has been bullied by many people, how can he calm down? Taking a deep breath, Chen Zushu said, Brother Yang, don't worry, who should take this medicine pill, senior brother knows what to do. The implication is that those who stood on Wu Chengyi's side just now, don't even think about this bottle of healing pills. Yang Kai nodded, clasped his fist at him and said, there will be a period in the future, I hope there will be a time to meet next time. After all, he unfolded his body technique and left like a meteor. I'm afraid we won't see you again. Wu Chengyi snorted coldly, withdrew his stiff hands for a long time, his face was ashen, and said loudly, if everyone rests well, let's go now. The group of Tinlong will definitely attack again. It's too late if you don't leave. More than 30 people quickly gathered, and under Wu Chengyi's arrangement, they walked cautiously in the dense forest. No one noticed that the person who fell at the back of the team silently disappeared. After the group of teams were gone, they identified a direction and hurriedly chased after them. That direction is exactly the direction Yang Kai left. Although Yang Kai left a bottle of medicinal pills before leaving, how could the disciples who came into experience only have a bottle of healing pills? What's more, Yang Kai said before that he accidentally fell into a valley, and it took him half a year to climb up. If this is the case, then he must have not encountered any battles in the past half a year. If there is no battle, he will not be injured. If you will not be injured, you will not be able to use the healing pill. Therefore, he must have medicinal pills on him. This person just took Wu Chengyi's order and went to kill Yang Kai and take the medicine pill on his body. Wu Chengyi works flawlessly, and only dispatches a mere one person, so naturally it won't attract the attention of others. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 231, Chasing and Killing. In the jungle, Yang Kai's figure is like a spirit ape, constantly rising and falling on the treetops. His body is as light as a swallow, and he only brings a little breeze while flying, and not even a leaf is shocked. With a dignified expression, Yang Kai was secretly vigilant about his surroundings while planning the next plan. Although the trouble with Wu Chengyi's group was not very pleasant, it did not affect him in the slightest, and his purpose had been achieved. It's just that he didn't expect the news to be so grim. Over the years, the disciples of various factions who entered the different places for training have all formed their own formations. Even if there is an occasional alliance, it is impossible to merge on such a large scale, but this time, because of the appearance of several warriors in the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom, the warriors of the Big Han have been completely united. A whole. This has never happened, and it has risen to the level of a life and death contest between the younger generation of disciples in the two countries. In the end, who wins and who loses is not something that Yang Kai can control, but after all, he is also a warrior of the Han dynasty. To be honest, he doesn't really want the people of the Heavenly Wolf Nation to be domineering here. If it weren't for the two people who came out of the Asura sect, if it wasn't for Wu Chengyi's arrogance, Yang Kai might have stayed, together with Chen Zushu and others, to do his part for this battle. Thinking about this now is of no use. Yang Kai expelled the distracting thoughts in his mind, and the body that was running suddenly stopped, looked back, and looked strange. Standing in the same place and thinking for a moment, Yang Kai sneered, fell to the ground, dodged and hid behind a big tree, and restrained his breath. After a while, a figure flew past not far above his head, and in an instant, Yang Kai could clearly see the person's face and dress. This man was carrying a long sword, wearing a cyan gown, about his early 20s, with a stern face, and flew directly in the direction he left. Yang Kai secretly snorted, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This person is the warrior who cleaned the battlefield and collected blood beads before. The long sword he carried behind him has already explained his identity well, a disciple of the 9 Stars Sword sect, and it should also be Wu Chengyi's junior brother. He did not act with the group of people, but ran after him, and his intentions were quite obvious. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Before, he didn't want to have a conflict with Wu Chengyi, because he was afraid that Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu would be difficult to do. The clay figurine also has a 3-point fire nature, not to mention Yang Kai is not good at it. Suddenly, there was the sound of hunting from the front, and the man from the 9 Stars Sword sect went back and forth. He was running fast, his eyes were looking around, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Strange, where did you go?" He is a master of the real essence, and he believes that his speed is much higher than that of Yang Kai. He followed Yang Kai's trail all the way, but he was lost. He had to return to investigate, and he naturally became more attentive. Yang Kaisheng was puzzled, thinking that this person really has some ability in tracking one, and he has traveled this way carefully, leaving no traces but still let him see the flaws. After a while, the disciples of the 9 Star Sword sect stopped at a distance of about 30 feet from Yang Kai, frowning and looking around. Yang Kai is not in a hurry, hiding behind the big tree, secretly observing this person. After a long time, a faint smile appeared on the corner of the man's mouth, and he stretched his backhand behind his back, accompanied by a clanging sound of the sword. The long sword was unsheathed. With a sword in hand, this person's momentum suddenly rose, and the whole person became as sharp as a sword. The high apprentice of the 9 Star Sword sect really has some ways. This momentum alone is not something that ordinary true Yuan realm can have. "I know you're nearby." With a meaningful smile on the corner of Qi Jiangxing's mouth, holding his long sword, he shouted in a confident tone, "Come out obediently, I won't embarrass you." Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know whether the disciple of the 9 Stars Sword sect had really found something or was just pretending. Qi Jiangxing said again, "Boy, I admire your courage. The people in the world who dare to talk to my senior brother like that, apart from the young masters of the 8 great families of the central capital, I am afraid that you are the only one, just for this reason. One point, I promise not to hurt you, as long as you hand over all the medicinal pills on your body and let me complete the task of the senior brother." There was no movement around. Qi Jiangxing showed impatience, and threatened, "Don't make a toast or eat a fine drink. When I find your hiding place, it won't be so easy to talk. While I'm in a good mood, let's still negotiable." There was still no response. Qi Jiangxing was no longer long-winded, the long sword shook, and the crisp and melodious sword sound buzzed. Yang Kai suddenly felt a faint coolness coming from all around him, and he couldn't help but change his face and rushed up. Thin lines of sword energy that were invisible to the naked eye crisscrossed, and trees within a radius of 30 feet were immediately cut off, neatly, and the incisions were flat and fell down. Yang Kai's face was horrified. It was not until this moment that he really understood the viciousness of this 9 Star Sword sect disciple. When he talked to himself just now, it seemed that he was playing tricks and delaying time. Those invisible threads of sword chi were already all over the place when he was talking. When he was almost ready, the sword chi would be affected. As long as he was still hiding here, he would be invisible. Fortunately, I noticed something bad and jumped up, otherwise, I would be slashed by this sword energy, and I would be injured if I was unprepared. When Yang Kai had lingering fears, he did not dare to underestimate this person. It is not groundless for the 9 Star Sword sect to be called the #1 force under the 8 great families of the central capital. How could the elite disciples under the sect have gained a false reputation? "I found you." Qi Jiangxing turned around and smiled gloomily at Yang Kai, who fell from the sky, his eyes teasing. But he didn't make another move, but looked at Yang Kai calmly. Facing a martial artist of the 7th floor of the separation and reunion, Qi Jiangxing was naturally fearless. An opponent of this level was only born in a second-class sect, can be killed. "Your method of hiding your chi is quite subtle." Qi Jiangxing praised without hesitation. "Who did you learn it from?" He is very interested in Yang Kai's concealment skills. In this dangerous place of crisis, with such skills by his side, there will be an extra chance of life. This is the main reason why he did not immediately attack Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. No matter how subtle it is, you will still see it through. Qi Jiangxing shook his head slowly, with a hint of admiration and greed in his eyes. I didn't see it through. It's just that you are hostile to me, and my sword Qi has a little autonomous reaction. In fact, I only know that you are hiding nearby, but I don't know. Where the hell are you hiding? It's luck to be able to force you out at once. He explained to himself, and immediately smiled grimly. You are a smart person, since I am standing here, you should know my intentions, give me all the medicinal pills on your body, and then tell me about the hidden method, I won't die around you. Yang Kai said in the sun, do you think you have eaten me? Qi Jiangxing was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, then what do you think? A mere 7th floor of the separation and reunion realm, and he has not even been promoted to the true Yuan realm, can he still threaten himself? After a while, he restrained his smile, nodded slightly, and said, well, if you are maimed, you can naturally ask for the method of cultivation. While speaking, the long sword in his hand shook. A light sound came out, and several sword lights suddenly appeared in front of him, arranged in a fan shape. The sword lights glowed with a cold and dark light, and each sword light contained a huge lethality. Go, Qi Jiangxing takes the sword in the name, and his sword skills are even more extraordinary. As soon as he makes a move, he shows his extraordinariness. With a wave of the long sword, several sword lights rushed towards Yang Kai like lightning. Feeling the threat of these sword lights, Yang Kai quickly retreated, and his face changed leisurely. As expected of a disciple in a first-class sect. Such power at such a young age. Before he could breathe, the sword light attacked Yang Kai and pierced through his body. Qi Jiangxing frowned. He didn't seem to expect it to be so smooth. He didn't want to kill Yang Kai now, and he still had to ask about the cultivation method of hiding kung fu. So there is room for the shot just now, it is not a too powerful trick. The next moment, Qi Jiangxing's eyes lit up, the long sword trembled again, and slashed to the side. Another ray of light like a rainbow sword burst through the air. As soon as Yang Kai revealed his body shape, the opponent's second attack came, and he was not allowed to start his own footwork again, worthy of evading a blow. Okay. Qi Jiangxing's expression was excited, and he applauded one after another. He made 2 moves, but he didn't make another shot, but looked at Yang Kai excitedly. Your footwork is not bad, a 7th layer of the separation and reunion can have such a speed in an instant. If I learn it, it will be even more powerful. You must give it to me later. Yang Kai took a deep breath, stood firm, heard the words and said with a smile, since you want my Qi concealment technique and footwork so much, why don't we make a deal? What deal? Qi Jiangxing raised his brows. I'll give you what you want, and you teach me a few sets of 9-star sword sect sword skills. How? Do you want to learn the sword? Qi Jiangxing looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression, looked up and down, but did not find any trace of a long sword on his body. No weapons, what kind of sword do you learn? Yes, everyone takes what they need, and they don't suffer. Yang Kai nodded. Although he has no sword in his hand, he has an Asura sword in his body. When talking about the subtlety and lethality of sword skills, the 9-star sword sect can be described as it is a well-deserved number 1, which even a transcendent force like the 8 great families of the central capital cannot deny. Joke, how could my Juxing sword sect's sword skills be spread out? Qi Jiangxing sneered, what's more, you and I are quite different in strength, and it would be easy for me to take your life, so why should I deal with you? Yang Kai smiled, the arrogance and evil spirit in his bones were also stimulated, and he gnashed his teeth. I'm still saying that, do you think you can eat me? But the footwork is exquisite, and I will tell you in detail when I take it down. Qi Jiangxing snorted, and no longer used Zhenwu. He knew that Zhenwu had nothing to do with Yang Kai. He rushed towards Yang Kai. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at CA2 just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 Releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 232, It's my turn. Let me tell you something, it seems that on the 29th of this month, that is, starting tomorrow, the monthly pass will be doubled, that is, 1 vote will become 2. Xiaomo urges all book friends, if you have a monthly pass, keep it and wait until tomorrow to vote. Give it to me, thanks. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qi Jiangxing's body is like a long rainbow penetrating the sun, wrapped in sword light and attacked in front of Yang Kai. the long sword in his hand shook out a sword curtain, and headed under Yang Kai's hood, sealing the space of more than 10 feet. The clanging sound is incessant, and it seems that someone is flicking the pipa in the void, and the sharp sound of breaking through the air swoops, and the small swords visible to the naked eye crisscross, wrapping Yang Kai round and round. When the cold light flickered, Yang Kai's expression became more solemn than ever, fiercely urging a body of vitality. The whole person exuded a scorching heat, and the vitality in both palms burst out, pushing it towards the outside. The vitality of the two collided, and there was a loud noise in the air, and the hundreds of sword lights instantly annihilated most of them. Qi Jiangxing's expression turned cold, and he said softly, "It's beyond your own power." The long sword rolled, and the remaining sword Qi gathered together, condensed into a long sword, and slashed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, his big hands opened, and a drop of yang liquid was forced out of his body. Under the guidance of his will, it turned into a blood-red shield, blocking his front. The sound of touching came, the sword energy hit the shield, and the blood-red shield rippled and cracked, but it was not damaged. But Qi Jiangxing's tricks disappeared. In the electric light and flint, Yang Kai held the blood-red shield in front of him, and when he made a mistake, he rushed towards Qi Jiangxing. The latter snorted and quickly retreated. Yang Kai was chasing after him. With the help of exquisite footwork and profound cultivation, the speed alone is indistinguishable. The figures of the two are intertwined and entangled, and their ferocious ultimate moves are blooming. Qi Jiangxing's expression was a little stunned. He never expected that this warrior from a second-class sect with only the 7th floor of the separation and reunion realm would be able to explode with such strength, and he would not be able to take him down for a while. Annoyed in his heart, he worked harder in his hands. The long sword was danced so tightly that the 3-inch sword on the tip of the sword was like a snake coming out of a hole. The surrounding trees fell in pieces, and the two of them passed by, flying sand and rocks everywhere, and the beating was extremely fierce. In just 10 breaths of time, they fought 30 moves, and no one could do anything, but on the scene, Qi Jiangxing occupied the absolute advantage, and 8 of the 10 moves were offensive. With a sneer, Qi Jiangxing shook his long sword out of the blossoming sword flowers, and a sword was placed on Yang Kai's blood-red shield. With a crackling sound, the blood-red shield formed by a drop of yang liquid finally could not withstand the high-intensity attack and shattered. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly, eager to jump out of Qi Jiangxing's attack range, but how could the other party give him this opportunity? If the long sword has spirituality, it will directly wrap around one of Yang Kai's arms after smashing the shield. Shish! The clothes were all torn, and the pieces of cloth were flying. Yang Kai roared angrily, and the majestic eruption of vitality, with the help of the resistance of vitality, did not retreat but advanced. A fierce punch slammed out, and the fist burned brightly, and the burning air was distorted. Aware of the terrifying damage contained in this punch, Qi Jiangxing's eyes were horrified. The long sword was pointed at Yang Kai's shoulder, pierced 3 inches, and with the help of the rebound force of this stab, he quickly retreated. But it was still a little late, and Yang Kai's 3-layer explosion of Yanyang had already erupted. Dang-a-dang-a-dang-a-dang. Qi Jiangxing stepped back 10 steps in a row, unleashing the strength of this punch, and at the same time, the true yuan urged to dissolve the hot vitality that had penetrated into the body. After a while, Qi Jiangxing turned pale and took a deep breath. The unfavorable 3-layer explosion of Yanyang was completely resolved by him, and he failed to hurt him in the slightest. Looking at Yang Kai, the clothes on his right arm have been smashed into pieces by the long sword, and on his bare arm, countless tiny blood lines are densely packed, and the arm is dyed red in an instant, which looks extremely terrifying. Just as Qi Jiangxing dissolved Yan Yang's triple burst of energy, Yang Kai gasped lightly, shook his arm, and made the sword energy that penetrated into his body invisible. Hee. Qi Jiangxing's eyes were gloomy and grim as he stared at Yang Kai. On the 7th floor of the separation and reunion realm, you can have such strength. I admire it. While speaking, the long sword pointed at a distance. You are the most powerful martial artist I have ever seen in the separation and reunion realm, and the purity of your vitality is no less than that of the ordinary real yuan realm, and it is even more conceited than me. But, origin, the difference is a poor background. The sword skills of my 9 stars sword sect are extremely powerful. How can someone like you be able to crack them? With an arrogant look and an indifferent voice, Qi Jiangxing said in a low voice, the me just now only showed 70% of my strength. If I use all my strength, how long can you resist? Holding the sword in both hands, standing on his chest, Qi Jiangxing looked solemn, his true essence burst out, and he shouted, sword body. Zheng. A loud sword cry came out, and the long sword in his hand shook endlessly. A sharp aura erupted from his body, the whole person was like a peerless long sword, and the real essence swayed outside his body, and his aura reached its peak in an instant. A long hair without wind was automatic, and countless small short swords circulated outside his body, non-stop. Looking around, it was as if this person was guarded by Wang Jian. The sword skills of the 9 Stars Sword School are really mysterious. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and his expression became very serious. Qi Jiangxing was obviously annoyed by being punched just now, so he used the so-called sword body martial arts. With the 10,000 swords guarded by the condensed real essence, Qi Jiangxing is now like a hedgehog. If Yang Kai wants to hit him with his fists, he will inevitably hurt himself first. You can force me to use the sword body, you are enough to be proud. Qi Jiangxing looked at Yang Kai coldly, with a look of arrogance and disdain overlooking all living beings. Come over. Yang Kai did not dare to neglect, and quickly cast Unyielding Ao. The momentum of the 7th floor of the Separation and Reunion Realm instantly climbed to the peak of the Separation and Reunion Realm. When he was on the 1st floor of the Separation and Reunion Realm, Yang Kai was able to use Unyielding Ao to temporarily have the strength of the peak, and now it is still the same when he reaches the 7th floor. From this, it can be seen that the real Yuan realm is a huge watershed for warriors. The vitality in the body is completely transformed into real Yuan. The improvement of a warrior's strength is by no means as simple as a little bit. Seeing the rise of Yang Kai's momentum, Qi Jiangxing was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly, and said with disdain, "Yes, you didn't use all your strength just now, but now you are only the peak of the Separation and Reunion, not my opponent." Quote. Is it an opponent? I'll know after playing it. Yang Kai sneered, and with one in his hand, another blood-red shield appeared. Qi Jiangxing's expression turned cold. He had suffered from the shield just now, and the attack did not break for a long time. Now that Yang Kai condensed his face with ease, he was naturally very angry and shouted angrily, "Look at me breaking your garbage shield. I will teach you a good lesson." The pace quickened, the long sword fluttered between the attacks, and the true essence sword energy outside the body was like an arm and a finger, and several lines rushed out, fiercely attacking Yang Kai. Yang Kai stumbled to hide, but he didn't know that those true essence sword chi was a little different from the one just now, and could actually follow Qi Jiangxing's will and turn around and track. After hurriedly dodging 3 or 4 times, Qi Jiangxing had already killed him in front of him, and with a grinning laughter, he used a powerful sword skill, fiercely attacking Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his shield to block it, and with a loud bang, the shield shook a few times, almost unsteady. Qi Jiangxing laughed, one move after another, hitting out without a break, in line with the unpredictable true essence sword chi. The direct hit Yang Kai fled in embarrassment, complaining endlessly. During the battle, the vitality of both of them was fading rapidly. Such a high-intensity life-and-death struggle is a huge burden on any martial artist's body. Physical strength is second, and the use of vitality is the most critical issue. A strong and skilled martial artist will carefully calculate each of his vitality, and will achieve the greatest damage with the smallest effort. Neither Yang Kai nor Qi Jiangxing can do this for the time being. The strength of the two people has not reached that level, and they can only sway their vitality to maintain their own tactics and momentum. In a short period of half a stick of incense, Yang Kai never made a move, and was always on the defensive, but the rise of Qi Ji and Xingxia, who kept teasing and ridiculing in laughter, was sure of Yang Kai's posture. While evading, Yang Kai seemed to have collapsed, his footsteps staggered, and he almost fell to the ground. Qi Jiangxing saw this opportunity. Where would he want to miss it? The long sword in his hand is cut out horizontally, and it is straight to Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai raised his shield in a panic and blocked it, but Qi Jiangxing was already prepared, and the long sword flicked in the middle, turning a sweep into a thorn. Yang Kai's shield also responded immediately and slammed down the pestle. Qi Jiangxing couldn't stop sneering, and Yang Kai's eyes flashed a trace of calmness. Just as the shield was about to slash to the long sword, the blood-red shield changed and wriggled for a while, and it quickly shrank into the shape of a dagger. Qi Jiangxing looked stunned and incredulous as he watched the blood-red dagger cut through his long sword. With a click, the long sword is directly disconnected. When he was in Kaiyuan realm, Yang Kai was able to destroy Immortal Defense secret treasure with a weapon condensed from Yang liquid. Now that his strength has reached the Reunion realm, his vitality is more pure and rich. The long sword in Qi Jiangxing's hand is only forged from fine steel. A sharp weapon, not even a secret treasure, how can it withstand such a slash? Yang Kai waited for this opportunity for a long time, and the dagger danced like a flower. A soft sound came, and the long sword in Qi Jiangxing's hand broke into several pieces. If he hadn't retreated quickly, even the hand holding the sword would have been chopped off. You. Qi Jiangxing's eyes trembled, and he looked at Yang Kai in shock. He was quite agile with his sword before, and would never use his long sword to collide with Yang Kai head-on, so he didn't need to worry about damage to the weapon, but he didn't. Thinking of it, the shield used for defense can actually be changed. If you don't look at it for a while, the weapon will be destroyed in an instant. Without the long sword, the disciples of the 9-star sword sect are destined to suffer a discount. It's my turn now. Yang Kai took a deep breath and changed his embarrassed expression and weak look. His eyes were full of light, his fighting spirit was endless, and he stared at Qi Jiangxing. The latter suddenly realized that the other party was just acting, including the shield that he had smashed before. He did it on purpose, to paralyze himself, ease his guard, and forbear for so long, just to destroy himself's long sword. Such a deep scheming, such a sharp approach. Qi Jiangxing faced Yang Kai for the first time. But he was still not afraid, discarded the hilt in his hand, and said proudly, "What if there is no weapon? You are also not my opponent." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome. Vote for recommended votes and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 233. Are you running away? Without the long sword, Qi Jiangxing can use the sword, and when his strength reaches the real Yuan realm, this method can be used naturally, but the lethality does have to be discounted, and it is only about 90% of the power in the peak period. Less than 10% of the power, it can easily beat you. Qi Jiangxing sneered again and again. Just as he was about to do it, he saw Yang Kai push out two palms in a big laugh. Beast soul skill. After holding back for so long, he can finally show his full strength happily, and Yang Kai can't wait. The white tiger seal, the divine ox seal, and the double seals appear together. A tiger roar shook the sky, a cow blew his ears, and Qi Jiangxing's complexion changed abruptly. He saw two fierce monsters rushing towards him. These two monsters are lifelike, as if alive, their fiery red bodies are incomparably coquettish, and their scarlet eyes are awe-inspiring. Qi Jiangxing was shocked. How dare he be neglected? Putting two fingers together, turning them into swords, the sword glow on the fingertips swallowed, and shouted, "Ben Lei Jian." A flickering arc of sword light shot out from the fingertips, hitting the body of a monster, and the color on its body darkened, but it couldn't stop it at all. Fu Feng sword. Qi Jiangxing quickly retreated, flicking his sword continuously, and the sword skills of various 9-star sword sect danced in the sky, but he was still unable to defeat the two monsters. Seeing that they were about to pounce in front of him, Qi Jiangxing bent his legs in shock and jumped up. He had just jumped 10 feet high, when a fierce murderous intent hit him above his head. When I looked up, I saw that Yang Kai had his feet up and down, and smirked and threw a punch at him. He expected the enemy to take the lead and blocked his own retreat. In the panic, Qi Jiangxing gritted his teeth and pointed to the sky. 3 sword lights attacked. Yang Kai quickly threw 3 punches, smashing all 3 sword lights, but this moment of delay caused Qi Jiangxing's body to twist, avoiding the key position, just a palm strike on his shoulder. With a scream, Qi Jiangxing fell to the ground. At the critical juncture of life and death, this 9-star sword sect master burst out with unprecedented potential and combat power. He kept dancing with his hands, and used his high-level sword skills to fight the 2 monsters that rushed over. A burst of illusion almost collapsed. Baidu and the divine ox rushed to bite, but they couldn't hurt Qi Jiangxing in the slightest. His sword body was still blessed, and there were countless small sword glows protecting his body. Every attack of the white tiger and the divine ox was resolved by these sword glows. In a short period of time, the white tiger and the divine ox disappeared completely. After all, this is an attack that Yang Kai condensed with his own vitality, but it only has the body shape of a monster. If his vitality is exhausted, it will naturally no longer exist. Hey, Qi Jiangxing laughed miserably and looked at Yang Kai proudly. When he thought about it, it was a bit of a loss that it took a lot of energy to condense such a monster's body. At the level of Yang Kai's 7th floor, it is impossible to condense the second time. It is better to keep those vitality and fight by yourself. Before the laughter fell, in Yang Kai's contemptuous eyes, another bull and a tiger rushed out, exactly the same as before. How is that possible? Qi Jiangxing exclaimed in shock. Even if I don't do it, this move alone is enough to grind you to death. Yang Kai looked at Qi Jiangxing coldly. Qi Jiangxing was very moved, and his expression was gloomy. He knew that Yang Kai was not talking big, and the 2 vitality monsters were extremely difficult to deal with. His sword body was already crumbling, and if it was hit again, it would definitely collapse. Return to the previous glory. But I'm different from you, I won't underestimate any opponent, so I will still do it. When the voice fell, when Yang Kai and the bull and the tiger were attacking together, they moved towards Qi Jiangxing. Will sit still, roar, and move the finger sword again. This time, no matter who did not keep their hands, they all broke out with all their strength. Any negligence or keeping their hands may lead to irreversible consequences. The battle was fierce and dangerous. The two monsters collapsed again, and Yang Kai also hit Qi Jiangxing's two-finger swords, almost being pierced through the body, blood dripping from the wound, dyeing his clothes red. Qi Jiangxing is even more unbearable. With one enemy against three, his sword body has been completely destroyed, and his true essence is almost exhausted. He is panting in a daze, one arm is drooping by his side, his forearm is bloody, and his teeth are everywhere. Mark, it was bitten by a white tiger. His chest was even more sunken, and several ribs were broken. This injury was hit by a divine bull. A single horn in front of the head of the god almost missed him. The two looked at each other from a distance of more than 10 meters. Yang Kai's eyes were indifferent, and Qi Jiangxing's face was twitching. Although he couldn't believe that he would lose to a martial artist in the separation and reunion, he couldn't help but accept the current facts. Shame and unwillingness drove him crazy. Yang Kai didn't kill him, and the Jedi counterattack before the death of the true essence martial artist made him a little afraid, and he was waiting for Qi Jiangxing's momentum to decline. Hey, Qi Jiangxing didn't have the slightest sign of worry, he still sneered, took a few breaths, and said with a gloomy expression, I admit, you are indeed very strong, stronger than the average true essence realm. But even if you what if I win? I am a true essence martial artist, you can't kill me, if I want to leave, you can't keep me. Laughing loudly, Qi Jiangxing kicked his feet on the ground and jumped up to a height of 30 feet. He staggered and stood in midair, with one hand drooping by his side, one hand covering the wound on his chest, and he looked down condescendingly. Yang Kai, with a smug look on his face, this is the biggest difference between the real essence realm and the separation and reunion realm. I can fly in the sky, and you can't, so I can leave at any time. While speaking, Qi Jiangxing vomited a mouthful of blood, stretched out his hand and wiped it with difficulty, looked at Yang Kai frantically, and said solemnly, I will remember the shame of myself, and next time I meet, I will take your life. Better pray that you live to that day. After that, he squinted his eyes, as if to burn Yang Kai's face into his eyes. Below, Yang Kai looked indifferent, looked at him, indifferent. After a while, Qi Jiangxing turned around and left in the air, full of hatred and humiliation. I will definitely repay this revenge. Qi Jiangxing swears in his heart. After flying less than 30 feet, there was a sudden warmth behind him, and then a cold voice sounded from the back of his head, Are you going? Qi Jiangxing's face changed abruptly, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly turned his head and looked back, only to see that the disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, Yukong, was chasing him. And behind him, has a pair of dazzling and flaming huge wings. The wings are waving, like a dapeng, invincible. Qi Jiangxing was inexplicably horrified. He never thought that a warrior could grow wings behind his back. Just spit out a syllable, Yang Kai quickly rushed in front of him, stamped a palm on his abdomen, then stretched out a big hand, stuck his neck, and rushed towards the ground like lightning. Close at hand, Qi Jiangxing saw the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, cold and without the slightest emotion. Brush A. The figures of the two crossed the sky like a meteor, and hit the ground in the blink of an eye. They are still about 10 feet away from the earth. Yang Kai used all his strength to slam Qi Jiangxing to the ground, but he suddenly settled down. Bump A. The dust was flying, Qi Jiangxing's body collided with the ground, and a small pit was directly smashed, and there were several cracking sounds from the bones. Like a rag sack, Qi Jiangxing rolled for a long time, then gradually stopped. Opening his eyes with difficulty, he saw Yang Kai fanning his swaggering wings and slowly approaching him. Flying to the front, Yang Kai fell to the ground when his wings closed, walked to Qi Jiangxing, looked at him indifferently, just like Qi Jiangxing was looking down. Heart ashes. The last resort that Qi Jiangxing is proud of, in front of Yang Kai, can't play any role at all. This is not dead, as expected of a master of the real Yuan realm. Yang Kai teased in a cold voice, raised his foot, and stepped on Qi Jiangxing's neck. Don't kill me. Qi Jiangxing coughed and struggled, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Don't you want to learn the sword skills of the 9 Stars Sword Sect? I can teach you what you want to learn. I will teach you what I am also a rising star in the 9 Stars Sword Sect, and I have come into contact with many advanced swordsmen, cough. No, I don't believe you. Yang Kai looked indifferent. The sword skills of the 9 Stars Sword Sect really made Yang Kai jealous, but Yang Kai didn't believe that Qi Jiangxing would really teach him. With this person's personality and means, once he was restored to his true essence, it was definitely a variable, so he couldn't keep him's life. Hearing this sentence, Qi Jiangxing's already gloomy expression became more and more gray. Why do you have to fight with my 9-star sword sect? If you kill me, my senior brother will know right away, he will not let you go, and with his strength, you can't resist. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said with a cold expression, Wu Chengyi. If you don't bother, even if he doesn't come to me, I will find him. You really want to do this? It's you who want to kill them all. Yang Kai sneered, and didn't want to talk more nonsense. He stepped on the flat with his big feet, and his vitality burst out. With a crackling sound, Qi Jiangxing's neck was broken, and his head was limply tilted to the side, without any vitality. At the moment when Qi Jiangxing died, Wu Chengyi, who was dozens of miles away, suddenly frowned and looked into the distance in surprise. The three disciples of Ghost King Valley can feel each other's position in a special way, just like the disciples of the 9-star sword sect. What made Wu Chengyi a little confused was, how could Qi Jiangxing die? Could it be that he met those people from the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom? If it weren't for this, with his strength at the 3rd level of the True Essence realm, there would be no reason for him to suffer such a calamity. Wu Chengyi's face showed a painful look. He didn't care about Qi Jiangxing's life or death, but because Qi Jiangxing had a treasure on his body, which was obtained by a few brothers and sisters in a different place before, and then distributed to him. As far as Wu Chengyi knew, Qi Jiangxing had never been willing to use it. Brother Wu, what's the matter? Seeing Wu Chengyi's solemn expression, a martial artist from the fire cult stopped and asked nervously, is there someone from Sirius nearby? Possibly. Wu Chengyi calmed down and said softly, let's speed up and try to find a safe place to hide. Hearing what he said, everyone's complexion changed slightly, and their movements became more and more cautious. In the past few months, they have suffered a lot from the people in the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom. To be continued AA. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to A Unknown Currency Starter Ascent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 234 Luyan Liquid. The monthly pass has been doubled, vote 1 for 2, vote 2 for 4, and ask for a monthly pass. At the end of the month, Xiaomo doesn't want to be exploded, anyway, he also occupies a position on the monthly ticket list of new books. After Qi Jiangxing died, a blood bead condensed out not long after. It was about the same size as the blood bead after the death of that person in the Ghost King Valley. After all, they are all young warriors in the real Yuan realm, and the difference in strength is not very big. Yang Kai put away the blood beads while panting, and then searched Qi Jiangxing. After a while, he found several blood beads of different sizes, which should be the spoils of Qi Jiangxing's previous battle, but he did not take it. In addition, there are some silver notes and a green bottle. That's all there is to gain. All of them were put into the Chenkin bag, and Yang Kai quickly left the scene. Half a day later, in the middle of a mountain, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, took a few healing pills, and changed his clothes stained with blood to remove all possible bloody smells. The cave he was hiding in was dug out by himself. After learning that the people in the Heavenly Wolf Nation could enslave the monsters to fight, Yang Kai knew that he had to be more careful in his future actions. Seal the hole again, so as to avoid all possible troubles. In the battle with Qi Jiangxing, the injury was neither light nor severe. Yang Kai's current strength and physical recovery ability were greatly enhanced than before, and it didn't take a few days to recover, not to mention the help of healing pill. In just 3 days, the 3 blood holes in the body are no longer serious. Although they have not healed, they will not flow again. For the past 3 days, Yang Kai has been recalling the battle with Qi Jiangxing. His arrogance failed, and his own cautiousness looked for the shortcomings of others in order to save himself. Gain a lot. After opening his eyes, his body is full of joy, and a battle with all his strength makes people feel happy. The yang liquid in his dantian had to be replenished a little bit. Fortunately, Master Ling Taishu left a few bottles of yang attribute medicinal pills in the Chenkin bag, so Yang Kai would not worry about it. After swallowing a whole bottle of yang liquid in his dantian, there were only a dozen more drops. After the vitality is pure, the energy required to condense a drop of yang liquid has become a lot more than before, which is a good thing. After thinking about it, Yang Kai swallowed all the remaining bottles of yang attribute medicinal pills, and finally the amount of yang liquid surged. Searching for the Chenkin bag, Yang Kai took out a green bottle. This bottle was found from Qi Jiangxing's body, and I don't know what was inside. When the bottle was opened, there was a scorching hot feeling in an instant, which made Yang Kai kind but could not help but be slightly moved. He clearly noticed that the energy contained in the bottle was pure and rich. Although it was somewhat similar to the energy in his own yang attribute energy, it was not the same. Looking down, Yang Kai only saw a kind of liquid-like glass in the bottle, showing the color of flame. Not much, only 4 or 5 drops. There was nothing on Qi Jiangxing's body except this bottle of liquid, and if it was regarded as a treasure, its value was definitely not low. But what is it? Yang Kai observed left and right, sniffing around, secretly guessing, curious to death. Old demon, Yang Kai greeted. Hey, the old slave is here. Old demon agreed quite flatteringly. Look at this thing, do you recognize it? Yang Kai asked. Old demon couldn't help coughing a few times, the cough was awkward. Forget it, Yang Kaido knew that old demon must be dull again. This old demon has a chaotic memory, sometimes it can be useful, and sometimes it is useless. Yang Kai has long been accustomed to this. If old demon really knew this thing, he must have been eager to come out and prove his knowledge. How could he wait until Yang Kai opened his mouth to ask? After sniffing for a while, Yang Kai felt that this thing should be non-toxic, and after discussing with old demon for a while, he also thought so. But Yang Kai was still a little worried. He rushed out of the retreat and searched for a long time before he found a single 4th-order monster. He couldn't help but beat the monster, and brought it back to the cave. On the way back, he picked a piece of withered grass. Yang Kai carefully dipped a bit of the liquid in the bottle with the withered grass and put it into the monster's mouth. Silently waiting to observe, it didn't take a while, the monster beast screamed in a shrill and miserable way, as if it had been poisoned. Yang Kai's expression was awe-inspiring, and he secretly said that fortunately he didn't take the risk just now, or else he wouldn't know how to die. Just when Yang Kai thought so, the 4th-order monster suddenly exuded a surging energy fluctuation, and immediately it broke free from Yang Kai's shackles, and the dragon and tiger fiercely fought against Yang Kai in the cave. In this state, how can there still be poisoning? After fighting for a long time, Yang Kai died in anger. Looking at the corpse of the monster, Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Before I brought it back, it was clearly just a 4th-order monster, and I easily knocked it unconscious, but why did it feel so much stronger just now? It seems to have the strength of a 5th-order monster. When he was in doubt, a blood bead quietly formed. Yang Kai looked at it, stunned for a long time, his face was gloomy and uncertain, and he couldn't help but curse. Young master, calm down, old demon quickly comforted. The reason why Yang Kai is so angry is not anything else, but he has already guessed what the contents of this green bottle are. The proof is the blood beads that this monster condensed after it died. This blood bead was the size of a little fingernail. Although it was not larger than the blood bead after the death of the 5th-order monster, it was much larger than the blood bead of the 4th-order beast. It can make a 4th-order monster grow to a level close to 5th order in a short period of time. The liquid in that bottle is clearly a treasure. Combined with what he heard more than half a year ago, and comparing the shape and color of the liquid in the bottle, Yang Kai looked annoyed. Luyan liquid, the genius treasure that quenches vitality, can make vitality more pure and condensed, more intense and outstanding. In this world, there are not many things that can temper the vitality of a martial artist, so each one is invaluable. Such as Juyin Ning Yuanlu, it is the existence of high-end. And this Luyan liquid, the same is true. When he heard the old man Zhou Wen of Yinyu sect talking about glazed flame liquid by the lake before, Yang Kai was not too tempted, because he already had Juyin condensation primordial dew, so he didn't need to go to Longwangshu. But now that I got Luyan liquid by chance, the situation is different. Juyin congealing primordial dew can be used during promotion to true primitive realm. The Luyan liquid can be used now, and the effect will definitely be better if the two-pronged approach is taken. It's a pity that such a baby, but let a monster beast divide half a drop. Yang Kai is in pain, liver pain, lung pain. It hurts everywhere on the whole body. At this point, it is useless to be annoyed, and while feeling the good luck of the Juxing Janpai, he sits down with his knees crossed. Carefully drew a drop of glazed flame from the bottle and put it into his mouth to take it. Yang Kai quickly closed his eyes, looked at his nose, and heart, and entered into meditation. When the true Yang art was in operation, Yang Kai felt a burning movement spread out from his abdomen. People who practiced Yang attribute or fire attribute exercises generally would not have this feeling. This shows how hot the energy contained in the glazed flame liquid is. The burning sensation was not very strong at first, but with the passage of time, Yang Kai soon felt a burning sensation like being in a furnace. His body was steaming hot, and the new clothes he just put on were instantly wet with sweat. This intense burning sensation first stayed in the lower abdomen for a moment, and then under the traction of the true Yang art, it poured into his limbs and bones in all directions. Meridian pain. Yang Kai gritted his teeth tightly, not daring to relax in the slightest, and the technique was running faster and faster. This heat is like the flames that can burn through the sky, and the magma that can burn the earth's flowing through the meridians, burning the vitality in Yang Kai's meridians. After a few weeks of running, Yang Kai was surprised to find that his vitality, which had been compressed and purified to the limit, became pure again. Shocked, more attentive. After a while, the vitality in the meridians reached the limit again, and it could no longer become more pure. Yang Kai pulled the energy of the glazed flame liquid with his mind and immersed it in his dantian. In the dantian, there are nearly 100 drops of yang liquid for incineration. Time passed slowly, and a few days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes were full of light, and he involuntarily took a breath. Cool. A drop of glazed flame liquid re-incinerates his whole body vitality. 100 drops of yang liquid are reduced by more than 10 drops, but the energy contained in each drop of yang liquid is much more than before. Not only the change of vitality, but even the meridians and flesh and blood of the whole body have some quiet changes. The meridians become stronger and wider, the flesh and blood become firm and tight, every inch of skin, every cell is rejoicing, and it is refreshed from the inside out. This is the strength of the 7th floor of the separation and reconciliation realm, but it has consolidated a lot, and it is not far from the 8th floor of the separation and cooperation. This is the effect of quenching vitality, and sometimes promoting breakthroughs is not the only way to increase the energy in the body. Old demon, you said that if I take another drop of glazed flame liquid, will I break through directly? Yang Kai was eager to try. Although old demon is sometimes unreliable, but now he has given valuable experience, it's probably useless. To be able to temper the young master's vitality to this level is the greatest effect of this kind of genius treasure. This kind of thing is not the more effective it is. If you want to refine it again, you can only find better and higher grade treasures. I think so too. Yang Kai put away his thoughts and solemnly stuffed the green vial into the Chenkin bag. I don't know where the people from the 9 Stars Sword sect found the glazed flame liquid. Qi Jiangxing had a few drops on him. What about Wu Chengyi? I'm afraid there will be more on him, right? Thinking of this, Yang Kai sneered. Wu Chengyi sent Qi Jiangxing to hunt him down. How could Yang Kai be so good? There was already a grudge, but now that he knew that the other party was carrying a lot of treasure, it was strange that Yang Kai didn't hit him. However, Wu Chengyi is too strong, and he is also the temporary leader of the group of warriors. If he really wants to tear his face with him, there will be no good fruit to eat. This matter can only be planned slowly. After clearing up his mood, Yang Kai broke through. For 1 month in a row, Yang Kai hunted monsters in different places. After wandering around this month, I haven't met anyone again, but the number of monsters I found is very small. It seems that things are indeed as Chen Zushu told him that day. The people of the Wolf Country are enslaved. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at CA2 just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first Releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 235 The Heavenly Wolf Country's Emo. After a month of experience, Yang Kai's harvest is very small, and he can't kill many monsters, so naturally he won't get blood beads, which is second. The key is that these monsters are too weak. The 4th order monsters can't resist a few tricks in front of Yang Kai now, and the 5th order monsters with low strength are still a bit unattractive, based on breakthroughs. Yang Kai yearns for the baptism of blood and powerful enemies. It's not all fruitless. This month, Yang Kai inadvertently explored another use of the Beast Soul skill. The Beast Soul skills obtained from the remnants of those 2 tyrannical monsters are not limited to attacks. However, Yang Kai himself is still exploring this usage and needs to be improved. On this day, after Yang Kai killed 3 tier 4 monster beasts, in a certain jungle 30 miles away, a woman opened her eyes, and there was a hint of coldness and surprise in her eyes. This woman's dress and facial features are slightly different from those of the Big Han, and she is one of the warriors of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom. She was not ugly, she could even be said to be beautiful, but for some reason, this woman gave off a rather seductive feeling, like a hidden beauty snake, ready to use her fangs full of venom at any time. Take a bite and kill someone. Anyone who sees her will not dare to underestimate her. Her clothes are quite revealing, her jade arms are exposed, and the tight shorts on her upper body can't hide her proud figure. When she raises her hand, her flat lower abdomen and delicate navel are undoubtedly displayed. The lower body is even simpler, with a small buttocks shorts, 2 slender legs are so big and thorny. She looked in the direction of Yang Kai, with a faint sneer on the corner of her mouth. She slowly stood up, but her delicate and petite body was full of unparalleled explosive power. When she got up, the two people standing behind her quietly took a few steps back, staring at the back of this Sky Wolf Nation woman, eyes full of fear and resentment. These two are a man and a woman. If Yang Kai was here, he would definitely be surprised, because the two were actually disciples of the Ghost King Valley, Jin Hao and Lang Shan. The two master disciples of the Valley of the Ghost Kings were all staring at the woman in the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom at this moment, staring at them, their true essence surging involuntarily, and some murderous intent flashed in their eyes. What? At this moment, dozens of monsters around suddenly barked their teeth and yelled at Jin Hao and Lang Shan, mixed with a demonstration warning. The woman from the Heavenly Wolf country slowly turned around and looked at Jin Hao and Lang, eyes with deep meaning. You can't kill me. The name of the woman from the Heavenly Wolf country was Zemo, and she had been with her for a month or two, and Jin Hao and Lang Shan only knew this bit of information about her. Zemo snorted coldly, it's only once, if you guys dare to think about it again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Although Jin Hao and Lang Shan's eyes were full of humiliation, they did not dare to be presumptuous. Jin Hao hurriedly lowered his head and said, my subordinate and junior sister don't dare, please rest assured, Sister Zi Xiaoe. Zemo looked at him deeply, and after a while, she smiled sweetly, you should be glad that it fell into my hands. If you accidentally fell into the hands of my two brothers and sisters, you might be better off dead now. As he spoke, Zemo walked forward in a general manner, his waist swayed, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Jin Hao looked up quietly and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Zemo's figure is excellent, and she dresses so boldly, which is very different from the women of the big man. Although they have been with each other for a long time, every time they look at him, they can give him a strange stimulation and impression, especially the flat belly and exquisite beauty. The navel, which has a huge attraction to the vigorous Jin Hao. I often fantasize about how happy it would be if I could strip this bewitching woman naked, slap her fiercely, taste her beauty, and listen to her begging and screaming. But Jin Hao only dared to think about it. In front of Zemo, he did not dare to have any crooked thoughts and bad thoughts. This woman from the Heavenly Wolf country is a master who kills without blinking an eye. Even more cruel and bloody than the disciples from Ghost King Valley. Zemo walked to Lang Shan and stood still smiling slightly. A look of unnaturalness and disgust appeared on Lang Shan's face. Her body couldn't help trembling a little, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Zemo smiled lightly, stretched out a jade hand, raised Lang Shan's delicate chin, and stared at the thin red lips. The next moment, she suddenly leaned over and placed her lips on Lang Shan's mouth. Jin Hao took a deep breath, bent up without a trace, and pouted his butt quietly, only to feel the blood boiling all over his body. The sound of sucking came. Lang Shan resisted weakly, but aroused Zemo's interest more and more. Accompanied by giggling, Zemo stretched out a hand, slid into Lang Shan's clothes, wanton walk around and explore. Jin Hao's envious eyes turned red. Lang Shan has a high status in the sect, even though she doesn't dare to be arrogant to her, but these days she is being unbridled by another woman to taste all kinds of ecstasy. The snake-like tongue penetrated into her mouth, the fullness of the chest was squeezed out of shape, and the round buttocks were covered by a jade hand, which kept in front of her eyes. Transformed shapes. This kind of thing is not once or twice. Jin Hao has seen it at least 7 or 8 times during this time, and each time it makes him lustful and hard. Lang Shan's powerless resistance turned into obedience. The two women turned against each other, their breathing was slow and rapid, and the intense heartbeat came out, which made people wonder. Jin Hao forced himself to turn his head, he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself again. After a long while, Zemo let go of Lang Shan, their lips parted, and a crystal thread connected to each other's lips. Lang Shan's chest heaved violently, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Zemo giggled and wiped it away with her hand, as gentle as a lover. Would you like to have her like me? Zemo suddenly turned her head and looked at Jin Hao with a smile. Ah, Jin Hao was stunned for a moment, with a puzzled look on his face. Zemo pursed her lips and said, you like your junior sister, right? Jin Hao looked cold-eyed and nodded hard. I can give you a chance. Zemo looked at Jin Hao meaningfully, it's up to you to grasp it. Jin Hao looked struggling, his face was full of pain. Zemo was not in a hurry, just looked at him quietly, waiting for his reply. She knew that Jin Hao would not reject her proposal because the other party was not a gentleman. Sure enough, after a while, Jin Hao suddenly knelt on the ground and said earnestly, my subordinates are willing to submit to Miss Xiao's sincerity. From now on, I will go through fire and water, and I will never give up. Giggle. Zemo's laughing branches trembled, and nodded slightly, very good. The person who knows the current affairs is Junji, I like smart people. Senior brother. Lang Shan's expression suddenly turned cold, and she looked at Jin Hao gloomily. Jin Hao's face was embarrassed. Junior sister, you and I are only between the life and death of the little sister, why should you resist? The little sister is very kind and righteous, willing to give me a chance, follow her will, we can also survive, come on. Lang face looked at Jin Hao with disgust, no more words, and slowly closed his eyes. Zemo smiled lightly and retreated to a big tree, leaning halfway on the trunk, with a lazy expression, without a sense of style, and said softly, go help me catch someone back. After completing this mission, your junior sister will be at your disposal. Do whatever you want. Hearing this, Lang Shan's face changed, but Jin Hao was excited. If the speed is fast enough, the efficiency is high enough, and I don't have to wait for a long time. Zemo stretched out her bright red tongue and licked her lips, it's okay to let me accompany you once. Miss Chai, I am a man and a woman. All you can eat, giggle. Jin Hao couldn't help but swallow it, saliva. Being able to play with one's own teacher's field at will, and also being able to turn the tide with this coquettish woman from the heavenly wolf country. One dragon and two phoenix, a dream. Jin Hao was immediately excited and said excitedly, please show me, miss. Zemo restrained her expression, stretched out her finger and pointed in one direction, it's 30 miles away. With your goal this time, you need to go faster. If it's too slow, you might not be able to catch up. Jin Hao frowned. Dare to ask Miss Wu, how many people are there? There should be only one. Zemo replied firmly. One. Jin Hao's complexion changed slightly, and he said, I can live alone until now, and my strength is definitely not weak. Sister Xiao, I want to go with my junior sister, and I also ask for your permission. Giggle. Zemo smiled again and again, your junior sister, I want to stay, I can't accompany you, but I can send a few monsters with you. 3 fifth-order monsters are enough, right? Jin Hao looked bitter, knowing that the other party still didn't trust him. 3 fifth-order monsters were enough to eat him to death. Rather than saying that these monsters were helping him, they were monitoring him. Enough. Jin Hao didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction, and nodded quickly. Go, remember, your junior sister is waiting for you to come back, Enling. I'm waiting too. Zemo gave Jin Hao a wink. Yes. Jin Hao exclaimed, got up and flew in the direction indicated by Zemo. The 3 fifth-order monsters quickly followed. Both are ping rank monsters, and their strengths are also different. Jin Hao looked back during the flight, and after seeing what the 3 monsters looked like, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. If it were just 3 ordinary 5th-order monsters, Jin Hao would still be able to deal with them, but these 3 are also in the middle of the 5th-order monsters, and each of them has the strength of the 5th or 6th realm, how could he dare to be so careful? At the moment, he can only work hard without complaint and complete the task given by Zemo with peace of mind. Jin Hao's speed was very fast. Thinking of the delicate bodies of Lang Shan and Zemo in his heart, he reached his destination in less than a stick of incense sticks. Restraining his breath, he glanced left and right, but did not find any traces, but there were some dust left here. These powders are the traces left after the death of the monster. The 3 monsters that followed ran to the side and sniffed, and immediately chased in one direction. Jin Hao also hurried to follow up. After tracking for about half an hour, the 3 fifth-order monsters suddenly stopped and grinned grimly at a dense forest. Jin Hao flew to the ground, looked at the dense forest with cold eyes, and said softly, which friend is here? Please show up. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and recommend tickets, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 236. New Uses of Beast Soul Skills. Alive, Yang Kai chuckled. Yes, how could you possibly be alive? Jin Hao's voice was low. More than half a year ago, the 3 disciples of Ghost King Valley chased and killed Yang Kai. Yu Chengkun was the fastest, chasing Yang Kai 1 step ahead. Jin Hao and Lang Shan followed, but when the 2 of them rushed to a cliff, but felt Yu Chengkun's death. At that time, Jin Hao thought that Yang Kai fell into the cliff with Yu Chengkun and died together, but he didn't want to meet again after half a year. And this time, this High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not only alive and well, but also much stronger than half a year ago. Why can't I live? Yang Kai sneered. Didn't you fall off that cliff? Jin Hao thought of a possibility. I fell, but I climbed up again. By the way, your junior brother is not so lucky. He fell to the bottom of the cliff and fell into a puddle of flesh and mud. It is very tragic to die without a place to be buried. Brow. The original intention of saying these words was just to disturb Jin Hao's mind and make him angry, but what Yang Kai didn't expect was that Jin Hao was indifferent and just sneered at himself. If it was half a year ago, Jin Hao would have been really angry, but now, his own life is in the hands of others, and the mud bodhisattva has the leisure to worry about others when he crosses the river corridor. Aware of Jin Hao's indifference, Yang Kai frowned and glanced at the 3 Tier 5 monsters beside him, and said with contempt, "So you have already abandoned your teacher and joined the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom." Several people. These 3 fifth-order monsters are not of the same species, they can coexist peacefully together, and they are also hostile to themselves, which is clearly due to someone's enslavement. Jin Hao didn't have the ability, only the people from the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom could enslave the monsters. "What do you know?" Jin Hao was a little annoyed and angry, and shouted at Yang Kai, "You don't know anything, Zio is here to talk nonsense, criticize my right and wrong. If you have such leisure, you should take care of yourself first." With a big hand, Jin Hao said, "Kill him." Yang Kai's expression was condensed, and he stared at the 3 fifth-order monsters vigilantly. Unexpectedly, the 3 monsters just kept protesting at Yang Kai, grinning, but they did not obey Jin Hao's order to kill them. "Damn, stinky bitch." Jin Hao couldn't help scolding. Zemo let the 3 monsters follow him, but he didn't obey his orders, what's the use? Ha 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 Valley. Seeing this funny scene, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing loudly. Jin Hao's face was red and green as if he had opened a dyeing workshop. The wonderful ridicule of Yang Kai, coupled with what happened to Luoping Pingyang, made him completely annoyed. "Come on, laugh, you won't have the chance to laugh anymore." While speaking, the 2 white ghost claws burst into gloomy winds, a chill that pierced the bones, and the body was like the wind, and rushed towards Yang Kai. Where the ghost claw swept, it brought a dim light, and the unbearable shade spread all around Yang Kai's body, eroding his body all the time. Yang Kai's face was serious, and he stimulated his vitality, thanking Du for the erosion of the opponent while parrying the opponent's attack. The difference in realm is quite large. Jin Hao's strength is around the 5th floor of the real Yuan realm, which is 2 layers higher than that of Qi Jiangxing that day, but if you really want to compare them, the combat power of the 2 is almost the same. After all, their backgrounds are different. Qi Jiangxing was born in the 1st-class sect of Juxing Sword School, while Jin Hao only came from the 2nd-class sect of Ghost King Valley. Therefore, even if Yang Kai seems to be at a disadvantage, there will be no worries about his life for a while. In the past month or so, he has also grown a lot. The only thing that worries Yang Kai is the 3 fifth-order monsters that are waiting around. These monsters are all of extraordinary strength. If they all come up, he will only have one way to escape. But after a long battle, Yang Kai was surprised to find that these 3 monsters were just sitting on the sidelines and had no plans to intervene. Jin Hao is ruthless, and his moves are fierce. The anger of the past month has been released here, and he has completely forgotten that the task given to him by Zemo is to capture Yang Kai and put on an oath not to kill Yang Kai. A never-ending attitude. With the upper hand, in just half a cup of tea, Jin Hao had left more than a dozen scars on Yang Kai's body. "Hey, boy, you are sure to die today." During the fierce battle, Jin Hao still had the energy to demonstrate and sneered. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, punched, and quickly retreated when Jin Hao was prepared. The palms were suddenly raised and slapped in the middle. 2 soul-moving energy fluctuations are about to come out, and Jin Hao is also ready to take precautions when he realizes the damage contained in this move. The sound of tiger roaring and bull beer came out, and Yang Kai had already used the beast soul skill. With the launch of the 2 palms, 2 fiery red and lifelike figures rushed out like thunder. Jin Hao's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly backed away. Facing the attack of 2 monsters, he no longer dared to hide his secrets. Yang Kai scolded secretly and attacked with the 2 beast souls. Although the beast soul skill was successfully used, it was not what Yang Kai wanted. In this month, he had found another way of using the beast soul skill. He had hoped that it would be successful once, but it didn't work out, so he could only give up now. Jin Hao is worthy of being a master of the 5th floor of the true Yuan realm. Yang Kai and 2 beast souls fought together, but they only regained the disadvantage and were on a par with him. After a while, the 2 beast souls were depleted of energy and disappeared. Seeing this opportunity, Jin Hao hurriedly pounced and grinned, "Boy, you are dead." Yang Kai looked serious and raised his palms again. Seeing this familiar action, Jin Hao was stunned. He didn't want to face those 2 fleshless beast souls that were extremely difficult to deal with, and even the cost of pressing the bottom of the box would be released. A ghostly cry and wolf howl, a black chi suddenly shot from Jin Hao's palm, a twisted face roared fiercely, mixed with soaring suffocation and suffocation, like a ghostly resentful spirit rushing towards Yang Kai. This scene seems familiar. That day, Yu Chengkun and Yang Kai both fell off the cliff at the same time, and the latter also used such a move. Seeing this face, Yang Kai was not surprised but delighted. He had been expecting Jin Hao to make this move, but he didn't expect it to happen until this moment. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Yang Kai didn't move, his body was calm, as if he had never seen it. With a slap and push with both palms, the two energies in the palms magically merge into one. There was no white tiger, no divine cow, and no beast roar, just a faint light shot out. Jin Hao turned his body to one side and avoided it extremely easily. This dim light penetrated into the body of a fifth-order monster behind Jin Hao in an instant. There were no waves. It worked. Yang Kai was overjoyed. However, Jin Hao was furious and shouted sharply, "The brat is trying to scare you, Uncle Jin." He just suffered from the loss of 2 beast souls, and he had a bit of a bow and snake shadow. After seeing Yang Kai's posture, he even used his own killer copper, but he didn't think that the other party was just thunder and rain, and there was no trace of beast souls at all. Annoyed. As soon as the words fell, Jin Hao was suddenly shocked, and there was a severe pain in his head, his complexion suddenly paled, his true essence was also disordered, his face was horrified, and he looked at Yang Kai in shock. You if you are hit with the Ghost King seal, how can you be fine? At that moment, Jin Hao clearly felt that his Ghost King seal had disappeared. Just as Yu Chengkun was backlashed on that day, Jin Hao was also severely backlashed at the moment. Hey, now you're dead. Yang Kai took a deep breath and grinned. How could you dissolve the Ghost King seal? Jin Hao's face was full of horror and inexplicable, but he didn't know that in Yang Kai's body, old demon was enjoying himself at the moment, feeling extremely comfortable. The Ghost King seal, to put it bluntly, is a ray of resentment. It was raised by the disciples of the Ghost King Valley with real essence and blood, and it was a delicious meal for the devil. Ask your junior brother in the underworld, he died like this. As he spoke, Yang Kai took a hand, and a blood-red sword condensed from a drop of yang liquid took shape. The opponent's kung fu is extremely sharp, and the pair of white ghost claws are as hard as iron, no less sturdy and sharp than ordinary high-grade treasures. To deal with such an enemy, condensing yang liquid into a weapon is the best choice. Although Jin Hao still had the strength to fight again, the Ghost King seal disappeared inexplicably, and he was so shocked that he no longer dared to confront Yang Kai, so he hurried back and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, he took 3 steps to withdraw, when a murderous intent came from behind. Jin Hao's complexion changed suddenly, and before he had time to turn around, he smelled a fishy wind, and immediately a huge pain came from his neck. He fell to the ground. Jin Hao fought hard, and out of the corner of his eye he saw a monster following him biting at his own flesh and blood, and his heart sank to the bottom, and he roared up to the sky, "Zemo, you stinky bitch." He also thought that Zemo was going to kill him. Life and death, Jin Hao's strength exploded, and he finally got rid of the bite of the fifth-order monster. He stood up in embarrassment. Just standing firm, Yang Kai has already killed with his sword. The blood-red long sword slashed down at the head, and Jin Hao quickly raised his hand to block it. Bai Sensen's hands were really hard. Even if he ate a sword, it only cracked a gap and was not cut off. Between the electric light and flint, the fifth-order monster rushed back and attacked Jin Hao with Yang Kai. Jin Hao's soul was damaged, and he was severely injured. The strength of his 2 bodies was 3 out of 10. Where is Yang Kai's opponent? To be continued AA. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 237 The Mystery of the Slave Beast. In just 30 breaths of time, Yang Kai slashed Jin Hao's pair of ghost claws with one sword and lost his most important hands. Jin Hao had no chance of resisting, and fled in a hurry, unable to even fly in the air. Yang Kai and the fifth-order monster joined forces to die under the sword. Just read the novel A. As soon as Jin Hao died, the other 2 monsters who had been watching from the sidelines seemed to have received some instructions and ran away together. Yang Kai has been vigilant about their movements from the beginning to the end, knowing that this is the enslaved subordinate of the Heavenly Wolf Nation's warriors, although they intend to kill, but their speed is too fast. I am afraid that they will not be able to catch up for a while. Let them go. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the fifth-order monster standing beside him. Yang Kai's slightly wrinkled brows gradually stretched, and there was a hint of joy between his brows. This battle was even easier than the battle with that disciple of the 9 Stars sword sect that day. The existence of the Earth Demon and the defection of this fifth-order monster are the keys to Jin Hao's death. Jin Hao is afraid that he can't even figure out why the monster he brought here would attack it. The root of everything lies in the beast soul skill. This is also the usage that Yang Kai unintentionally found out. A few days ago, he encountered a fifth-order monster. Originally, he just wanted to use the beast soul skill and summon 2 beast souls to help him. However, for some reason, the 2 beast souls merged into one and turned into a dark one. Light rushed into the body of the fifth-order monster. Then these fifth-order monsters actually obeyed Yang Kai's orders. This unintentional discovery made Yang Kai a little overjoyed. Recently, he has been exploring and searching for the mysteries, but he has always been to no avail. Even the use of this move is sometimes ineffective, often making some oolongs. And now there are fewer and fewer monsters encountered. It's a pity that he didn't have many test subjects at all. However, he has a good name for this trick. The white tiger seal and the divine ox seal are combined into one, and the resulting martial skill is called the slave beast seal. If you divide it, you can summon 2 beast souls to help out, and if you combine it, you can form a new martial art. In the battle with Zhenwu, the slave beast mark played a huge role. Just read the novel. If the fifth-order monster hadn't rushed up and attacked at the last moment, with Zhenwu's means and strength, it would most likely have escaped. If this trick is used well, it is definitely much more powerful than the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal. Although the attack of the 2 beast souls is also extraordinary, their overall strength is still somewhat weak. Adding up, it is only equivalent to the combat power of the fifth-order monster in front of him, but it is better than the number. 30 miles away, Zemo, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and the surprise flashed in his beautiful eyes was a bit more intense than before. The same is true of Leng Shan, who is standing not far behind her. Her pretty face is full of surprise, she stares blankly in the direction of Yang Kai, her eyes are a little sad. There are also some happiness and sadness of the death of the rabbit and the fox. Zhenwu is her senior brother after all, although he agreed to Zemo's request before, which made Leng Shan hate him, but death is like a lamp, and he will not come back to occupy himself, so there is no need to care so much. On the contrary, he is now alone, controlled by this temperamental woman from the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom, and his future is uncertain. At the same time that Zhenwu died, both women sensed it through different means. Your senior brother is dead. Zemo slowly got up and cast a light glance at Leng Shan. Good to die, Leng Shan sneered. Hee, indeed, such a useless man, I'm so disappointed. Zemo Zhao smiled and frowned. He pondered, but there are some ways to kill him in such a short time, he is really a master. As she spoke, Zemo's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered some novel toy, and her pretty face was full of excitement. Even breathing was a little short. Stepping lightly, Zemo walked in the direction of Yang Kai. The dozens of monsters that were crawling on the ground hurriedly stood up and followed Zemo's footwork. Leng Shan glanced at it, said nothing, and followed suit. She knew that she had no chance of escaping, not to mention the dozens of monsters that she couldn't handle, just what Zemo planted in her body was enough to control her life and death. Yang Kai put away the blood beads that formed after Zhenwu's death, and then turned to look at the fifth-order monster beside him. Just read the novel A. This is a Yasha golden shadow leopard. It is quite majestic, with a strong body and a smooth body. Every muscle on the body contains a terrifying explosive force. The claws on the limbs are sharp enough to break 3 inches of steel. Yang Kai can feel that this fifth-order monster is much stronger than the few he killed a few days ago, and it is probably at the level of the middle fifth order. It is equivalent to the appearance of the 5th or 6th floor of the true Yuan realm. Having said that, it is definitely not an opponent of the 5th or 6th floor warriors of the true Yuan realm in a real fight. A warrior on the 2nd or 3rd floor of the true Yuan realm is enough to kill it. What makes Yang Kai slightly puzzled is not its strength, but its current state. There is always a feeling of not being able to fully control it. This feels very wrong, and it is impossible for this to be the case with the slave beast mark. Moreover, this Yasha golden shadow leopard was also in a state of manic restlessness at the moment, constantly shaking its head and waving its tail, and roaring again and again. Something wrong. Yang Kai remembered the slave beast methods of the few warriors in the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom, and secretly speculated that there might be some conflict with his own slave beast mark. Stepping forward, while comforting the Yasha golden shadow leopard, he stretched out a hand on its forehead, secretly pumped his vitality into it, and walked in its body. Yuan Qi turned 5 or 6 laps, and finally let Yang Kai find something wrong. Inside the head of the Yasha golden shadow leopard, there is another thing that exudes life fluctuations. Yang Kai's expression was astonished, and he took a deep look at the Yasha golden shadow leopard, only to feel that it was getting more and more uncomfortable, and the slave beast mark that entered its body was competing with this unknown thing for its control. When 2 tigers fight, one will be injured. No matter which side wins, it is the Yasha Golden Shadow Leopard who will be hurt in the end. Frowning his brows, Yang Kai increased the output of his vitality. During the whole process, Yang Kai carefully controlled it and did not dare to be too violent. Because the demon pill of the Yasha Golden Shadow Leopard exists here, once the demon pill is damaged, the Yasha Golden Shadow Leopard will surely die. It was not until the Yasha Golden Shadow Leopard got used to it that Yang Kai dared to increase his vitality. After 3 or 4 times, the things in its head were finally unbearable, and it was rushing out. After realizing this, Yang Kai concentrated, and he also wanted to find out what methods the warriors of the Heavenly Wolf Nation used to enslave the monsters. After 10 interest, a worm about 3 inches long suddenly appeared on the forehead of the Yasha Golden Shadow Leopard. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and he pinched it in his hand. After a quick glance, I saw that the insect looked like a centipede and a leech, and it was too late to see it clearly. The worm actually followed Yang Kai's finger www.7 ket and got into his body. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and quickly urged his vitality. The next moment, the worm was enveloped by the scorching real Yang vitality, and was directly imprisoned in the muscles and veins, unable to move. His brows were wrinkled. Yang Kai didn't kill them all, he could feel that this worm was afraid of his true Yang vitality. If not, he will not be forced out of the body of the Yasha Golden Shadow Leopard by himself. Since true Yang Qi is its nemesis, naturally there is nothing to worry about. Speaking of which, when he was on Hidden Island that day, Yang Kai was drilled into the body by the Sky Devourer, but the Sky Devourer was obviously much stronger than the one in front of him. Feel it carefully, the worm shivered in its own meridians, and did not dare to make any rash moves. It was more obedient than a mouse seeing a cat. There is an inexplicable energy flowing in the body of the bug, very small, and it is impossible to detect it without careful investigation. Old demon, look at this bug. What's weird? Yang Kai frowned and shouted. Old demon responded with a sound, and wrapped himself in the soul breaker all and drilled into the place where the worm was imprisoned. After a long while, he said, Young master. This worm has the soul thread of that heavenly wolf kingdom warrior. Spirit of the soul, Yang Kai frowned, aren't they only in the real Yuan realm? They haven't cultivated spiritual consciousness, how did they do this? Old demon chuckled. Young master, have you forgotten? You also have a thread of divine soul printed on the old slave, but you, like them, haven't cultivated divine sense. Yang Kai suddenly realized. You mean, someone helped them? Old demon said. That's right, I'm afraid it's a master in their sect. Help them burn the soul thread into this bug's body, so they can control this bug as they want. They control the bugs get into the body of the monster, so they can enslave the monster. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The confusion in my heart was immediately resolved. A few days ago, Chen Zushu had told Yang Kai that the people in the Heavenly Wolf Nation had hundreds of monsters under their command. It was not clear until this moment that they were not controlling monsters, but these strange bugs, through which they could direct the actions of monsters. Thinking about it, Yang Kai hurriedly came to the place where Jin Hao died, pushed aside the piece of dust, and as expected, he found an identical bug inside. He reached out and grabbed it and let the bug get into his body. After being checked by Old Demon, he confirmed that the bug was also scorched into a strand of soul thread in his body. It turns out that Jin Hao didn't have an affair with the warriors of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom. Yang Kai muttered to himself. He is afraid that this worm got into the body, and he can't get along with the warriors of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom. This can explain why the 3 monsters who came with him did not obey his orders. In a sense, Jin Hao and the 3 monsters are equal. Although it is sad to say that, it is true. Zemo, Jin Hao called this name just now, is the Heavenly Wolf Nation warrior who controls him called Zemo. Yang Kaizi turned around in a hurry, a crazy thought came out, with a strange smile on his mouth, he asked, Old Demon, if I use true Yang vitality to burn this worm, the spirit of the wolf country warrior will also be injured. It's natural, although there are only 2 strands of soul thread, she can suffer a big loss if she is caught off guard. Hey, Yang Kai couldn't help but smile, and quickly thought of several options that could be used. Old Demon suddenly said again, Young master, this old slave has a proposal, Jia. Oh, let's hear it. As soon as Yang Kai heard his cunning smile, he knew that it was definitely not a good idea. Chapter 238 Who is in charge? Zemo led his army of monsters to the place after Jin Hao's death, and fiddled with the pile of powder for a long time, but he never found his own soul-controlling worm. Each of the soul-controlling worms of the warriors of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom is extremely precious, not because the worms themselves are of high value, but because the worms have their soul threads on their bodies. This thing is not a joke. Once it falls into the hands of the enemy and is burned, the consciousness is bound to be damaged. If you encounter such a blow in the fierce battle, you may be completely defeated, or even lose your life. So whenever a controlled monster died, Zemo would rush to the location where the monster died and retrieve the soul-controlling worm. And this time, she didn't find it. Noticing the change in Zemo's expression, Lang Shan, who was following behind her, couldn't help but sneer again and again with a happy expression on her face. Zemo snorted softly, closed her eyes, and felt it carefully. Although she has not cultivated her divine sense and cannot search on a large scale, the silk threads of divine soul scattered outside are of the same origin as her own divine soul after all, and they can be felt within a short distance. After just a little investigation, a strange look appeared on Zemo's pretty face. She turned and looked in one direction, with a clever smile, her beautiful eyes blooming with brilliance. Dozens of monsters quickly dispersed, flanking the area. Lang Shan was stunned. From Zemo's actions and demeanor, she noticed something was wrong. She hated Zemo to the bottom of her bones, hated her promise of her innocence to Jin Hao before, and even hated her reckless actions towards her. She thought that Zemo was doomed to suffer a big loss this time. With the mind of gloating, I secretly watched the good show, but I didn't want the situation to develop like this. Is the master who killed Jin Hao still here? Isn't this self-inflicted? Clap la la. There was a sound of leaves shaking in the jungle, and Lang Shan's eyes flashed a flying figure. Zemo pointed his hand. The dozens of monsters rushed towards the direction of the figure. The sound of giggle came out, and she shouted with a smile. Don't run away, you can't escape, you will be penetrated by my soul control worm. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you have to come back to me, obey me obediently. It doesn't make you suffer. Fuck, I knew that worm was weird. An angry curse came from the jungle. The sound of this made Zemo even more proud, and the branches of laughter trembled. Lang Shan sighed secretly, and the little hope in her heart was instantly dashed. Turn out to be, the person who killed Jin Hao was also hit by the soul control worm. Is this guy an idiot or a pig brain? The man in the jungle really stopped escaping, and after a while, he was surrounded by dozens of monsters. After seeing the face of this man, Lang Shan couldn't help trembling, and an incredible look flashed in her eyes. Jin Hao can recognize Yang Kai, but how can Lang Shan not recognize him? But just because she recognized it, Lang Shan felt more and more incredible. Looking deeply at Yang Kai, her mind turned sharply, weighing the pros and cons. Yang Kai had a reluctant expression on his face. Reluctantly, he walked back and stood at a distance of 30 meters from Zemo and Lang Shan. With a wry smile, "Girl, what kind of bug is that?" "My Heavenly Wolf Country's unique soul-controlling worm. If you get caught in this worm, you are my subordinate." Zemo explained patiently, and looked up and down Yang Kai, seeing that he was just a teenager, in her beautiful eyes surprised. "I never thought that the person who killed Jin Hao was so young." "Hey, you shouldn't fiddle with Jin Hao's body." Yang Kai sighed, grief-stricken, and then grinned again. "Girl, now I'm yours, how are you going to deal with it? Do you want to help you warm the bed at night?" Zemo pursed her lips and smiled, and she was infinitely charming. "Yes, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it." The other party has no taboos, which makes Yang Kai roll his eyes. Zemo took his expression into his eyes and smiled. "If I tell you some useful information, can you let me go?" Lang Shan said suddenly, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai as she spoke. "What information?" Zemo frowned. "About him." Lang Shan pointed at Yang Kai expressionlessly. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but there was a sudden shock in his heart, secretly running his vitality alert, although he did not know what the female disciple of Ghost King Valley was going to say, but it was definitely not good for him. Dozens of monsters are waiting around, and if they really want to come together, they must use the wings of Yang Yan to escape. "You promise me first," Lang Shan bargained. "I can't let you go." Zemo slowly shook her head. Lang Shan's expression remained unchanged, and she waited for the next sentence. She didn't expect this. "But, I can treat you a little better, and at most I won't bully you in the future. Remember what you said, otherwise I won't suffer that kind of humiliation even if I die with you." Lang Shan achieved her goal, then pointed at Yang Kai and said, "This person's cultivation technique is of the Yang attribute." Quote, Lang Shan has fought against Yang Kai before, so she naturally knows the attributes of his vitality. And this attribute is the nemesis of the soul control insect. Therefore, the moment Lang Shan recognized Yang Kai, she knew that he was not controlled by the soul control insect. He pretended to be indicted, but he took the reckoning. Lang Shan felt that with Yang Kai's strength, she couldn't kill Zemo at all. With dozens of monsters here, Yang Kai would definitely die if he did something. It would be better to tell the truth before he died, and take the opportunity to ask for something for her. After hesitating for a moment, she told Zemo about it. She doesn't care who dies, all she cares about is herself. Zemo's smile instantly stiffened on his face. Huodi turned his head and stared at Yang Kai coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The moment she turned her head, Yang Kai decisively forced the soul-controlling worm out of her body, pinched it in his hand and grinned. I know that this worm has a thread of your soul attached to it. If you don't want your soul to be injured, just be obedient, if not, I will burn it immediately. Zemo's expression changed greatly, and Warong lost her color. Yang Kai sneered again and again, calmly. Lang Shan's face was expressionless and indifferent. After a while, Zemo suddenly covered her mouth and laughed again. You should burn it when I'm not prepared, then I will be traumatized, maybe you still have a chance. But you want to use this to blackmailing me is a big mistake. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Yang Kai raised his brows, his expression unchanged. Zemo said coldly, since you know that a strand of my divine soul will be attached to the worm, do you also know that I can take it back? While speaking, Zemo thought about it, and the thread of soul on the worm had been taken back into her mind. Not only was Yang Kai not shocked, but he laughed loudly, the laughter grew louder and louder, rolling like thunder. Such a wild and unbridled laughter made Zemo feel that something was wrong. This young man was so calm, either he had a backhand, or he was already crazy, but looking at his smug expression, he was clearly sane. How could there be any signs of madness? If it was someone else, Zemo would still be interested in taking him as a subordinate, but since he is a martial artist who has cultivated yang attribute vitality, he absolutely cannot keep him. Zemo's pretty face is full of murderous intentions. He ordered the monsters to be slaughtered, but Yang Kai stopped laughing, looked at Zemo coldly, and said softly, can you kill me? Ah! Zemo suddenly screamed, and squatted down with her hands over her head, her delicate body trembling. The sudden change made Lang Shan stunned on the spot. She looked at Zemo who was screaming in shock, and then raised her head to look at Yang Kai, who had always been calm and calm. For a while, she felt an unreal feeling. What happened? What happened to these two? Lang Shan didn't even see any signs of fighting between the two, just chatting and laughing. Zemo suddenly suffered bad luck. Roar! Zemo's emotional changes caused the dozens of monsters to react, and they all grinned at Yang Kai, roaring constantly, and they were approaching him step by step. Let all these monsters get out of the way, or I will destroy your consciousness now and turn you into an idiot. Yang Kai threatened in a cold voice. Zemo forcibly endured the piercing pain in his mind. Without any hesitation in his heart, he quickly issued an order. Dozens of monsters looked at Zemo, and they all restrained their hostility, and then retreated in all directions, running about 100 feet before they stopped, and tightly surrounded the area where the three were. You are very sensible. Yang Kai sneered and stepped forward, reached out and grabbed Zemo's hair, and lifted her up. Such a violent and cruel attitude made Lang Shan's heart skip a beat, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. You'd better not move, I'll settle the account with you later. Yang Kai gave her a cold look. Lang Shan immediately stopped and looked at Yang Kai in shock and horror. More than half a year ago, when his three brothers and sisters besieged this high heaven pavilion disciple, he was only at the level of the third floor of the separation and reunion. Under the siege of the three, he fled like a lost dog. But when we meet again this time, he actually took Zemo from the heavenly wolf kingdom in his hands without any effort. Lang Shan is well aware of Zemo's power and arrogance. With the soul-controlling worm in her hand, she can control many monsters and warriors. Her own strength is even more extraordinary. How could such a person fail in less than half a cup of tea? To Yang Kai. Just now, in order to compete for a little profit, he sold him. Thinking about it now, Lang Shan was afraid after a while. The situation is changing too fast. Zemo's screams gradually ceased, and her body was dripping with sweat, which wet her clothes, revealing her exquisite and full body in front of Yang Kai. She raised her head slightly, her face was stubborn and unconvinced. She stared at Yang Kai with hatred, and there was a bit of bitterness on her beautiful face. It seems, you haven't realized who is in charge now. Yang Kai reached out and threw her to the ground. Zemo's screams sounded again, this time even more tragic than before. During the screams, Zemo kept rolling on the ground, as if she had been subjected to the most severe torture in the world. It made her shiver uncontrollably. No, no, don't torture me again. Zemo struggled to get up, came to Yang Kai's feet, reached out and hugged one of his ankles, stubbornly unwilling to let go. Messy, her hair was soaked in sweat. She looked up at him with her beautiful face, and begged in a trembling voice, I'm obedient. I'll listen to you in everything, stop torturing me. To be continued. Chapter 239. The situation is changing too fast. Yang Kai squatted down, looked at her in a relaxed manner, and said, are you really obedient? Zemo nodded hurriedly. The torture from her soul made her want to die, and she couldn't resist it. No one in the world could endure this kind of suffering. It wasn't that she wasn't strong enough, but that Yang Kai's heart was too cruel. Won't you disobey me in the future? Yang Kai stretched out a hand to lift her tender chin, his eyes swept across her cheeks. Zemo squeezed out a smile, which was even uglier than crying, I don't disobey you. Yang Kai smiled, stretched out a finger, poked open Zemo's yin-hong little mouth, and then poked into it, poking her sweet tongue. Zemo's eyes widened, not daring to reveal that the situation was changing too fast. 60 votes plus more, and was not dissatisfied. Her eyes were soft and well-behaved, and her dexterous tongue was like a snake, curling around Yang open fingers, sucking constantly. Her skills are very good, otherwise it would be impossible to tease Lengshan as a daughter. She often can't hold herself back. Gasps and reverie moans sounded at the right time. Lengshan quickly turned her head and scolded softly, I don't know how to be shameless. Yang Kai looked up at her, sneered, pulled his finger from Zemo's small mouth, wiped dry on her clothes, and pinched her face fiercely. Zemo let out a miserable cry. Shui Yingying, his eyes looked at Yang Kai with grievances. Although I know you are acting, this expression is really good. Yang Kai smashed his mouth. Zemo smiled and said, our heavenly wolf nation's women admire the strong the most. You are so powerful, I don't like it. Too late, how can you act? I only have the 7th floor of the separation and reunion boundary, so it's strong. Yang Kai chuckled. The smile on Zemo's face suddenly subsided, but then he smiled again. The realm doesn't mean anything, and you are still so young. Give you enough time, you are stronger than anyone. The flattery is good. I like chapter 239. The situation changes too fast. 60 votes plus more. Yang Kai laughed, straightened up and said, get up. Yes. Zemo obediently got up and quietly sorted out her clothes. In front of Lengshan and Jin Hao, she was the master, but in front of Yang Kai, she was reduced to an obedient servant, daring not to be presumptuous. The torment Zemo had just suffered didn't want to happen to him again. Yang Kai looked at Lengshan coldly. He smiled. The expression on Lengshan's face was quite unnatural. There were embarrassment and resentment, but more of it was humiliation and unwillingness. Not to mention her previous festival with Yang Kai, just saying that she betrayed Yang Kai just now is enough to make her doomed. The front foot betrays others, and the back foot controls their own life and death. As the saying goes, 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi, but these 30 years, just a snap of a finger. Z looked at Yang Kai again, then at Lengshan, and said softly, would you like her to die? I can easily put her to death. She is a smart woman, and she naturally sees the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes. Lengshan's complexion changed greatly. She hurriedly took a few steps back, and looked at Yang Kai and Zemo with extreme vigilance, her face full of determination. It is conceivable that if Yang Kai really wanted her to die, Lengshan would definitely fight back. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Lengshan breathed a sigh of relief, staring at Yang Kai and said, why? Why? Yang Kai was a little impatient. Why did you let me go? Lengshan asked the doubts in her heart. Our elders have an unresolved feud, and we also have grievances. I don't believe you would be so kind to kill me, and now you want to take my life. It's easy. Actually, I am a good person. Is this reason enough? Yang Kai smiled lightly. Zemo pouted. Lengshan also smiled contemptuously and said, if you are really a good person, you should let her get the bugs out of my body. Now, although you don't kill me, you can still control me. What kind of a good person do you do in life and death? Are you qualified to question me? Yang Kai sneered, your Ghost King Valley is an evil sect, and not a good person, right? Lengshan said, I never said I was. Sharp teeth and sharp mouths. Yang Kai coughed dryly, looked at Zemo and said, get the bugs out for her and let her know what a real good person is. Zemo's body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, never expecting this young man to make such a decision. Is he a fool? Without the soul control worm, how can you control this woman? Even Lengshan was stunned when she heard these words, and her eyes burst into joy immediately. My order will not be repeated a second time. Yang Kai looked at Zemo coldly, the latter smiled bitterly and walked to Lang Shan, feeling a sense of loss. There is indeed a difference between herself and Lang Shan. Although she and this young man have grievances, but after all, they are both warriors of the Han dynasty. At this time, they should really help each other. You're lucky, Zemo said softly, a little envious, then stretched out a hand and placed it on Lang Shan's abdomen, conveying her thoughts while running her vitality. After a while, Lang Shan's face turned pale, she retched, and a worm spit out from her mouth. Zemo quickly put away the bug. Lang Shan couldn't bear it any longer and rushed to the side to vomit. After a long while, she wiped the corners of her mouth and walked back slowly, looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. Just so inexplicably restored freedom, which really surprised and pleasantly surprised her. You killed Jin Hao, right? Lang Shan asked after the silence. Not bad. Yang Kai nodded. You want revenge? I can give you a chance. I won't avenge him. Lang Shan shook her head slowly, her eyes suddenly turned cold and severe. She reached out and slapped Yang Kai, sneering, but I don't believe that you will really bypass me. After a while of howling, a human face appeared from her palm and plunged directly into Yang Kai's body. It is the secret of the Ghost King Valley, the Ghost King seal. Zemo's expression changed drastically, and she was about to make a move, but Yang Kai stopped her. You. Lang Shan hurriedly stepped back and looked at Yang Kai in shock. A person who has been hit with the Ghost King seal will never have the right to take the initiative to control his body. The resentful soul is enough to destroy a person's mind and then occupy his body. Lang Shan thought very clearly, now that there are crises in this different place, even if she has regained her freedom, she has little hope of survival. If she encounters other warriors of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom, she will be killed and enslaved. It is better to directly destroy Yang Kai's sanity and control his body. Controlling Yang Kai is equivalent to controlling Zemo, so that Lang Shan will have enough capital. But the Ghost King's seal did not have any effect, so she was not shocked. Sure enough, he's not a good person. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. He had already seen Lang Shan's unwillingness and ambition, and all the previous practices were just deliberately leading her to use the Ghost King seal. Where's my Ghost King seal? Lang Shan asked. Want? Give it back to you. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and the face flew out of Yang Kai's body and returned to Lang Shan's body again. Lang Shan didn't dare to stop. She turned around and ran away. Zemo watched silently from the side. She couldn't help it anymore, and said, just let her go. She just wanted to do something to you. Those who do anything to me will always pay the price. Yang Kai grinned, and just as he finished speaking, Lang Shan suddenly fell to the ground and a miserable howl came out. Hearing this familiar voice, Zemo couldn't help trembling. Just now, I was tortured in every way, and I wanted to die immediately, but I couldn't get my wish. But now it's just a spectator. How the hell did he do it? Zemo could not understand 10,000 things. Lang Shan's torture was even more miserable than Zemo. It took a stick of incense before she stopped howling, but Lang Shan also fainted completely. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Get her back. Oh. Zemo obediently stepped forward and carried the unconscious Lang Shan back. Looking at the drenched Lang Shan, Zemo couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Don't disturb me for a while. Yang Kai walked to the side, sat down with his knees crossed, and regained his strength. After half a day, Lang Shan awoke leisurely, just woke up, screamed again, and passed out again. Zemo was frightened and became more and more careful with Yang Kai. She found that this young man was ruthless and did not have the slightest idea of pity for Shangqiu. Lang Shan and her were both first-class beauties, but he tortured him without the slightest scruples and pity. Such people are terrible, totally cold-blooded metamorphosis. A day later, Lang Shan woke up again. This time Yang Kai didn't torture her anymore. Her strength is only in the real Yuan realm, and she has not cultivated her spiritual sense, and if she continues to torture her, I am afraid that there is a possibility of becoming an idiot. Looking at Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground in the distance, with lingering fears, his face was terrified. After Zemo persuaded her for a long time, she trembled and walked in front of Yang Kai step by step. Although he was controlled by Zemo before, it was just an extra bug in his body. But what about now? Her soul was being controlled, and this High Heaven Pavilion disciple treated her like she was playing. Just escaped from the wolf's den and fell into the cave again. Lang Shan couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Yang Kai had already noticed that the two women were coming, but he still closed his eyes and meditated, pretending not to know, just to see if they had any disagreements. Good test results. Whether it is Zemo or Lang Shan, now they are extremely well behaved and dare not give birth to any wrongdoing. He opened his eyes and looked at Leng Shan, who couldn't help but want to step back, but was caught by Zemo. I haven't apologized yet. Zemo didn't know how she was feeling right now, so she pushed Leng Shan and comforted her softly. A hint of humiliation flashed in Leng Shan's eyes, her thin lips were bitten, she looked up at Yang Kai timidly and hurriedly avoided her gaze. I don't care if you do this again. Zemo hates that iron is not steel, but she is just a woman, so what do you need that worthless backbone? What other men say is that a manly man can bend and stretch. Leng Shan looked unwilling and said nothing. Yang Kai smiled and stared at her closely. I was wrong. After a long while, Leng Shan spoke up. Her voice was like a mosquito, barely audible, her hands were twisting each other, feeling uneasy. Yang Kai just looked at it lightly and said nothing. Leng Shan gritted her teeth and was tormented. Zemo chuckled lightly, she knows she's wrong, and she won't dare to hurt you again in the future. All right, don't cry. As he spoke, he helped Leng Shan wipe the corners of his eyes. To be continued. Chapter 240. How did you do it? Don't worry about it. Leng Shan pushed Zemo's hand away in disgust. Only once, Yang Kai said indifferently. Hearing this sentence, Leng Shan couldn't help but take a breath, knowing that she would no longer have to suffer that unbearable torture. How did you do it? Leng Shan hesitated for a long time before she dared to ask her doubts. Before, she just punched Yang Kai with the Ghost King seal. After the Ghost King seal returned to her body, there was an extra thing in her mind. Leng Shan didn't know what it was, but she knew what was in front of her. This man is relying on this thing to control his own life and death. I'm also very curious about this, can you tell me if it's convenient? Zemo smiled charmingly, looking at Yang Kai with eyes wide open, yin lips slightly pursed, a little unconvinced, and the red yan was truly alluring. It's very simple, just plant a brand in your consciousness. Yang Kai replied with a playful look. The two women listened in their ears, and their faces were horrified. Very simple. Although they have not cultivated their spiritual sense, they also know how difficult it is to plant an imprint in other people's minds, not to mention that Yang Kai is just a martial artist of the separation and reunion. Even if he is in the immortal ascension boundary, he has to do this. It takes a lot of effort, and you have to worry about not hurting other people's souls, and one bad thing will turn people into idiots. But in his mouth, it was 3 simple words. Thinking about what happened to the two of them, it can indeed be described in a very simple way. Needless to say, Leng Shan, the Ghost King seal is printed out and taken back, within 3 breaths before and after. Life and death cannot be decided by oneself. Zemo just took back a strand of the soul thread that was attached to the soul control worm, and actually had the same experience. Thinking about it now, the young man in front of him didn't leave after killing Jin Hao. I'm afraid he was already prepared, just waiting for Zemo to take the bait. It's ridiculous that Zemo actually ran over. He fell into the tricks of others, completely lost his advantage, and became his slave. Thinking of this, Zemo felt cold in his heart and secretly regretted it. Earlier, he said that burning the soul-controlling worm must be forcing himself to take back the thread of the soul. It was a thread of divine soul that had been touched in advance. Looking at Yang Kai blankly, Zemo took a deep breath and said, you really only have the 7th floor of the separation and reunion boundary. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Only then did Zemo pat his trembling full chest, and laughed at himself. I'll just say it. How could a 7th layer of the separation and reunion realm be able to do such a thing? Then how strong are you? Yang Kai chuckled lightly, his whole body shook, and an invisible aura emanated. The vitality in the body was turbulent for a while, and soon calmed down again. Breakthrough. Zemo and Leng Shan looked at Yang Kai stupidly, the scene just now. It is clearly after breaking through a small realm. But this fluctuation is not strong, and it has not even reached the level of true essence. I am now on the 8th floor of the separation and reunion boundary. Yang Kai raised his brows at the two women. Both Zemo and Leng Shan groaned in their hearts. It turns out, he is really just a martial artist of the separation and reunion realm. What I said before is not a lie. Looking at each other, both Zemo and Leng Shan were blushing. The two of them, one on the 6th floor of the True Essence realm and the other on the 4th floor of the True Essence realm, are the sweethearts of the heavens in their respective sects. In the confrontation with Yang Kai, being taken down in an instant, and being controlled by life and death, naturally feels quite embarrassing. Smiling bitterly, the two women didn't know what to say. You can act on your own. Although I control your life and death, as long as you are obedient, you will not be careful. I will not embarrass you too much. Therefore, if you want to hunt down any people or monsters, please ask when I need you, I will call you. Finished speaking, Yang Kai closed his eyes again. The two women Leng Shan and Zemo slowly backed away, and they kept retreating several dozen feet before stopping. They don't want to get too close to Yang Kai and let him misunderstand something. This man is really strange. Zemo muttered to himself as he looked at Yang Kai in the distance. Humph. Leng Shan hummed softly, thinking of her surrender just now. She couldn't help feeling very ashamed, gritted her teeth and said bitterly, sooner or later, one day, I will ask him to pay the price. Zemo glanced at her, pursed her lips and chuckled. If you have the ability to get out of his control, talk about it. And you, Leng Shan looked at Zemo with murderous eyes, I haven't forgotten the shame I had by your side a few days ago. Zemo smiled tenderly, what are you doing so hot? I didn't do anything to you. Besides, aren't you enjoying it? You can't deceive me with your reactions. Bitch. Leng Shan was furious, and her face was a little red. If you dare to mention those things again, I will definitely not give up with you. Zemo smiled contemptuously. You and I can't decide whether to live or die now, so you'd better not be so hostile to me. The most important thing is to find a way to survive in his hands. You also saw him. With our attitude, there will be no pity at all. If it really makes him unhappy, he will definitely kill us. Ha! Leng Shan sneered and gloated. You have today too. How does it feel to be controlled? We are all women, why are we so preoccupied? We should help each other now. Zemo frowned. Leng Shan took a breath. Although she was still angry, she had to admit that what Zemo said was right, and hesitantly said, what do you want to do? Seduce him. An excited look appeared on Zemo's face. He looks like a boy of 16 or 17 years old, a few years younger than us. No matter how ruthless he is also a man. Asterisk, you and I are good looking, isn't it easy to seduce such a stinky boy? I think you just want to have sex with him. Leng Shan struck mercilessly. Why are you being so straightforward? Zemo couldn't help rolling his eyes, and suddenly chuckled again. But there is one thing I didn't lie to him. The women of our heavenly wolf kingdom are born to admire the strong. The realm is not high, but he can actually control me, which even my senior brother can't do. Go on your own, I won't betray myself. Leng Shan hummed softly, turned and walked into the distance, also sat down cross-legged, and was tortured by Yang Kai and fell into a coma twice. She desperately needs recovery. Zemo sneered, thinking that after I conquer him, you will know that I am right. This world has always been like this, men conquer the world, women conquer men, it is timeless. Yang Kai sat there cross-legged, and did not deal with his own affairs immediately, but felt the reactions of Zemo and Leng Shan's souls. Although I couldn't hear what they were saying. But this peculiar response clearly told Yang Kai their intentions. Kindness. Not bad, both of them are very well behaved, at least they have no intention of killing themselves. Can control them so smoothly. It really surprised Yang Kai. And all of this is due to Earth Demon. In Yang Kai's original plan, he just wanted to burn the two soul-controlling worms to hurt Zemo. Then wait for the opportunity to attack the killer. But Old Demon came up with a better way. Mixing a strand of Yang Kai's divine soul thread into Zemo's divine soul thread in a special way, once she withdraws it, it is equivalent to imprinting on her mind and can completely control her. The last try, really convenient, fast and effective. With this successful precedent, Yang Kai immediately put his idea on Leng Shan's head. The Ghost King seal is a martial skill for the disciples of Ghost King Valley to cultivate life and life, and it is definitely a tool that can be used. Old Demon lived up to his expectations, and moved his hands and feet on the Ghost King seal in an instant. Moreover, the hands and feet of Earth Demon are very high-end, and there is no fear of being resolved by someone. Divine souls are very fragile things. The souls of Zemo and Leng Shan are now branded with Yang Kai. If a master wants to help them resolve them, they have to worry about whether it will damage their consciousness. It's a pity. There is one less resentful soul that can be supplemented. Old Demon was a little annoyed at this moment. I just feel it's a pity. Yang Kai was even more dissatisfied. If I had known that I could do this, why would I kill Jin Hao and another Ghost King Valley disciple? It would be great to be a thug. Earth Demon sneered. You knew it for a long time, but you never said it, right? Yang Kai was slightly angry. Old Demon complained. It's useless to take such a weak enemy. If it wasn't for the blessing of the young master, the old slave really couldn't think of it. Forget it. It's a little awkward to accept a man as a subordinate. Yang Kai didn't care too much. After secretly observing Zemo and Leng Shan for a while, Yang Kai was immersed in his own affairs. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai called out in his heart, calling the Yaksha golden shadow leopard under his control, reaching out a little on its head, and shattering the slave beast mark in its body. The fifth order monster broke free at first glance, and immediately fled away after regaining its freedom. Yang Kai didn't kill or chase, but Zemo gave an order, and dozens of monsters were dispatched, and they were driven back to replant the soul-controlling worms. Yang Kai didn't care about her. He used the white tiger seal with his left hand and the divine ox seal with his right hand, merging his palms and pushing forward. The sound of the beast's roar came out, the sky-shaking white tiger, and the earth-shattering cow appeared at the same time. Attracted by this voice, Zemo and Lang Shan hurriedly turned their heads to see that they opened their mouths involuntarily after seeing the two lifelike beast souls. They have never seen such miraculous martial arts. Being able to activate their own vitality, the two red monster beasts are clearly not flesh and blood, but composed of Yang Kai's vitality. How rich and pure is this vitality in order to achieve this? Doesn't he only have the separation and reunion? The eyes that were looking at them were full of brilliance, but Yang Kai sighed, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and the two beast souls disintegrated at the same time. After using it for such a long time, Yang Kai also discovered some mysteries of the beast soul skill, that is, no matter when, the white tiger and the divine ox can only appear one each, and it is never possible to summon the second one. The beast soul skill is divided into two beast souls, and the combination is the slave beast mark, but whether it is a combination or a combination, it can never be displayed a second time until the previous beast soul or the slave beast mark is smashed. This may have something to do with the two powerful monsters remaining in his body. Yang Kai wanted to practice the slave beast seal and had to smash the two beast souls. Constantly displaying the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal, combining them into one, Yang Kai attempted to find the mystery in this constant practice. Chapter 241, Infatuated. Ask for a monthly pass. I still owe one chapter to add more chapters yesterday, so I won't make it up today, but I'll make it up tomorrow. Zemo and Lang Shan were stunned, only to see two fiery red monsters rushing out from Yang Kai's side, and then they were smashed. From time to time, only a faint light shot out, and they didn't know what he was doing. However, the two of them are considered elites of their respective sects. With some eyesight, they can naturally see that Yang Kai is practicing a magical martial skill that he has never heard of before. It's just, how much energy should be wasted by practicing so recklessly? How many moves do you think he can use with his vitality? Zemo couldn't help but ran to Lang Shan's side again, and asked softly. At most 5 strokes, one's vitality will be exhausted. Lang Shan estimated. Zemo didn't refute this time, and nodded slightly, apparently agreeing with Lang Shan's point of view. Both women can feel the huge consumption of vitality from the gushing vitality fluctuations. It can be seen that the level of this martial arts is definitely not low, and the higher the level of martial arts, although the power is greater, the more vitality is consumed. Even if the two of them are allowed to cast it, they can only cast it 10 times. Yang Kai's realm is not high, and naturally he can't support it for a long time. What, do you have an idea? Lang Shan turned her head and glanced at Zemo, meaning. Zemo was startled, patted his chest and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Even if he really runs out of energy, he can kill us with just a single thought. We'd better be honest, the soul can be charged. It's not a joke, look, it's the 5th time." While speaking, Yang Kai used the beast soul skill again, but this time it still failed to merge successfully. Appear. Yang Kai was not in a hurry or impatient, disintegrating them, feeling the mystery of this set of martial arts with his heart, recalling the little bit and the unique feeling when the fusion was successful. Zemo smiled slightly, reached into her arms, and took out a bottle. "What are you doing?" Zemo gave her a surprised look. "Go and please him Q." Zemo shook the bottle. "This is the elixir for our heavenly wolf kingdom to restore vitality, you should have it too, right? He is in need of recovery now, so don't miss this opportunity." Quote. Despicable, shameless, begging for glory. Lang Shan reprimanded with a stern face. He, don't say that." Zemo covered his mouth and smiled softly. "The next time he needs to recover, I'll give you the chance, and we'll take turns." Humph. Lang Shan snorted lightly, but the hostility had subsided a lot. It is impossible for her to seduce Yang Kai, but it is still possible to send some medicinal herbs to gain Yang Kai's favor at the right time. Now that life and death are under his control, in order to protect himself, he naturally has to lower his posture. "I'm going," Zemo said and stood up, but before she could move her footsteps, she saw 2 more beast roars coming from there. "Do it again." Zemo was shocked, and Lang Shan was also very surprised. "Should it be exhausted now?" Zemo muttered to himself, with a heart-warming smile on his face, and took a step forward. But at this moment, Yang Kai shattered the two beast souls, and once again unbelievably displayed the beast soul skills. Success! The white tiger seal and the divine ox seal were perfectly fused, and they turned into a faint light and shot out. If there is a monster in front of it, it will definitely be hit by the slave beast, and then be controlled. Strike while the iron is hot. Yang Kai keeps waving his hands and unleashing beast soul skills one after another. 4 times in one breath, 2 failures, 2 successes. Yang Kai vaguely felt that he had found that feeling, but he was still not very skilled. Zemo's step out was quietly retracted, and together with Leng Shan, they opened their red and beautiful mouths, and looked over there foolishly. Yang Kai's persistence has completely exceeded their expectations and imagination. A whole day has passed, and Yang Kai is still practicing the beast soul skill. Zemo and Leng Shan were completely numb, and they groaned in their hearts. How much vitality is stored in this person's body? How can he support such a reckless move? Could it be that this martial skill consumes very little vitality? Not to mention the shock of the two women, Yang Kai was also startled inadvertently. The yang liquid stored in the dantian actually decreased by more than 20 drops. Now, there is no yang attribute pills to replenish yang liquid. These reserves in the dantian should be saved and used, otherwise, there is no way to restrain the evil energy in the proud golden body. However, the use of the beast soul skill really consumes too much vitality. Not only the beast soul skills, the triple burst of flames, the wings of Yangan, and the star marks all require the support of huge vitality. In exchange for any martial artist on the 8th floor of the separation and reunion, it is impossible to use these tricks too frequently. You can no longer use yang liquid to practice beast soul skills. Frowning and contemplating for a long time, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There are 3 energy warehouses in his body, and the star map space is exclusively for Star Mark's martial arts. The amount of energy stored in the golden body is almost immeasurable. Usually, it can only be extracted from the golden body when the unyielding Ao is used. Is it possible to find a way to use the energy in the golden body to perform martial arts? If you can do it, your battery life will be improved by another level, and you will no longer have to worry about the amount of yang yi. As soon as this thought came out, Yang Kai became excited, because none of the tricks he practiced had to use yang attribute vitality, all of which were common to all attributes. Taking a deep breath, he forced the remaining true yang vitality in the meridians into his dantian, completely emptying all the meridians. The mind is immersed in the golden body, communicates with it, and strives to extract energy from it. Gradually, the golden body responded, and a small amount of energy poured out of the golden body and poured into the meridians. A faint violent, bloodthirsty feeling rose from my heart. This is the characteristic of the energy in the proud golden body, very evil energy. It is completely different and completely opposite to the true yang vitality that is just the most yang. As the energy in the golden body poured into Yang Kai's whole body, he was gradually enveloped in a black gas, crazy, cruel and violent, all kinds of evil auras that made people palpitate and spread. When Zemo and Leng Shan saw this scene from a distance, their hearts jumped. Going crazy, Zemo exclaimed in surprise. It's really crazy. Leng Shan also got up and looked at Yang Kai from a distance. The two women suddenly looked at each other again, and both saw the joy and excitement in each other's eyes. When they think about it, Yang Kai is clearly because he practiced that magical martial skill too frequently, which caused the vitality in the body to be disordered, and his mind was impetuous, and then he couldn't control it, and the current situation appeared. They don't care about Yang Kai's life or death, but he is now in this situation, but the two women see a chance of life. Going into the devil lightly, the meridians will be burned, the cultivation base will be completely destroyed, and the person will be completely reduced to a waste. No matter what kind of result Yang Kai Hui is, it is what Zemo and Leng Shan are willing to see. Better die. The two women prayed secretly in their hearts, with joy and anticipation on their pretty faces. If Yang Kai is really dead because of his infatuation, then the imprint in their minds will not be broken, and they will be able to regain their freedom again. The eyes of the two women stared at Yang Kai for a while, and their breathing gradually became unsteady, and their expressions were also extremely nervous. After getting into a demon, he is insane, and his 6 relatives don't recognize him. What if he accidentally detonates the brand in our consciousness? Leng Shan suddenly thought of a very realistic question. Yang Kai is definitely not sane now, and can't think. Although the possibility of her thinking is very low, she really has to be careful. If Yang Kai really did this, then they would die too wrongly. Zizai's face changed, Warong paled, and she licked her red lips and looked at her cold-eyed deeply. What do you want to do? Adding fuel to the flames. Lang Shan bit her lip and suggested in a trembling voice. Zemo Xiame was slightly embarrassed, thinking about the gains and losses and the possibility of success, and then nodded slightly. Okay, but wait a while, I don't know if he is still sane. If the situation becomes more serious later, we'll go. The last sentence said decisively, obviously with great determination. Lang Shan nodded secretly, gritted her teeth, and stared at Yang Kai's direction. She thinks about more things than Zemo. After all, even if Yang Kai is killed and the imprint in her mind is lifted, Zemo still has dozens of monsters to enslave, but Lang Shan is only alone, so she naturally has to plan carefully. Vitality. In the observation of the two women, Yang Kai's signs of going into the devil really became more and more serious. The black energy over there was so intense that he could hardly be seen, and he was wrapped in it, revealing only a rough outline. Even though they were separated by a distance of dozens of meters, the two women could still clearly feel the evil aura that permeated the black air. After waiting for a stick of incense, Zemo said, "It seems that he has completely fallen into the realm of going crazy, and there is really no way to get rid of it. Will you go?" Lang Shan glanced at Zemo. Zemo gritted her teeth and nodded slightly. The two women took a deep breath and slowly approached Yang Kai together, their true essence secretly condensed, always watching Yang Kai's dynamic. 50 feet, 40 feet, 30 mornings. As they approached, the heartbeats of the two were unstoppably violent. It was about their freedom of life and death. How could they be indifferent to each other? 20 feet, 10 mornings. As long as they walk another 5 feet away, the two women can shoot together and take Yang Kai's life in an instant. Kill him, and the imprint in his mind will be broken. As if seeing freedom beckoning to him, whether it was Zemo or Lang Shan, a flush of blush and nervous anticipation appeared on the pretty face involuntarily. Wang Zhang. Just as the two women were ruthless and ready to recklessly kill, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened in the black air. Those eyes seemed to be full of mysterious power, and one glance penetrated the hearts of Zemo and Lang Shan. The two women stopped involuntarily, trembling all over, their delicate bodies trembling. They saw all kinds of evil in these eyes, but even so, there was still a lot of calm and sarcasm in these eyes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.